right, Daddy. Talking the American dream, Daddy. Welcome to the Normal America Show. I'm your host, Robnoerr. Hope you're all doing fantastic. Any of you in jail tonight? Just Trump? He's out now, baby. Don't worry about it. So I got something coming up. I have no idea what to expect. It's going to be total amateur hour. One of the people that's always in my chat, ItsmeOgre's, asked last week if I would come on his show. Apparently he plays Minecraft. I don't know if I'm supposed to comment on the Minecraft or if there's just going to be some sort of discussion that goes on for about an hour or so. But we'll do that. Succeeding that, we will probably talk some about the debate last night. And I watched Tucker's interview with Trump. So we'll talk about those two things. Average debate enjoyer got put in Twitter jail. Making fun of Vivek. That's a bad choice. Tell him to use redstone. All I know is I was going to keep asking where the creepers are. That's a Minecraft thing, right? I've played Minecraft literally 10 minutes of my life, and that was with my sister-in-law and my wife. Our sister-in-law was trying to show us how to play it, and I don't know. Not my forte, that's for sure. Anyways, let's see. One sec. Now, you all have seen Ogre on my show. Ogre's always asking people to gift him subs and stuff like that. Making weight jokes at my expense and stuff like that, which I sob myself to sleep to every night. Yeah. And so with his track record, I'm sure this will be amateur hour getting in here. So 2 minutes, I'm told. Okay. But until then, yeah, I think we've agreed on around an hour. Let's see. Show for an hour or two. Okay. We'll see. We'll do an hour or two. I'll say this before we go. Last night, part of the people I was streaming with that was on this panel, one of them was Big Papa Fascist. He uses language that I don't necessarily agree with, in times referring to different classes of people, not like N-words or anything like that. I kind of don't interject when people say things, even if they don't disagree, because I think we're all adults here. We understand that just because someone might talk in a way that you don't necessarily do yourself, it doesn't mean that you can't have civil conversations or it's worth, that sort of thing. In perpetuity, 2 years down the road, if I'm running for Congress and someone pulls up that video and's like, oh, well, he was on a stream where this guy said this, and then they were agreeing about some other issue, my answer will be the same then as it is now. I don't give a shit. I don't buy into the guilt by association shit. Kiss my ass. I've also streamed with lefties that have said some really fucking horrible, heinous shit that I've dealt with on social terms as well. So, just something that I wanted to say. I don't care. I don't buy into the guilt by association things. Yeah, he is. He speaks how he speaks on his show. I'm not someone to police language. I never have been, whether that language is coming from the left, right, or anywhere. So that's that. Let's see if we're about ready to go. All right, here we go. You're going to lose me visually for a minute.
Can you hear me?
I can. What's happening?
Nice, beautiful audio. 1 second.
Oh,
Let me make
of
sure
course.
I'm not peeking on my stream. There you go. Hey, Rob.
What's happening? Do you need me video or just audio? It's your
I don't really... I haven't set it up on OBS for having a cute little webcam, but I think if I put a webcam of you on my screen and I don't have one, it's just going to look like you're playing Minecraft and not me. So
maybe it is me. Maybe this is all an elaborate ruse.
Maybe it is.
I'm trying to start another channel, right, where I'm going to be a lefty playing Minecraft. And so I've set this up with my friend Ogre so that it looks like it's Ogre playing, but really it'll be me. It's
Yeah,
brilliant.
maybe I'll do it in like editing afterwards. I'll put your webcam on.
Let me end my camera then, if you don't mind. On
Yeah, it's just gonna take up
yeah,
like
yeah, no problem.
memory or yeah,
Exactly,
so no
exactly.
issue. No issue, yeah.
Can only make
Do
it.
you have issues with OBS like I do? Because I hate this fucking piece of shit. Every single time I do a stream, either the YouTube chat doesn't work, or my scenes fuck up, my sources fuck up. Do you have the same issue? Is it always just like a piece of
So
shit to work with?
So I use Restream through OBS. One thing that I do have a problem with is probably 50% of the time I turn OBS on, the chat that I use that you can see from Restream on my channel that has like, Twitch and Kick and YouTube. I have a separate box for that. It is one of the like scenes that I've set, not a scene, but one of the things that I've set up. I guess they call it docs that I've set up. Half the time it just
Yeah.
keeps saying loading, 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 loading. So I can't see it in my own. But if I shut down OBS and turn it back on, it'll work.
Yeah,
Other than-
funny you say that. I have the exact same thing where I'll go live on YouTube and my it'll say I'm live, but no one can watch my stream. Uh, I have it live in the little like analytic page on the YouTube Studio, and the chat box is open, but nothing comes through. And then I close the stream, open again. There you go, works.
Yeah,
And it works perfectly. So.
That's the only problem. I have another problem that sometimes happens, but it's almost always my stupidity. And that is because I have two separate setups. I have my setup at work and my setup here at home. When I go to work, I can't use this microphone and this camera. So I have a separate microphone and camera. And I can't, I'm having trouble setting it up so that I don't have to shut this camera off, shut this mic off, turn that camera on, turn that mic off on every scene that I have. So I have to do it for my stream with my chat, for my stream with Discord. And it's kind of, I always forget to do it. And then I'll start talking and it's like, no one can hear me because it's set up for the wrong mic. But that's user error, I think.
Yeah, people call you a boomer, even though it's like even me who's like 24. Like that shit happens to me all the time. So
Yeah, I will admit that I'm very I am a boomer when it comes to technology. I'm very poor at. One thing I would love to do is to be able to use the Restream chat to also get Rumble on the Restream chat. And I'm sure if you really knew how to get into the codes, you could do that. But right now it doesn't seem compatible. So the poor people that watch me on Rumble, I never see their chat because when I'm talking to someone like you, all I'm looking at's the same screen that everyone else is looking at. So I just see what's popping up on the screen like you, and the Rumble chat doesn't. And then the other thing I was going to tell you I have a problem with OBS is, let's see if this happens. If I bring up, I don't know if this is working right now. Sometimes when I go to my browser, it will particularly if I'm on Discord. So let's say last night I was on Discord doing, a panel, and then I try to go find a source. So I go to Brave as the browser I use. It'll shut all the cameras off on Discord through OBS. They're still up on Discord, but not on OBS. If you're watching my stream because it's going through OBS, every square is just a blank screen. So I don't know how to fix that. One thing that I'm going to do is get a second monitor, and then hopefully it won't matter because if I'm looking something up, I'll just turn over here to the second monitor. But yeah, that happens.
yeah, one of the worst things regarding like technology is when shit's not doing what it's supposed to do and you have no idea why it's happening. It's one of the most frustrating. Like I don't think there's anything more infuriating for me, at least. Like normally I'm a pretty calm person, but if I have like a tech issue and I spend like 15 minutes and I can't figure out for the life of me why it's happening, like I feel like a woman. Like I'll be hysterical.
Yeah, it's
actually
weird.
bad.
It's a weird thing. Like, here's something. I don't know what you want to talk about tonight. If you have a specific topic, fine, let me know. But I don't mind.
We can get into that.
I don't mind just riffing either. One of the things I think's funny is I have friends that are like, I don't want to say computer nerds because they're not really nerdy. In the sense it's not like they're just like, oh, I built this big rig to play games. Like a lot of them do it as a job, and then their interest outside of that's like, playing football and hunting and shit like that. So I wouldn't call them nerds, but it's funny to see that this like overlap in problems between being someone who works like on technology and stuff versus all my friends that I know that are mechanics. And I feel the same way with both because I suck ass at both, but I feel exactly like you said, like I'm the type of person that has to know why I'm doing something. So if someone tells me like, oh, what you need to do is you need to go out and, flip this switch in your car or whatever, and then for 5 minutes and then leave it on. I'm like, but why do I have to do that? What's being accomplished?
It's like, why is it happening?
Right.
Why is it happening?
and it frustrates the shit out of me because I'm like, and the people, oftentimes it's like they might as well say this, Rob, you're so fucking stupid on this issue. It would literally take us days to explain it to you. Just shut up and do this. But it frustrates me because I'm like, I would like to know. Like, you remember in math class, I remember this from school. In math, they would teach you stuff, and you'd be like, but why? And they'd be like, well, you'll get to that in like 3-4 years. Like, you can't divide a negative number. Why? Just you can't. Just that's all you need to know.
Yeah.
Well, why can't you? Well, that's beyond you right now. That would frustrate me even as a kid. I was like, well, that's horseshit. I want to know why.
I remember this. I think the best example of that is probably like physics class when you learn about like how atoms with the different like cells and the different layers. I remember one of my classmates who was pretty smart on the subject, but he asked my teachers like, why do the electrons? I have no idea if this is actually one of my classmates who was play along. But like, if why do the electrons like move between the different layers? On an atom or whatever. Why does it decide to do that? And because it looks like it just happens at like random. And my teacher just stood there for like 10 seconds and said, that's a good question, but that's probably more of a philosophical question.
Yeah.
because it's true. We don't know. It just does. We know how it works, but we don't know why it does. And a lot of people forget that. Like, there's a lot of shit we don't understand, like gravity and shit.
Yeah.
We know it happens, but we don't know exactly why.
Yeah. And I mean, there's people that like that's their whole life. That like get intrigued by a simple question like that, and they're like, "I'm gonna find the answer," and they spend their whole life. I forget who I was watching. It was like some professor or philosopher or something, and he was giving a speech, and he was talking about how he loves talking to children, and he was saying that he thinks that our education system like beats the curiosity out of us. He's like, when you talk to a child, they'll ask you the most brilliant questions of like why something works, and he's like, as you get older, you just learn to you're trained to go through the motions. So you stop asking those questions. You go to work and your work says, well, now you're going to send the emails like this. And you're just like, okay, right? You don't give a shit anymore. You're just like, okay, whatever. But when you were a kid, you were like, why is that? What exactly happens? And like, it really gives you a deeper understanding when you ask those basic questions. I think one of the things I'm not always perfect at this. I've made mistakes, but one of the things I try to do is be honest when I don't know something, even if it's something as simple as not understanding a word. I remember when I made it to the national debate tournament, I was one of the better debaters in the country, and you're debating people with like perfect SAT scores and insane IQs and stuff. I remember this one round, someone said a word, and I was like, I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means. Can you define it? And they defined it simply. It wasn't like a gotcha on my point. And the judge after the round, I won the round, and the judge after the round was like, I've never heard anyone say that. And in that round, he's like, most people just pretend they know. And I was like, well, I didn't know. So what? I'm just some fucking redneck. Like I don't. Oh, it's my affiliate anniversary. Yeah, I guess I should mention that. Thank you, everyone.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. But it's funny you say that because I wrote normally my vocabulary is like, because I'm young, I tend to say fuck a lot, which I probably shouldn't. I think it's like a New Yorker thing to have like filler words where you just go like, the fucking.
Yeah.
It's a bad habit.
There's a
but
lot.
when I write an assignment, I try to use I try to sound smarter. So I usually Google like synonyms or like different variation of words. And at one point, I had one of my friends read. He's pretty good at English as well, but I made him read through my assignment, and like every couple minutes, he would just go, "What the fuck does that mean?" And I go, "I found it on Google." Google.
Well, it's something that I try to do when I debate, when I talk to people. I try to use a common vocabulary because I have a common vocabulary. And even to the extent, like there are words that, it's not that I'm smart. It's words because of what I've done that were frequently used, like fiat or hegemony, right? Like these are words that you use in debate a lot. I try not to use those words too much because it's like what good is it talking to someone and trying to impart something if they don't understand your language? And a vocabulary can be a sign of intelligence, but sometimes I think people mistake using words that they barely understand for them knowing something on a subject, and that's just horseshit. Some of the smartest people I ever met, use slang every other word. For filler words, something I recommend for you, this is what we used to do in debate. We would record ourselves, and then you'd pause every time you used a filler word. Or that's like, that was one I used all the time. That's like.
Like is very common.
Yeah. So in addition to trying to talk as fast as humanly possible, you go through this thing, so you would put filler words that would be in there a lot. So you'd be talking to be like that's really something you would like do, and the people that like you, and people were. It would be, whoa, you're using like 50 times in a minute. So when you record yourself, you'd be able to see that. I'll tell you another, that's sort of a tick, right? And you use it to, there's one I just used there, right? Yeah. But you use it to sometimes stop your brain to think about something. You're giving yourself a little bit of time. But you would also see people use ticks. People would speak like this.
What do you mean by tick?
So people would, in debate when you're speaking fast, people would roll their pen a lot, or they'd go back and forth like this, like have like physical ticks. I don't know what the word is for them. That's what I would call them, ticks.
Yeah, I think I understand what you mean.
They'd tap their fingers, stuff like that. And my roommate, who was also a debater, but wasn't my partner at this point, watched one of my debates. And after the debate, he came up to me. I was like, what'd you think? What could I improve on? He's like, I thought you sounded pretty good, but there was one thing that I think you should know. And I was like, well, what's that? He says, you keep grabbing your junk. I was like, what? He goes, you're playing with yourself while you talk. And I thought he was serious. I was like, holy shit, are you serious? I'm doing that? And then he told me 2 hours later.
What do you call that in Pennsylvania? A pocket pool?
Yeah.
What was? Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it turns out I wasn't doing it. But he had me going for like 2 hours. I was devastated. I'm like, oh no. For years I've been talking super fast and just like rubbing one out in front of.
Yeah, you're jerking off in front of the whole audience.
But yeah. Oh, Bill, he's quite the jokester. But yeah.
That's pretty funny.
Everyone uses those filler words to some extent, but it becomes obvious. There's tactics in debate that's like that aren't necessarily filler words. Here's something to look out for. This isn't 100% accurate. But oftentimes, if you're talking to someone and they're trying to buy time to answer you, they'll repeat the question. So I've seen that. Do you think that the FBI should have to verify information to get a warrant? And they'll say, do I think the FBI, right? And to me, that's a sign of, and again, that doesn't always mean that you're buying time. But oftentimes it does, and it doesn't always mean this, but oftentimes it does, that you're not being honest with your answer. Because you don't need to stall for time if you're just like, sure, that's my belief. It's different if someone says, who was the first country that was invaded by Russia? You might be like, who's the first country? Give me, because that's like a factual basis. That's different than asking your opinion on something. If you have to stall for your opinion on something, not always, but sometimes, what that means is, in my estimation, you're not being good faith. You're trying to think of the answer that you think will help you win the argument, and that's.
I don't remember. Did you ever engage with Demon Mama?
Oh yeah, I did.
Yeah, I think you did. I can never remember who debated who, but yeah, that's a perfect example of someone who does that shit all the fucking time.
I love Demon Mama's got a lot of things that you can make fun of. Impressionists, like Demon Mama will call you a name or something, and you'll be like, yeah, I can't believe I'm going to listen to this shit. She obviously doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about. And I don't know if you can see me on the screen right now, but she'll do this while you're talking. She'll go.
Second, I'll open. Oh, wait a second, no, because you're not showing your webcam on. I have to open you on Twitch. 1 second.
Yeah, I'll show you. I give my demon.
If you do it now, there'll be a delay. So.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's fine. Oh, wait a second. I gotta watch the ads because I don't have a subscription.
Well, tough.
How wonderful!
Tough
How wonderful!
Maybe someone that likes your content here will donate an. But
yeah,
she basically puts her arm in the air and makes like an O face. It's so annoying. But she's terrible. She's one of the worst people.
Yeah, Obviously, I use they on YouTube. They are terrible. But yeah, I agree. I think I think we can get into that if you want.
Whatever
to.
you want to do. We talk shit on people. I don't care. Don't matter to me.
All right, good. Because we, my community, we're some drama boys every once in a while.
Well,
not too bad, but
yeah, I'd stay out of it. Like,
yeah,
you know,
I know. That's
Andrew Wilson.
Andrew does.
That's
Andrew does.
his forte, which is fine. I don't begrudge.
But he's
people that
Irish,
do that.
so
Right. For me, it's just I find it's not very interesting to me. I don't mind saying what do I think about my interactions of people, but when it comes to, well, did this streamer sleep with this streamer? I just don't give a shit. I don't.
That part
care
I
at
agree
all.
with. Like,
Yeah.
who cares?
And
yeah.
and some of the people are so toxic to even like to have their name come out of your mouth. It leads to shit. You know, I was talking to this person Quibbles the other day, and he mentioned something about the Groypers, and all I said was I feel bad for them. I think some of them are young and they don't realize some of the stuff they're saying online will be there forever. And maybe 5-6 years from now, they're going to try to get employment somewhere. And there's going to be videos of them just shouting the N-word over and over again. Yeah. And it's going to break them in the ass. And I don't think that they're horrible people, particularly the young ones. I think that they're just people that are looking for a community and they're tired of like this social justice bullshit and they have every right to be tired of it. I don't agree with their conclusions, but I understand. I was young and stupid. When I was young and stupid, I was going to Dead Kennedy concerts and death metal concerts. They're doing Groyper shit. But my young and stupid wasn't being broadcast for the world to see in perpetuity.
Exactly,
you know?
yeah.
And I just said I felt bad for them. All of a sudden, my phone starts ringing, 2 a.m. It's a number I don't know. And then 2 minutes later, it rings again. It's my mom's number. I answer the call, and it's someone just shouting the N-word at me. So someone like hacked my phone numbers or something and found my phone number. I don't know.
I'm very tech savvy when it comes to phones. But I agree. It's I've seen this. I've seen this. You can finish your point, yeah, if you want.
No, I was just saying that's not even fighting with them. That's just literally mentioning.
That's engaging, yeah.
Yeah,
That's just
and
engaging slightly.
Andrew gets swatted and shit. Like I don't need that. I got fucking family. I can't be in that position, you know.
I actually did get I wrote a comment on one of Andrew's video talking about how he got swatted, and obviously I haven't been swatted because I haven't been doxxed yet, and if I do, I don't really care. I'm not that much of a private person, but I'll say that from my side of the internet, I come from the Kiwi Farms community,
Sure.
As an active user. So we have I say we as like we're a collective. It's a forum.
Sure.
But there's definitely things that I've seen on the internet throughout my years that even though I've personally experienced it, I know from just experiencing other people's dealings, as you could say, on the internet, that for example, Andrew, when he got swatted, he announced it to everyone. He said, I literally just got swatted live, this was horrible, they came in with guns, I had my kids, everything. And I wrote to Andrew in a comment on his YouTube where I basically said like, hey bro, I know it sucks to get swatted, but for future, don't fucking talk about it, because the people who do this, first of all, they're all fucking pedophiles. But secondly, they get hard. They get a hard on when you sit and like cope and seethe about how I got swatted. Like they love that. But if you get swatted and they have no confirmation of the swatting, they lose interest. And I know this from someone who's been swatted like 3 times. He said the first time he got swatted, he announced it like, oh, I got swatted. Then it happened one more time and he didn't talk about it, and then I think maybe like half a year later it happened again, and then it never happened again because people lost interest.
Yeah, and that's why I agree with that. I only bring it up in context like I did here talking to you, because my overarching point is the best way is just to say when there are communities that's a regular feature of it, I choose not to engage. It's just like I have nothing to say. There's more important battles to fight. And, you know, Andrew basically burying the hatchet with Nick, you know, there were a bunch of people shitting on him, and I totally get what he's saying.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
Andrew's trying to build a platform, and simultaneously, he does have a political agenda. And the majority of that political agenda is going against sort of cultural movements he sees from extreme leftism. So why do you want this fringe niche, you know, little battle you're having with other people that on the right that affects you so terribly that you're worried that your children are at a home that's getting swatted. I get it. I get why he's like, whatever. Bygones be bygones. Done with it.
One of the worst things about that particular community to deal with is that they have this mentality, almost like a mafia mentality, where it's like there's nothing that is off limits.
Right.
And that's just fucking scary, especially when you have kids, because none of these people, especially when they're young, they don't have kids, so they have nothing to lose. So for them, it's like, oh, faxing child pornography to your workplace and harassing your mother, that's fair game because you made fun of us on the internet.
Yeah, and I mean, I think
for them it's like it's really personal,
right?
Really
and I
personal,
understand
over,
like
dumb shit.
The tactics of that. It might not be that crass. But that mentality, I think, has been mainstream, particularly on the left, right? Where I think that you see, I talk about this all the time. It is truly that the mainstream position on the left at this point is that people that disagree with them in substantial ways are evil people. And so they would believe, I used to be on this website, Above Top Secret. It's supposed to be a conspiracy theory website, but mostly we talk politics. And there was this lefty on there that was a pretty smart dude. He's from Britain. And I didn't know his name. I just knew his pseudonym. But we would argue back and forth on policies or corruption and things like that. And he was articulate enough. He could push back. I'd put him in a vein of someone like, a Dylan Burns or a Pisco or someone like not an idiot, not that couldn't format an argument. I still thought they were wrong all the time. And one day, in probably 2017, he's posting about how the Charlottesville, Trump said Nazis were good people, and he says, look, at this point, if you're a Trump supporter, you're a Nazi defender, and we all know what we're supposed to do with Nazis. And I was like, can you elaborate? And he beats around the bush. But it took me like 10 pages of dialogue going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth to basically get him to admit this. If you were a Trump supporter previously but now denounce him, we'll spare you. But if you still support him, then you're a Nazi. And it is our moral duty to physically assault Nazis until they stop being Nazis. And that physical assault increases with the amount of power you have. And so if Trump is close to winning the 2020 election, seeing how he is a Nazi and all of his supporters are Nazi, then it is our moral obligation to kill them. And he says this on this website. A website that has TOS, like if I say like kiss my ass, I'll get temporarily suspended. And this shit just flies.
Site, yeah.
And I'm like, what? Like, and all these other lefties are defending him. He's like, well, he's only saying if it gets bad enough. And I was like, you're literally talking about committing genocide against your political opponents in a serious manner. And they didn't get it. Like, you might say, well, that one guy was unhinged. But all these lefties are defending him. No.
Exactly.
He's saying only if it gets bad. Well, explain to me the situation where you need to eradicate all Trump supporters. What's that mean? How's it get bad enough that that's a... He says his metric is if Trump's going to win. And no one's willing to say on the left there, well, this is batshit crazy. And that's when I started to realize, I started to look around. It was insanity. The way that I was treated as I'm an immoral person. And like you're saying with like, would it be swatting and stuff like that? At that point, what tactics off the table? When Vaush says in that debate where he's saying, to shoot Patriot Prayer people, he keeps sort of dog whistling. He's saying like, well, shouldn't we have stopped the Nazis before they came into power? And if you
do this shit all the time.
Yeah, if you have that mindset, like what wouldn't you do? If you whip yourself into a lather where you say like Donald Trump's literally Hitler and his followers are literally Nazis, what are you unwilling to do? And they are right. The tactics will increase with the effectiveness of you. If you're just some Joe Schmo that has no power, whatever, they'll insult you and move on. But if you're a CEO, if you're about to win an election, right, then what are they willing to do? And it's, you could understand then why people would be skeptical when it comes to these institutions and even things like our elections. And then, of course, the people in positions of power do it no favors because they not only do they engage in corrupt behaviors and biased behaviors and things like that, but then when they're trying to tell you not to question it, they make statements that are clearly geared to make you question it. Like I always said this, the Democrat position could have been this. Look, no doubt there was fraud in the 2020 election, just like there was in the 2026 or 2016 and every election prior to that. We don't see any evidence that that fraud was substantial enough that it led to the outcomes of any of these states' elections or any of the federal elections being changed. We don't see that, and we think it's dangerous to suggest that it could have been that way. Now, that's a far cry from saying it was the most secure election ever. Like, everyone with half a brain is going to be like, so wait a minute. The election where half the states completely changed how they voted because of COVID? That was the most secure one ever? More secure
than... You have to remember, Rob, you have to remember that, because I've noticed this shit I'm not sure if it's been a thing for, like, all of human history, and I just haven't noticed it, but there's this thing where... especially the media, the mainstream media, what they'll do is they'll gaslight the fuck out of everyone by using they'll say, for example, remember how, because you just mentioned how the 2016 election, it wasn't secure, Russia, they interfered with our election with the Pokemon Go ads or whatever the fuck they say. Yeah. And then as soon as it's like it's the reverse where Trump complains about the election, all of a sudden it's like a 180. And then they do this thing where they keep repeating the same thing over and over again. They keep saying it was the most secure election. And then you'll hear people out in public, they'll regurgitate that, not because it's been proven to them, but because they have this mentality, well, everyone is saying it, so it must be true. Well, no, everyone is saying it precisely because they want you to think it's true.
Yeah, and it gets out there in the ether. Like, you think about how this works culturally, like how it works with advertisements. Like, take politics out of it. You could see how trends start, right? Or just the language we use. Like, the term meme. How's that start, right? I remember when it first came out, I was like, is it Mimi? Like, I didn't know, I'm like, what the... but things get into the ether because enough of people repeat something that it becomes just part of our lexicon, part of... the identity of who we are culturally. And certainly that's true politically. That's true educationally. It just gets repeated over and over. It doesn't matter if it's true. Trump said Nazis are good people. Hands up, don't shoot. Yeah,
exactly.
Hands up, don't shoot. They still say it. And what happens is you could debunk it with facts. You could sit there and be like, I've done this. I remember doing this in 1 month. There were 3 separate people in a 1 month period on my show. It may have been the same person, but I was looking out for it. They typed differently. And all 3 of them were said either Trump said Nazis are good people or Trump said drink bleach. And then I went through it line by line. And by the end of it, when they could no longer defend their statement, they would just move the goalpost to something else. And damn well, 1 week later, when that person was talking politics, they were like, Trump said drink bleach. They weren't like, oh shit, I was mistaken. I won't repeat that line anymore. They just go right back to it. And that's why you see, what was it the other day? I saw, there's still, you'll still see these hoaxes that came out. Remember the hoax that the border security guy had a lasso and was roping, whipping?
Yes, that image is awesome though.
It is a cool picture, right? But that someone, I think one of the prominent Democrats just the other day repeated that bullshit. Oh, they were whipping people to border. No, they weren't. We've definitively debunked that. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Once it's out there, once you've gaslighted people. But that's what gets me. I understand there's futility for most people into pointing out double standards. But I still think for the people that are reachable in the center or, that lean right or lean left, I think that it's important to point this shit out. Because like you said, I think that in order to have trust in our institutions, the number one thing is we have to have as close as possible to an even standard. You can't have a double standard. And so, like you said, if the standard's going to be you can't question elections, I disagree with that. But I can accept it if you're therefore, when Democrats did it, the same thing should happen to them as when Republicans do it.
Because then it's consistent, yeah.
It's consistent. But what they do is they'll do something over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then when the other side does 1/10 of it, they're like, whoa, you can't do that. You can't do that. We can question every election and do whatever the hell we want, but you can't. You can't. And in fact, if you do, they could have violent riots over and over and over again. And if Trump's like, well, maybe we should deploy the National Guard, they're like, you can't do that. That's fascist stuff.
That's fascism, yeah.
Yeah. But then as soon as January 6th happens, they're like, erect a gate or erect a fence, basically a wall. I thought walls didn't work. Put up a wall. Send out 10,000 National Guard troops. My God. It's constantly that level of bullshit. And it's beyond at this point. You're right. There are people that, whether through stupidity, blind partisanship, just being lemmings, or most likely that just don't follow the shit. They just don't. They just trust what they hear, right? They will just repeat this shit ad nauseum, and it doesn't even remotely cross their mind like, oh, and by the way, that's exactly what I was doing yesterday. That's why the Twitter account Defiant L's is so great. Where it'll just point up, like you'll have someone one day that are like, how dare you tell me what to do with my body? And then 2 days later, they're tweeting like, the government should force the vaccine in everyone.
Yeah, what's strange is people don't even see it. Yep. Like if I was so inconsistent in the shit that I said, I would be like, I would really have to like take a step back and reflect on my worldview. But for these people, they think like regurgitating political slogans means like it's an argument.
Yeah.
I see, because I'm very into this like the debate on abortion, because abortion is a very important topic for me. And the amount of times I see people who will literally walk into like an abortion debate and just say it's a woman's right to choose. To choose what? To murder a 1-year-old, murder a 2-year-old? Like, right. What does that even mean?
Well, yeah. We can get into it, because I was actually fighting with IRI on Twitter today about this abortion debate. But right before we get into that, I'll just say this: an example of people not understanding the talking points. So last night in the debate, one of the moments, everyone's saying. Well, not everyone. The official establishment narrative is the one part that was really bad was Vivek's terrible foreign policy. He got bodied. Well, he didn't really get bodied. He just kept getting interrupted over and over and over again. And to me, it's funny. It's the same reason Tucker got booted from Fox. It's like, that's the one taboo you can't question. That's why Chuck Schumer said the FBI would find 6 ways to Sunday at getting back at Trump. You can't question the foreign policy. You can't question the forever war. You can't question the interventionism. You can't do that. That's a big no-no. So that's how I looked at it. But look at how they sell it. They're not giving like nuanced opinions like, look, you're right, sometimes intervention isn't the answer, but here's why specifically in this case it's necessary. How do they sell it? They're like, Putin's an evil man. He's shooting people in the back.
He's a murderer.
They're raping people and like, it's like, fool me once, shame on you. How many times have we heard this same bullshit about Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi? And it could all be true. But the problem is, by the way, if you hear me argue with Pisco about Burisma and all that shit, he's like, but Shokin was corrupt. But the problem is, if everyone's corrupt and you only go after one person, then you start to have to question the motivation. It's the same with this. Okay, so Putin's this really bad dude, and so it justifies it here. But here's 50 other world leaders that we could say similar things about.
Exactly.
And so I point this out last night, and Surian actually did a great job of clipping this and putting it out on Twitter, where I'm basically saying, they're like, Vivek got bodied, and I said, no, he didn't. He didn't get bodied. People interrupted him like you fuckers always do to me when I'm 1-on-9 on a panel. That's what happened. And Wick says, that's because it was such a dog shit point. And I say, if you ever wondered if we were debating and had these platforms in the time of the Iraq War, who would have been the people defending the invasion of Iraq? It's the left. It's the new left. Wick and so on. So the left is one of the greatest propaganda victories in the history of the world. Was somehow in 2 terms, two presidencies, we went from the most virulent anti-war people being the left to those very people are now the most virulent pro-war. That is an amazing achievement. It's scary, don't get me wrong, but just for the skill level of that propaganda, it is amazing. It is absolutely amazing. It really is. And so I bring this point up, and I was like, they would have cheered for the Iraq War. And Wick and Sonsor, or particularly Wick, was like, no, I wouldn't have, nuh-uh. They immediately, without realizing it, immediately make my argument for me. Because you want to know what the very next thing they say is? They go, nuh-uh, so do you think Putin's a good guy? And I said, do you think Saddam was a good guy? And they both go, no. And they don't get it. It's like you literally are repeating the very neocon talking points that during the Iraq War you've been criticizing. You've literally taken a position, this guy is bad, therefore you can't question whatever policy prescription we have. And like you said, they don't see it. They literally, I spelled it out for them and they look flabbergasted. Like, what are you talking about? It's amazing.
Yeah, one of the things that's funny about that is I think is really effective in I'm not sure you would call it red pill like normies, but when it comes to like democracy, because the old school democracy that we know from like maybe like 100 years ago, where it's like it actually was like your average guy who was just really smart that became a politician, but now it's like these people are basically groomed since like children to become these political talking heads, and they're basically like robots from birth. And one of the things I always tell people is instead of focusing so much about what the politicians like disagree on, like abortion or immigration or anything, because at the end of the day, none of that shit actually matters.
Agreed.
When
To
every
them,
single
it might matter
yeah,
to
exactly.
people, but not to them. Right?
Exactly, not to them, yeah. Because what's funny is that I tell some of my friends and family about this. I say, notice how even in my country, for example, in Denmark, almost I don't think I know a single one, but almost every single politician in my country has the exact same position on Ukraine. There's not even like any slight like,
Yep.
oh, maybe we shouldn't embolden Russia, maybe we shouldn't do this or that,
Yep.
maybe we shouldn't engage in this proxy war with Russia, especially with a country that's basically on the border with Russia. Nothing. It's the exact same like regurgitated bullshit that you hear from like the establishment.
It's propaganda.
In Washington.
If there's
exactly,
no
100%.
voice challenging something, it's propaganda. And you're absolutely right. Like, here's a specific example I can give. One of the low points in Trump's presidency for me was when he bombed Syria, right?
Yeah,
and
me
I was
too.
furious. I was like, what happened to the guy that was against interventionism and stuff like in the debates, you know? So he bombed Syria, and I'm pissed about it. And I remember I turned on Fox News, and they're like, yes, you know, a necessary presidential action. Then I flip over to MSNBC, and they're like, finally, Trump's acting presidential. And I remember telling my friend that I was sitting with at the time, I was like, anytime you turn on Fox News and MSNBC and they're agreeing, that's something that's bad for you in the country.
That's scary.
Yeah, almost every time. Now, there could be general things like, you know, hey, we should get food. But you know what I mean? On those policies.
Yeah, exactly.
Particularly
On
foreign
policies, yeah.
Particularly, yeah, and that's just it. And again, what more is there to say that you can see this playing out in real time? That's why Tucker's gone from Fox. You know, Fox, they could criticize Biden on the economy and on, you know, this and that and the other, but everybody has to be in lockstep when it comes to that shit. The real stuff that matters, the real power, the real money, that's lockstep. You can't question it. It was very similar during COVID. And I know I'm on YouTube. I don't know if you're streaming YouTube. I don't care. I'll say the word.
I'm streaming on YouTube. If you can use the term like lockdowns and stuff.
All
but
right,
you can't,
we'll say
I'll
pandemic.
get a notification where it's like YouTube will say like mafia style, change the subject.
Yeah,
If,
okay. We'll say the
but it should be
pandemic,
fine.
when you saw at the beginning of it, there was no pushback or there was no nuanced discussion about policy prescriptions like lockdowns. It was always just repetitive. Do you want grandma to die? Do you want grandma to die? Do you want grandma to? That's not an argument. It's not. No, I don't want grandma to die. Now what? What's that have to do with what I'm saying? Right? That I think you're going to kill grandma with your lockdowns. How about that? You know, abortion. To get into this, it's amazing to me how feckless the Republicans are when it comes to this abortion conversation post Dodd decision, because you always want to go on offense. Now, I don't know how you feel particularly on abortion.
Take Ben Shapiro. No, not Ben Shapiro. Sen Shapiro. That's basically my position.
Okay.
So
All right. So you would be like total no morning
yeah,
after
basically, yeah.
morning after pills and
abolition is
abortion to you.
basically-
That's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not the mainstream position in this country. It's not.
No, I know.
Right.
Neither in mine. Mine actually has, I think, after 6 weeks. So we're not as hardcore as like some liberal states in the U.S. But it is in Europe. It's actually I think it's about the same as in some states in the U.S.
Yeah. So just looking at it, regardless of what your particular position is, if you look at it from the outside, if you didn't care about the issue and you're just fascinated about the gamesmanship of it. So Roe gets overturned. The argument to be made was that it never was, the Supreme Court had no right to create law. It's supposed to interpret law. There is nothing about the right to privacy that entails a right to an abortion. There's just not. If they want that to, it should be up to the states. That's what the Constitution says. If it's not in the Constitution, the 10th Amendment says it's up to the states, unless Congress wants to pass an amendment, which is fine. But, and I debated this. This was one of our topics in like 2004. What's likely to happen is both sides that are the most vocal actually don't have popular support. The most popular position is something like this. Abortion is something that is tragically necessary sometimes, but never something to be celebrated. It should be offered and made available to people in the early trimester, but as soon as possible, we should have a cutoff. We should do everything else outside of abortion possible. But if it is necessary, it should be in early trimester, only in rare exceptions after that, and something like rape or incest. And that's it. No late term. That would, in my estimation, you can tell me if you think I'm wrong. In my estimation...
No, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think that's probably the most common held belief. And I would say that, from what I've heard in debates, that especially this topic in the U.S., that I don't think the topic of abortion is as left-leaning as people think. Like, there's a lot of people saying, "Oh, most Americans support abortion," but I think a lot of the surveys done on that is a bit skewed, because what does it mean to be for and against abortion? For example, I would be defined as someone who's against abortion. Like, I'm not pro-life. I'm an abolitionist, so I would be like against abortion. But my position is like completely extreme compared to like the average person.
Sure.
But someone who says like, "Oh, I'm for abortion at 6 weeks," or "I'm for abortion at like for rape and incest," they will still be put in the bracket of like being pro-abortion.
Correct.
Because they're a bit skewed. I don't think it is as popular.
Yeah, the polling on, I totally agree with you.
say.
The polling on it is absolute shit. I'm just telling my gut feeling of what I think the consensus position would be. A plurality of Americans, I think, are close to what I said. Now, there's extreme people on both sides of it, but I think if the consensus would be somewhere about where I said here. So both sides then have an impetus to point to the extreme and make that represent the side they're arguing against. So the pro-choice side would want to point to your position, right? They'd be like, wow, they don't even want the morning after pill, and if some poor girl's raped, they have to... And they've been very good at that. Very good. They've been very good at controlling the narrative, and they have the ability to control the narrative because they control almost every institution. Like, almost all social media is ran by lefties that would be pro-choice. Almost all of our mainstream media is. Almost all of our corporate America. Almost all of our academia. Almost all of our entertainment industry. So they have the ability to craft the narrative. But the pro-life side has been terrible at pushing back on this. They'll say, nuh-uh. They'll play defense. Nuh-uh, that's not everyone's position. You know, we think it should be left up to the states, or, you know, we just want a heartbeat ban, or whatever, you know.
You know what's funny? I'll just make a quick point, because you mentioned the attitude of the left where they'll like go on offense, and people will. I mean, I think it's a pretty common thing for people on the right. They don't like standing firm in their position, and I'm not sure why, because when I argue with people, for example, and they bring up, let's take the abortion example, because we're talking about that. Let's say someone says to me, "Oh, well, what if she was raped?" I've started, and I think a lot of people on the right who are against abortion do this as well. They throw it right back, because basically the argument of like, what if she was raped, is an emotional argument.
Correct.
It's not really like, it's not based on logic. It's not based on like an actual like argumentation. It's basically just like, here's an extreme case. Are you for it or against it? And what I always do is, if they throw that at me, I always respond back to, well, do you want to murder a child because the mother was raped? You're going to punish the child for what the father committed? So I'll throw the emotional argument straight back at them. And because usually when people use an argument like that, it's just a bad faith argument to not be. If you actually had a good argument, you wouldn't use that. Right.
Well, so you can talk about those fringe cases, you can. But the real answer is this, right? Because this is going to get complicated, but I understand that both sides of this debate can, in good faith, have things that they're concerned about. And hopefully I could sell this to you and the audience. You're pro-life, so clearly it's an easy case to be made. If you think that it is literally a human life and baby at conception, then it's murder. That's it. That's easy to wrap your head around. Basically, your position is murder is bad. right? That's it.
Yeah.
That's easy to understand, right? So even if I'm on the left, if I'm pro-choice and I disagree with you, I would say, well, I understand why you're so passionate about it because you believe it's murder. I disagree with you that it's a life. By the way, this isn't my position. I'm just saying hypothetically if I'm arguing,
I know.
right? I disagree with you that it's a life, but I understand if you believe it's a life, then you think these are hundreds of thousands of murders occurring a year. So I understand why you're so passionate. I also understand why the pro-choice people are passionate because I sympathize with the my body, my choice argument because I'm a small government person. I don't want the government telling me what I have to do with my own body. For example, let's say that, some crazy illness comes around and all of a sudden they're locking us down over that crazy illness. And they're saying, you have to take this medication or you can't travel. Or you can't go to work. Fuck you. That's tyranny. So I understand that. I understand if you literally are like, I don't think this is a life, and I think this is just a tool for the government to tell people, particularly women, how they have to use their bodies. I understand the passion, right? I would say that the murder supersedes that, but that's just my personal opinion. I think both me and you could defend that quite easily, that murder's a bigger deal. But nonetheless, that's the argument. I understand. And I don't mind talking to someone in good faith that's like, listen, if we're trying to compromise on this in some way, if we're trying to have a nuanced discussion, there can be utility in talking in fringe cases because it can get us to sort of understand each other's philosophical underpinnings for why we hold our beliefs. So if someone that I trust is like, what about if someone's raped? I'll give them an honest answer, kind of like what you said. It's tragic, it's horrific. But if you wouldn't murder the baby, let's say that, I would say no, you still wouldn't allow the abortion in that case. Once we say whatever the metric is, 14 weeks, 15 weeks, heartbeat, whatever. Once you believe that that's a human life, I don't think that you have the right to say that human life should be murdered because of the tragic circumstance surrounding the human. I don't. And it would be similar to saying, if let's say a girl's kidnapped and raped and held against her will and then gives birth, and then 5 days after the birth, she breaks free with the baby, right? She escapes the kidnapper. The kidnapper's arrested. The rapist is arrested. And she's like, well, I can't be a mom. Kill the baby. Would you do it? And of course you would say,
then it gets really awkward for them because
right. They would have to say, if they're any sort of human, they would say, of course not. Well, what's the difference? Well, it's no longer her body. Well, then the question's no longer about killing a life. You would agree if it's a human life that you can't kill it. So if I believe it's a human life, the tragedy of the circumstance is irrelevant to whether or not I could snuff out the life. That's how I would interpret that, right? But as you say, most of the time this argument's not brought up in good faith. It is brought up in a strategic sense. And the strategic sense is we want to control the narrative. And so they point to that because they know that's a difficult question. That's super difficult. That's a fucking bullet to bite to have to say that. And so someone out there that's like not strongly opinionated on abortion might say, that's really fucked up. I can't believe Rob just said that. Right? Because they're thinking about it emotionally. And you understand why they would think about it emotionally. The way to counter this isn't just to give the argument I just gave. It is to also go on the offense. And the narrative that the pro-life people should be making is, you might think it's heinous that we would have this belief about rape victims. But you want to know what the opposition side believes? They believe you could kill that baby at 9 months. They believe that literally, as birth is occurring, if the woman and the doctor both agree, kill the baby, they'll kill it right there. That's what they believe. And my bet is the average person finds that more heinous. They find that more despicable. And you want to know what the beauty is? This isn't even, not only is that the accurate portrayal of what the left's interpretation of abortion rights are, but that is the mainstream interpretation. So everything that we've talked about so far is using your interpretation of pro-life, which you would admit is not the average right-wing perspective. It is the most extreme pro-life position, correct?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I think the only like the most extreme one would probably say like even if a woman's life was in danger, you couldn't terminate the
That's true.
pregnancy.
Yeah, you're fair.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair. Yeah.
it's basically right on the edge. It's right on the
Right.
edge.
And like you're not in the United States. I think Zen Shapiro is though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, he is. He is.
I don't think Zen's wielding the levers of power in the Republican Party, do you?
No.
Right. And so, but when they criticize and they say this is what all pro-lifers think, that's just not true. Very few pro-lifers think that way. And those that do, it's not a position that's really winning many elections. But the left, it's the mainstream. It's not a fringe position to say.
Can I ask regarding that? Because
Yeah.
I obviously I'm not from the U.S.,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't engage with America. I have a few American friends that I've met here in my country, but I have not been to the U.S. and actually spoken with Americans like face to face in their country. How why is it that the Democrat Party decides to have the most extreme like it's basically like they believe 9-month abortion, right? Yeah, why is it that they decide to make that their like basically whole party per like opinion or perspective on abortion when it's not remotely close to being what the mainstream people believe in?
Two things. And they very much go together, right? One, they don't understand that that's their position. And second, that position has to be their position because it's the only offensive position against their opponents that they know. All the left knows is to be emotionally effective. And so when you argue with them, you're a bigot, you're a racist, right? That's all they know. So they have to say, that's the well that they constantly go back to because most of them can't argue on a factual basis. In fact, 90% of the time that you see someone who would call themselves a person who is educated in looking into abortion on the left and on the right, the pro-life side crushes them with the facts.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yes.
Every time. Almost always the pro-choice people will resort to emotional appeals. Because when it comes to like, well, let's look at what the procedure of abortion actually is. Let's look at what a fetus actually is. And once you get into that, and by the way, this is why in 92 they reheard Roe v. Wade, right? So Roe v. Wade, I think, was 76. In 92, it was Casey was the name of the Supreme Court decision. And the argument to bring Casey back up was we have a bunch of new medical information. We now know more about a fetus, and we now viability is much stronger at a younger fetal age than it was previously because of advances in technology. So we need to rehear this case because if we're legitimizing murders, that's a really bad thing. And unfortunately, the Supreme Court at the time in 92, they gave a 15-page decision that was just a defense of stare decisis, which is just basically Latin for precedent. They were just like, we got to follow the Roe court, and obviously Dodd overdoes that, but that's where we stood on abortion in the United States since 92. Casey, everyone thinks Roe v. Wade was the most recent abortion decision. No, it was Casey in 92, at least.
Yeah,
landmark.
I've heard of the case, but I have not read all the. I know the Roe versus Wade because that's
Everyone
more
knows
recent.
that. Basically,
Yeah.
and then you're not faulted anyways for not knowing Casey because Casey just said, we agree with Roe. Right? They didn't say, here was the new information presented and here's why we still agree with Roe. They just said, no, we agree with Roe. It's important to continue precedent. That's basically what they said, which isn't talking about abortion at all. So anyways, the reason that they've adopted this position is because they need to smear you by saying, you're a bigot towards women. You want to control women. And so the rhetorically effective way of saying that is, and anyone listening can tell me if I'm wrong, and you can tell me if I'm wrong. They say, ad nauseum, you were talking about like talking points. Ad nauseum, the talking point is this. Abortion should be a decision between a woman and her doctor. Period. That's what they say, ad nauseum. Every mainstream Democrat says it. Every single one. It should be between a woman and her daughter. And I'll prove it even further. I could prove it even further that that's the mainstream position. In my state of Pennsylvania, Dr. Oz, who was not a candidate I was excited for the Republicans, debates John Fetterman, basically a human vegetable. Right?
Yeah, I saw that. How did he lose to like a mental patient? How did that happen?
Because how you vote's more important than what you're voting for. because of ballot harvesting and message control and things like that. There wasn't a candidate that would have beat John Fetterman. There was not one possible Republican candidate that would have beat John Fetterman because the RNC is so fucking bad that they don't have a game to get the vote out using the new voting systems that, by the way, state-level Republicans approved because they were shitting their pants about COVID. So if you're in Pennsylvania and you're wondering why John Fetterman's your senator, thank your Republican state legislators for signing off on the way we vote changing because they were scared shitless of COVID. And by the way, they haven't done shit. Not one person in a position of leadership in Pennsylvania in the RNC has changed, and it'll be the same fucking story in 2024. Just saying, it's going to be the same thing. It does not matter who you put up. Unless it's a landslide in popularity for the person Republicans put up, they will lose Pennsylvania. Because Republicans won't take seriously ballot harvesting and things like that. They just say it's not fair. They're right, it's not fair, and it's probably it definitely should be outlawed. But it's not going to be. So instead of just saying it's not fair, they should say we're going to challenge the legality of it, but we're also going to use it legally to the best of our ability. But they're not doing that. So that's how he lost. But anyways, that's sort of a sidetrack. In the debate, this is what gets brought up. Dr. Oz has asked his position about abortion, which is actually a reasonable thing to ask him even outside of a debate for Senate because he's a physician. So that would make sense. You would ask a doctor. And Dr. Oz gives an answer that's basically something like this. He says, he's giving sort of the Republican version of a pro-choice argument. He's saying, well, it's a difficult decision and we shouldn't blame, the people who go through it. And but we don't want the federal government weighing in on it. We think it should be up to a woman and her doctor and local officials. And he's basically making a 10th Amendment argument. He's saying, look, each state should be able to make up their own mind, which actually is not a bad argument. It's sort of...
that's what I would make, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. So, hey...
In the democracy sense, yeah, I would.
We have to follow the rules, and the Constitution says this is how it should be done. I'm running for federal government, so I really wouldn't have a say. The state legislators should vote on what the abortion policy should be. So that's kind of the argument Dr. Oz is making. The Democrats and the media went fucking berserk. They went insane. You could look it up. There's articles USA Today and Politico and the New York Times, and Democrats were going on TV. What does Dr. Oz mean? A woman, her doctor, and local officials? So what, your local male alderman is sitting there with you while you're with your doctor? A man is in the room while you're in labor? Some other guy? Why should some random politician have any say in your reproductive rights? That's their position. That's their fucking position. Now, Joe Schmo that you're talking to, random fucking streamer that I talk to that's an idiot, some left-wing streamer, like 99% that I talk to, they haven't thought this through. They just repeat that talking point too. Yep, her body, her choice, between a woman and her doctor, between a woman and her doctor, between a woman and her doctor. And so then when you're like, okay, so then you're for 9-month abortions. Oh, no, I'm not for that. What do you mean you're not for that? You said it's only between a woman and her doctor. If the woman and the doctor both say, we're going to give a 9-month abortion, well, but very rarely is it for elective reasons. That's not true. It's not very rarely for elective reasons, but let's, for the sake of argument, say that it is true. Okay, the question is, should it legally be allowed to happen? Because even once would be a murder, right? If you think it's an illegitimate abortion, that's a murder. You just murdered a 9-month fetus, which I call a baby. So do you think it should be illegal to do that? And they'll either, like my friend Keyline Platypus here, which I think is one of the most grotesque things.
Hey, what's up, Keyline?
One of the most grotesque things about him, he'll say, yeah, you should be allowed to kill that baby. It's horrific. It's evil beyond comprehension almost. It's disgusting. Yeah. Or what most will do, they'll say, well, no, I think there could be a law saying you can't do that. And it's like, oh, so then you're just like Dr. Oz. You want some random male politician in the room with that woman? She disagrees with you. It's her body, her choice. And they'll say, well, obviously there's limits. Once it crosses a limit that it's like, this is obviously a human life, then we wouldn't allow it. And then you get to, exactly, that's our position. We just disagree on when it's a human life. They know.
You'll be surprised how many people think that like regurgitating like political slogans is like an argument. I see this shit like in my daily life all the time, and I don't know why people think like people should be ashamed of like going into a debate with someone and then regurgitating like a political like slogan by a politician. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, did you learn anything in school regarding like rhetoric or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, it's even when I ran for Congress, I ran against 24 people for a congressional seat in a special election. Most of them were involved in politics, and I was intimidated a little at first. And the first event we did was in a small county. It was the only event where all of the people running sat in the room together, and the audience just asked questions, and everyone could respond if they wanted. Every other event was you went into a room with the audience by yourself, so none of the other candidates got to hear what you were saying. I loved that first platform. No one knew me. So you were allowed, they would ask a question, and then anyone who wanted to answer could answer. There were 24 people running. I think probably 12 of us were at that, 10 to 12 were at that event. I raised my hand every fucking time. I'm like, the more I speak, the better I am. Because my problem is I have no name recognition. So I need these people to know me. So I'm going to talk as much as possible, right? So I'm like, I'll answer every question. You can ask me, what's better, cake or pie? I'll give you a 5-minute answer. I don't give a shit, that was my goal. And I was intimidated because I'm like, well, these people are career politicians. They're going to be really good. I couldn't believe it. Everything they said was just a boilerplate. Well, I'm pro-life. Okay, what's that mean? Huh? You're pro-life. You're running for federal government. Right now, Roe v. Wade has made the decision up to the courts. Can you argue against Roe v. Wade and the Casey decision? Well, I'm like, what are you going to do? Are you going to fight for an amendment? Well, okay, if Roe v. Wade's overturned, it goes back to the states. So how are you going to influence state legislator? And like they had no clue.
Yeah, they're retarded, and they're supposed to run the country.
Right.
I don't know.
I'm pro Second Amendment. Okay, what's that mean? I'm pro small government. I didn't know this until afterwards, right? When I left, my wife's like, when you brought up the 10th Amendment, all of them were on their phones looking up what it was. So like 3 days later, I go with my campaign manager, Tom. We had another event. It was in another place. And I walked in. All the candidates were like backstage kind of. And everyone's like, hey, what's up, Mr. 10th Amendment? They thought it was a joke because I knew the 10th Amendment. And these are Republicans. One of those dudes was our congressperson. Now, he lost his seat, not because he lost an election, but because Pennsylvania lost one representative and they redistricted. So he ended up losing his seat because of that. But that dude won. He beat me. And all it was bumper plate slogans. That's it. And it's the same. Yeah. All these people I debate. Did you watch that debate I had the other night for 6 hours with that Mojo Rising guy?
I watched some of it. I think I watched the first 2 hours, then I fell asleep, and then I woke up again after like a couple hours. And then I asked in chat, is this still the same guy?
Same guy.
And half the chat said yes, and the other half said no. So I actually didn't know
it was the same guy. Yeah, well, average debate enjoyer the other night, I talked to him, then I talked to Pisco afterwards, but you would know Pisco's voice. But no, that Mojo night was just that guy the whole night. Like, that's exactly what you're talking about. That's a guy that knew nothing. He knows nothing. He knows a couple, like he knows what CNN said or New York Times, or that's been repeated over and over. So he knows the catchphrases, and then he'll know a couple of points, right? Well, the Mueller report found that Trump's campaign manager Manafort, he was giving polling data to a Russian. Right. He was giving polling data that was basically publicly available to a Ukrainian who also was used by the Obama State Department as one of their greatest allies to counter Russian influence. That's your big gotcha? But all they know is that CNN told him that was a Russian.
Yeah.
He was giving... Who cares if it was? He gave polling data? What the fuck does that mean? So what? Polling data? It's not like, he was giving state nuclear secrets. He gave polling data. He has the right to give polling data to whoever the fuck he wants. It's polling data. They paid for it. They could give it. And the reason, by the way, if you're curious, the reason Manafort was giving polling data to Klemenich was because Manafort's a shady dude. What he was trying to do, though, is fucking get a bunch of money because he was a lobbyist for Ukraine, and then he wasn't there anymore. So he's going back to town and they're like, oh yeah, you're Trump's campaign manager. That's interesting. And they believe probably like everyone in the world, Trump doesn't have a chance. So then Manafort's like, holy shit, we're going to win this thing. So he likes running around with this polling data like, you fucking see this? We're going to win. Sure you don't want to enter any business arrangements with me? That's what he's doing. It's not that he's trying to steal the election with Russia. Now, you might say, well, that's pretty shitty that Trump took a corrupt guy like that. Well, yeah, wait until you hear about the Podestas that Hillary's team picked, you know? Yeah, sure. Washington's a fucking swamp, and Trump picked a bunch of real shitty people. No complaint here. Of course. Right? I criticize Trump for that shit all the time. But that's...
Yeah, I think that's funny you mentioned that, because I noticed that we can probably get into that, but whenever you argued with, I think the last time you argued with Destiny regarding the, what was it? I think it was
Burisma?
Burisma, but you talked about a prosecutor, and it was Trump that had appointed the prosecutor?
Yeah.
It's funny how you're presenting an argument, and then the own that they respond with is, well, he made a bad, he picked the guy who's like an idiot or like corrupt, and it's like, so what? Like, how is that a counter to any of the things that like is
Because
being laid out?
they're not listening to me. That's the problem. I make it very clear. I think I do a pretty clear, easy to understand overview. Anyone who watches my show at any length of time would say Rob's big issue is this. He feels that our institutions are corrupt and that there is a two-tiered justice system that's really picking winners and choosers, and that's what he focuses on, criticizing that system, right? And then part of that would be, I feel Republicans at the top level and Democrats are basically on the same team in that. I think there's a uniparty. It's establishment people versus populist people.
Yeah.
That's what I think. So I'll say this, and I'm like, let me give you examples of how there's a two-tier justice system at the FBI, right? And I'll start doing it, and they'll say, but Trump appointed that one guy. Or that guy, James Comey was a Republican, so... Because what they're doing is, they're arguing with me as if I'm saying Republicans good, Democrats bad. That's not what I'm saying. Or they're arguing with me saying Rob defends Trump and we think Trump's bad. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm defending the mistreatment of Trump. Or I'm criticizing the mistreatment of Trump. I'm defending Trump as a victim of mistreatment. But that doesn't mean that I have to say, therefore, everything Trump did was good. So when their argument is, well, Trump appointed Christopher Wray. Yeah, he fucked up. And they just look at you like slack-jawed, like, oh, or that guy's a Republican, so why would he go after Trump? Well, that's pretty much my whole argument, you dumb shit.
It's
right?
like they don't understand. There's the establishment Republicans, and then there's like the populist Republicans. It's as if these people are so disconnected from the other side of like the political spectrum. Because it's funny, because we here on the right, we follow a lot of what the left does, like people on the left, because they're very dominant in the culture and very dominant in the news. But for some reasons, like there are people. I remember this. I think this is a long time ago. This was back when Nick Fuentes was starting to become popular with Groyper Wars, where basically they would. I'm not sure if your audience knows this, or if you do. Have you any idea what it is?
I have no. Are you talking about the Groypers fighting Kiwi Farms?
No. This is recent. This is a long time ago.
Oh, no, I don't know.
This was maybe like a year after Trump became president.
Oh, okay.
But basically, it was there's establishment Republicans and there's the populist Republicans, but there's also the pro-Israel like Republicans, which is basically almost everyone. And the funny thing was how you had the Groypers. This was how Nick Fuentes originally got popular. Was this specific event? What he would do is he was banned from the events, even though they claimed to be a free speech event, and anyone with any opinion could show up and argue and ask questions. He was banned from the event. So what would happen was they would have like people like Charlie Kirk or Donald Trump Jr. stand on the stage and, talk about, oh, we are a marketplace of free ideas. And then people in the audience who were fans of Nick Fuentes, they would go on the Q&A, and then they would do the most bare minimum. They would just go up and they'll go to the microphone and they'll go like, so what's the deal with foreign aid to Israel? Like, why are we sending like $5 billion a year to Israel? Like, Israel has nuclear weapons. They can defend themselves. Why are we doing this? And then immediately it's just like, shut it all down. Microphones ripped out of their hands. Shut up. We're not talking with Nazis. And the funny thing was, they used the exact same argumentation for why they didn't want to platform Nazis as the left does.
Right.
So it's like I'm sitting here going, okay, so you claim to be a free marketplace of ideas, and then someone says an opinion you disagree with, and because we all know why, it was because all their donors are
Sure.
like,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So it was so funny watching how the right did like a complete 180 in like a split second. The second their money was like getting like slightly hurt. So that was surreal, because then it felt like, because that's still, even today, even though I'm a pretty extreme Christian, it's still probably one of my most important positions ever. It's probably free speech. I believe like the idea that people can share ideas and like debate topics and stuff is probably one of the most important things. Now I've become a lot more not as, I used to be very pro, like basically like a free speech absolutist.
Mm-hmm.
Until I figured out that child porn is
Right.
technically
That's
also is a topic.
porn.
So exactly.
Yeah, and
so
all forms
it
of
changed my opinion on that.
Right,
Yeah,
all forms of pornography. Like, for example, let's
Yes.
say that I'm a library. Like, I'm a public library, and I say, oh, because public tax dollars are going there, this should be a free speech venue, right? And they're like, sweet, we just want to air pornography. It's like, well, kids are going to be there, so no. Oh, so you're not for free speech?
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the problem. Like, this maybe isn't where you wanted this conversation to go, but this is something, it's difficult to talk about. But I was talking to a friend, Carlos, of mine, about this earlier today. And abortion's an issue that's like this as well. It is very rare, but easier in most ways, to be an absolutist on things. So, for example, the two groups of people I talk to in general that would be absolutist are like hardcore leftist communist authoritarians that would believe you never have a right to private property or personal property. Everything you do should be controlled by the government. Now, I deal with a lot of fringe lefties, but very few are that radical, right? Like, you shouldn't make any choice for yourself. The government should make them all. Then you have on the opposite end sort of the anarcho-capitalists. They're like, we don't think the state should exist. We don't think government should exist. And so it's easy then. A topic comes up. Do you think lockdown should occur? One side says, yes, you should always be locked down. The government should always tell you what to do. Other side says, no, there's never an excuse for lockdowns, right? So then the pandemic hits. Well, that's easy for them. Both sides know what to say, right? But 99.9% of people aren't those sides. And so those people are eventually going to be arguing about thresholds. They're going to say, at what point do I accept that the government could lock you down? And you might be saying, but wait a minute, I would be against lockdowns forever. Would you? What if ISIS launches a dirty bomb in New York City and spreads a virus, right? And it's killing millions of people. Does the government have the right to quarantine them? What do you think?
Yeah, I would say yeah.
Me too, right? So then it's like, well, then you're not a libertarian. You're not an anarcho-capitalist. You're saying that sometimes the government does have the right to lock people down. And that's how we feel about this pandemic. We feel that this is one of those times. And I say, no, it's not. And then they're like, well, what's your threshold? Why is one acceptable and not the other? And I have to say, well, here's all the reasons that this position. And then oftentimes debates get very nuanced. It's like, well, what's your specific threshold? And that's almost impossible to do.
Yeah, like, you can't define it 100%.
Exactly. That's exactly right. And it becomes frustrating, and it becomes difficult to then defend your position in that sort of environment where it's like, well, I don't know how to articulate exactly what, but if you're making a law, you have to have the exact articulation. So when it comes to like free speech absolutism, no, I'm not a free speech absolutist. But I believe that basically all political questions should be fair game. I do. That includes criticism of Israel or criticism of Palestine or criticism of the culture of white people or criticism of the culture of black people or criticism of men or women or the LGBT community or the Christian community. All of it's fair game to me. That's all fair game. That doesn't mean that if I am hosting an event and someone decides they're going to stand up and just be like, I'm going to shout racial slurs at everyone in the audience for 5 minutes, I'd probably say no. Sorry, no.
Yeah, I think there's a meme of that for it's an old one, but I guess it's the guy who goes into Disneyland. So it's a private area owned by Disney, and they say, okay, you can come into Disneyland, but you have to follow our rules. And you go, okay, and then the guy just starts like shouting the N-word at everyone in public, and then he gets thrown out, and he goes, what about my free speech? There is a point where you can't like. I think it's I remember this was like when Jordan Peterson was getting protested like in Canada due to Bill C-16.
Yeah. How's that going for? They told us that wasn't a big threat. Now he's going to lose his license. Looks like he was right, you know. Yeah.
He was right, and I believe there was a dad that actually did get like charged because he refused to use gender pronouns in
with his
court.
child. Yeah.
Yeah, which is fucking insane. But that's Canada. They're special people. Yeah.
You get what you deserve, yeah.
Yeah, but basically, one of the arguments is that I think we also saw when Elon Musk opened up Twitter because he basically said like we're gonna do free speech. Obviously, that didn't happen, but he said we're gonna do free speech, and then what people did was they pushed that to the absolute like maximum, right. where I think there was a whole Twitter account dedicated to tracking where Elon Musk's kids were, like if they were flying in planes.
Right.
And I would argue that, yes, that falls under free speech, but it's pretty obvious they're trying to
intimidate him. Yeah, right.
Exactly, yeah. So they're using our position to basically fuck us over, yeah.
It's difficult. So then it becomes this threshold issue, and oftentimes it's with the government it's one thing, but with me as an individual, I'll tell you right now, oftentimes it's a gut feeling. You know, so I'll be honest, like I'll leave shit go on my channel, but sometimes I'm like, no, but I'm not the government, so who gives a fuck? You know, people make this mistake. They're like, well, you're free speech, but you banned me from your chat. Well, that to me is the equivalent of like, I think you should have the right to say what you're saying, but I don't have to let you in my house and yell about it.
Yeah, it's your platform.
Right, get the fuck out. That's different than saying, should it be banned from Twitch on whole? If you make a Twitch channel and say the same thing, should you be banned? No, I don't think so, right? Because if Twitch is going to be given special protections, you know, from the government that treats them as a platform and not as a publisher, then yeah, I think that you probably should be able to say that shit. But I don't have to let you say it in my channel, you know. And I everyone knows that. They're just being facetious when they pretend to. Oh, I thought you were free speech. Fuck you. You know.
Yeah, I will say this. I should probably have done some more research on this specific topic before I talking with you. But I might send you an article at some point that I think you should be interested in reading, because a lot of when it comes to online censorship, because that's a very important topic for me, because the sites that I use are heavily, especially Kiwi Farms, is constantly on attack, like on the defense, and it's basically like a one-man army at this point. And it's not just the internet, but it's also like I think you have seen this in your life. You're older than me. How it used to be like in a capitalist society, they would have all these companies competing for like who can produce the best product, who can get the most amount of growth or whatever. And now it's like how many oil companies is there in the U.S. Two? Whereas like 10, 15 years ago there was like 6, and 50 years ago there was like 30, 50. So the amount of companies that exist in the world is shrinking, and the amount of power they have is growing. And one of the things that's really interesting to see is a lot of Republicans, and I think even you have mentioned this before, about how the topic of what's it called? The one with the Section 230.
Yeah.
They keep arguing about Section 230 about it's both a publisher and they are a platform, but they act like publishers.
Sure.
And I know this from my side of the internet. One of the biggest problems facing the internet is payment processors. The idea that a company like MasterCard or Visa can literally prevent you from making money. Like imagine how insane that is if if I have $5 and you have $5, we can exchange money like in the hands, no problem. But basically, payment processors basically just go, "Oh, you wanna give this guy money? We're not gonna allow that."
Right. Yeah, it's great.
And there's nothing you can do.
And increasingly, that's becoming a necessity. By the way, the left knows this, right?
Yeah, they do.
One of the issues that was, this is going to sound, I don't know. You live in Denmark? You said. Are you in sort of a more urban area or a rural area?
Bro, I live in a ghetto.
Okay.
I can literally hear gunshots outside of my window. It's not
Jesus.
that bad, but no, it's not that bad. But it is. It basically, I'm the only guy with a ethnically Danish name like Hansen or Johnson or whatever. Everything else here is Indian or Pakistani. But yeah, I live in an urban area, very urban. I'd say.
Where I'm from in rural Pennsylvania, and the district I was running for Congress, one of the big talking points in both the Republican and Democratic circles was broadband internet. Right. And one of the things they talked about was it's hard to convince businesses to stay in an area that don't have access to reliable internet, because our economies have changed so much that sort of the ability to have communications through the internet or to have payment through things that would come through the internet, like payment processors, it's almost at this point a necessity to start a business. You can't do it the old way. You can't, it's so hard at this point to just be like a cash only business. It's damn near impossible, right? And so if you're online, if you're in this space, what I'm doing right now, I literally could not do this as my job. I don't do this as my job. But if I was to quit my job and do this as my job, if all the payment processors simultaneously would be like, yeah, dude, no, we're not going to allow people to pay you, what would be my option? What's my option? You'd be fucked. I have nothing. Like, I could be like, let me give you my, I will give you a mailing address that you could send checks to. Like, who's going to do that? That's it. You're out of business, right? Now, that's for a streamer. Imagine that you're a business that operates through, selling things online. You're fucked.
Facebook?
Right. You're fucked if the payment processor goes out. Now they're taking it even further, by the way. They're going further than payment processors. I don't know if you saw Nigel Farage. They closed his bank account in the UK. Right, because he was the UKIP guy. Like, so now that's going to be the next step, and we've seen it, like banks giving out information to January 6 people. We've seen banks close down. Enrique Tarrio from the Proud Boys, they closed down his bank account like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, they did it to Kanye as well.
Yeah,
which was nuts. He's one of the richest people in the world, can't have access to his bank account. That's insane.
It's fucking insane, right? And then remember, I don't know if you remember this. You remember when PayPal put out that memo that was like, this is like months ago. It's so funny how people forget this shit. And corporations, like, they know how to change the narrative so fast. It's amazing. But PayPal put out this memo that was basically like, if you engage in hate speech, we could like remove you from the platform and charge you money for each time. It was something like $1,500 per violation. So it's like
per N-word.
Yeah. So
each N-word is $5.
Like imagine that you're like, okay, whatever. I don't even use PayPal anymore. Like me, I have a PayPal account. Sometimes I use it, but not often. Not many people are donating me money. But imagine that I just even forget it's there, and then 3 months from now, all of a sudden I'm talking about elections and whatever they now deem what I say about elections are hate speech. And so they're just like, okay, you owe us $10,000. What? So we took all the money out of your PayPal account that you had there, and you still owe us $800. And everyone was like, what the fuck is this shit?
Yeah, and there's nothing you can do because there's nothing you can go to. There's no other company, and you can't start your own.
Right.
Because no one has. I think if you do the math, I think you probably, if you wanted to start your own payment processor, you'll probably look into like maybe between 13 or like $15 million.
Well, I don't know about that because Andrew Wilson basically did it.
Well, I know for like that scale, but if you wanted to have like for like a huge company or like not a huge company, your own company that has transactions between so many people, it's basically impossible. You can do it. It's very complicated and very expensive to get that. And
then it goes further than that even. Now I admit to knowing far less about this because I'm technologically illiterate, basically, but. Like with domain hosting and shit like that, right? So you remember Rumble became the biggest app on the App Store after a bunch of shit was going on. And so what happened? Apple was like, we're not going to leave Rumble on the App Store. And then like whoever does the domain hosting or whatever was like, we're not going to allow Rumble on here. And so then the argument was, if you don't like it, see, Facebook and Twitter aren't a monopoly. If you don't like it, build your own Facebook.
Yeah, build your own international
right, so Rumble's like, sure,
website.
We'll build our own. And they're like, well, we're not going to host it on the internet. So build your own internet. And at some point, it gets so fucking ridiculous. You're like, wait, what? If it is that integral to our way of life and to our public narrative, right? That it's like, well, you literally, unless you would be an insane billionaire that could build this shit from the ground up, you're fucked. You can't communicate. They could deperson you. They could literally, like, let me give you an example. You know who Stefan Molyneux is?
Yes, I do.
Where's he?
Wiped off the face of the
Right.
earth.
I don't give a shit if you agree with him or not. That's not the point. But the point is,
No, I know what you mean.
the dude was getting mad views. Now where is he? Just gone, because a bunch of sites were like, no, won't deal with it. You know, and it's like, I understand that the stupid fucking lefties are like, well, Orange Man bad, and his supporters are bad, and these groups are bad, and blah, blah, blah. So fuck them anyways. We don't care. You know, and they'll, and I'll get to this in a second, but like they willfully don't want to hear the facts. Right, so many of them sincerely believe, it's not happening. Right-wingers aren't being censored. Trump supporters aren't being censored. It's not happening. But it's because, like that Mojo Rising guy said the other day, when we got into the specific details of my conspiracy theory, he said, I just don't care. And so it took a little pressing from me. But I was like, why don't you care? And basically, after an hour and a half of pressing, he was like, because I don't like Trump. He doesn't care if the FBI is corrupt against Trump, because even if they are, great, Trump sucks. He's a danger. So because of that, it's not that he believes, yes, the FBI is corrupt against Trump, and I'm okay with it. He just doesn't care to look because he's afraid it might find out, oh, yes, the FBI is corrupt. And then he would have to say, but I still don't care. So why even look into it? You could just be willfully ignorant.
And also,
say, I don't know.
why even debate then? If your position is, I don't care what you say, because I'll never change my position on anything, and I'm not interested in having my mind changed on anything whatsoever, then why even engage?
Well, the engagement is to silence people. So his whole point was, I don't want to talk about specifics. I want to call you a dangerous conspiracy theorist. And I was like, define conspiracy theory. He basically couldn't do that.
Yes, I remember that. He couldn't do it.
Right, so he couldn't do that. But the point is, it's like, even if he's not for censorship, he understands the implications of that. If you say, this person is spreading disinformation and that will lead to violence, in today's world, the implication is, okay, shut that person up. The government has a task force for rooting out disinformation because it leads to violence. So that's why he's engaging. He's engaging because if the end goal is, I don't give a fuck, Trump is bad, so whatever gets done to him, who gives a shit? And this is what so many lefties believe. They believe they are morally superior to you, like we were talking about earlier with the doxing shit. Anything's on the table. They don't give a fuck because you're an evil person and they're a good person.
Yeah, so, I'm a Nazi and
Trump's
potentially
a Nazi.
Hitler. Yeah,
Trump will lead to World War III. Trump will lock up all the gay people and the black people. All this shit they were saying before the 2016 election. So if you sincerely believe that, wouldn't you want him and people that support him off platforms? Sure. So when I don't want to talk specifics. They don't give a shit about that. They don't give a shit about you being like, but wait a minute, I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot. I'm not spreading hateful rhetoric. They don't give a shit. They're not concerned about that. The specifics are irrelevant to them. Just shut up. So that's why they're engaging. They're not engaging because it's like, oh, I'm here to have a back and forth to see if your position's correct. They're engaging in a way where they're trying to set the framework for the discussion to be like, the discussion is, are you an evil piece of shit or not? And we're not going to get into the specifics of you defending yourself. It's sort of like the Alex Jones trial, right? Remember where he wasn't allowed to defend himself? He just had to sit there and
it's the funniest thing. He's literally on the stand. He has the opportunity to defend himself, but they say you can't defend yourself. It's
right.
Like, okay, then why am I here? Just put me in jail.
That's what they want. Their discussion is, another example of this. Eric Holder once said, this country's too cowardly to have a conversation on race. Well, that's not true. I'll talk about race anytime he wants.
Yeah, we hear it all the fucking
Nick
time.
Fuentes talk about race. Like, he'll talk. He ain't a coward. Like, there are racists that are willing to talk about race, that are white and black and Hispanic. There are non-racists that are willing to talk. There's right-wingers. There's left. All sorts of people are willing to talk about race. Certainly, the left talks about it ad nauseum. But there's an awful lot of people on the right that aren't racist bigots like myself. That's like, fuck yeah, I'll have the conversation with you. That's not what they mean, though. What they mean is, this country's not willing to just accept everything I think about race and bow down to me. That's what they mean by a conversation. By the way, that's what they mean by democracy. Democracy isn't we're making sure that every single person has a voice. When they say democracy, when they say misinformation's bad for our democracy, what they mean by democracy is our power. They don't give a shit. They don't literally. I was reading an article today that said voting is bad for democracy. Elections are bad for democracy.
I think someone missed the point.
Right, that's the whole point, right? Like, or you heard them, for example, Roe v. Wade got overturned. And one of the first criticisms I heard was, that's anti-democratic. Well, you could hate the fact that Roe v. Wade got overturned, but it is literally the opposite of the truth to say it's anti-democratic. Because Roe v. Wade was instilled by 9 unelected judges. That's the opposite of democracy.
On really shaky grounds as well.
Of course. But even if you agreed or disagreed, that's irrelevant. Just the question of, it is more democratic to have it to the states where people could vote for the people that will create the policy. But that is, that's a republic, but that is more of a closer to a democracy than fucking the judges rolling it. Right? But that was their criticism, because what they mean, and the reason that it comes off their tongue so easily, this is anti-democratic, because what they mean by democratic is our power. That's what they mean. So it doesn't even, they slip up. They don't even realize what they're saying. This is anti-democratic. Just take out the word democratic and say, this is bad for our power. That's what they're saying. Right, it is bad for your power. That's exactly.
We saw the same thing doing, I think, Brexit. When it was it was kind of a meme here in Europe, but where basically whenever there was a referendum regarding anything, if people didn't get the result that they wanted a recount, or they wanted a new
Brexit.
Thing to
Let's
vote
vote
on.
again.
Yeah, let's vote again until we get the result that we want.
Libson Treaty that in Ireland. That's literally what happened.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and it's incredibly it's evident that that's what's going on, but. So this censorship, right, the payment processors and the domains and shit like that, they're all okay with it now because they're so stupid. Like, there's different levels of this shit, right? There are the people in the established, like newsflash, I hate to tell you if you're a lefty watching, Starbucks don't give a shit about Black lives. Neither does Nike. Neither does Chase Bank. Neither does Nancy Pelosi. They don't give a fuck. They don't. They're just saying it because they know you dumb fucks will be like, yay, and ignore. Nike could have slave labor in China, but then tell you about the evils of slavery in the United States in the 18th century. That's where we're at. And you'll be like, yay, Nike, I got my new Air Jordans. Woo! Like, that's how stupid they are. And they don't realize when they cheer for these tactics like deplatforming, or they cheer for them or they're silent about it. And they, locking up, like Trump, not just Trump. I could even understand if they think Trump's a criminal and locking him up. But his lawyers and 19 other people and raiding Steve Bannon's home, and raiding Project Veritas and shit. It's like, you don't see where we're going. You don't see how eventually, if your side wins, what'll happen is people like Trump will be gone. And then the next level will be people like Steve Bannon will be gone. And then it'll be slightly more mainstream conservative people. So it might be people like Greg Gutfeld, gone. Then it'll be people like me, gone. And then who are they going to turn to? If you'd like to see a model of how this will play out, why don't you head to Twitch and look at what the radical trans community's done there? Because it started off going after right-wingers. But then once the right-wingers were either banned or just out of the space on Twitch, who'd they start going after?
They ate Destiny, bro.
Destiny. They got Sonsoul banned for like a month. And these are people that support, but they don't support it radically enough. So they're gonna, and that's exactly
it's not extreme enough.
That's what will happen. That's a microcosm of what will happen in all these institutions. You think it's funny that Alex Jones can't get a payment processor or Enrique Tarrio can't use a bank. Okay. Well, 3 years from now, it might be your sister. Then what? Right? Because she was like, I'm not sure that we should, totally get rid of gas vehicles. Oh, that's dangerous. No more payments for her. No more banking for her. Then you're going to be like, well, this is too far. And I mean, we don't have to fucking go back to the, the famous clergymen with the, first they came for the whatevers, and then they came for me, and there was no, like, it's so cliche, but that's exactly what plays out. And they're too fucking stupid to see it. And that's why I try, when I'm talking to them, like, you talk with, like, blatant shit from these institutions, right? Where you're like, dude, they spied on Trump's team based on bullshit paid for by his opponent, sourced by a Russian spy, accusing Trump of being a Russian spy. Yeah. And it's like, you can't see how quickly this gets out of hand. I was always told, always assume when you give the government power that the last person you want to have that power will get it. So if you say, I think the government should have the power to reach out to companies and censor shit, assume that the person that hates you most is now in charge of that. Are you still okay with it? And they don't give a fuck. They are incapable. They live in the moment so much, the average lefty, and they're so foaming at the mouth. They've been gaslit to hate people so much and to think they're morally superior that they're like, they can't even fathom that this tactic would ever be used against them. It literally cannot cross their mind. Even someone like Sonsol or Destiny that have been kicked off of platforms, whether permanently or temporarily, they don't get it. They can't fucking see it. They just assume, like, but I'm good. I'm not a radical fucking insane person, so it'll never come from me. You see it all over the place, but it's like, no one's above the law. That's what they keep saying about Trump's people. No one's above the law. No one's above the law. No one's above the law. And it's like, can't you see that this eventually will be targeted at you or someone you support? And they'll say, no, because I don't break the law. Okay, we'll see. And
yeah, it's surreal.
I hate to say this, and I tell people, I don't want people to get blackpilled. Live life, have fun. It's one of the funniest times ever to be alive. Have a good time with it. Have kids, start a family. You know, that shit's all more important. But if you're a fucking petty asshole like I am half the time, here's something that you could keep you awake at night smiling. All those fuckheads that you see that are the worst of the worst, go listen to Yuri Bremenov talk to you about the Soviet Union and how they're influencing the United States. What do you think's going to happen to all those people? They're going to get it just as hard, if not harder, than the rest of us. They really will. And I know that sucks. Either we'll win or we'll lose, and you'll get to see those smug assholes go down. Either way,
that reminds me. I think I did manage to watch the Tucker interview with Trump. I'm not sure if you want to talk that about yourself or
no. We can talk about. I don't give a shit. I don't know how late I'll stay on after I talk to you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. We'll go for 2 hours. If you want to stay for longer, that's okay, or shorter.
It don't matter to me. Like, we could keep going. I don't mind at all.
Yeah, I guess you probably have more to say about it because you always do. But I guess I'll give my 2 cents and you can give yours. I have this feeling when I look at Trump, not just the Tucker interview, but just the last few I've seen, like in the last few months. It feels like we're at the end. You know that feeling? It's like when I see Trump talk, there's not the energy. Not because he's not himself. It's just he looks not defeated, but he looks kind of like pretty. He looks pretty
drained.
down.
Yeah, like drained.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because this it's exhausting for me to just like pay attention to everything that's happening. But imagine being that guy. Whew. Yeah. But yeah, my take is that there's not much Trump can say now that's gonna affect anything at this point, because this basically is like almost like 8 or 9 years in making. Like we're basically at the final season of Trump. Whatever happens in the next few months is basically going to determine the rest of U.S. like basically the rest of U.S. history. Because as you said about this, I think in the panel yesterday, you said that if they basically arrest Trump and put him in jail and prevent him from becoming president, it basically opens up like Pandora's box. Like you're like from now on to this and forever, it's like you can basically just put your opponents in jail if you don't want them to win. So no matter how much popularity they get, you can just like fuck them over instantly by just prosecuting them for whatever bullshit reason you make up. So we'll see what happens. But what do you feel about it?
So I do think that there's less energy now. Having said that, a lot of the energy you saw from Trump was at these big rallies. And I know he didn't seem as energetic as these big rallies lately, but maybe he will coming up. He might, right? That's something that could happen. So it's hard to get as fired up when you're in a like one-to-one interview. Even me, right? Like if I'm on a panel, I'm probably more bombastic than if it's just me and you talking. Unless I'm talking to someone and we're really going at it. So it's always going to look less energetic in that frame. But I do think you're right. I do think that he has less energy. And I think there are 2 reasons for this. One is because what everyone will say. It's just like, God damn, to be constantly under attack and smeared as pretty much the most vilified man in the country, it's got to be exhausting. No matter how much strength of character you have, and you could, mileage may vary on what people think about Trump. That's not relevant. I'm saying take the person you think's like the strongest person you know, and then have them be smeared as a rapist, Nazi, Russian, for 6 years. It's going to drain you, right? The other thing is, and this is aside from the treatment of Trump, it's hard to keep that energy up anyways, right? Even without all of this type of shit on you. Do you ever know, I don't know if you follow sports at all. But
if it's baseball, then probably no.
Okay, well, take any sport, like whatever. You're in Denmark, so maybe you're a football fan, as in soccer.
We're soccer boys, as we say.
So, like, in professional sports, sometimes you'll get this coach that comes in who's like a firebrand. You know, like I remember the White Sox baseball had this guy, Ozzie Guillen, and he comes in, he's like, the New York Rangers in hockey had John Tortorella. These are people like, the world's out to get us, fuck them, we're going our way, everyone's out for us, you know, blah, blah, blah. That shit only works for so long, right? Like if you're the New England Patriots and that message works for you and you win a Super Bowl and then you win another and then you win another, like that fourth year when you're in the locker room, like everyone's looking down on us like we don't have a chance. No one believes it at that point. It's like, okay, dude. It's hard to keep that intensity up for that long. You know, it's just there's naturally, like there's a homeostasis where at some point it's like, okay, you got to plateau, you know? And so I think even that where it's like, how many times can you do these rallies and shit and still be the first time you're doing it, imagine the high you would get. You know, to talk in front of that many people and have that many people like hanging on your every word. You know, I'll tell you a little story. I went to this Republican event out east. This would have been 2020. I went out to this event and there were all these donors and stuff there and people from Trump's team. Not people anyone here would know. I'm talking people from Trump's team, like technical people, behind the scenes people,
boys,
just in Pennsylvania, right? So like, for example, there was like there people that were trying to show you how to register people to vote and shit like that. Anyways, there's impressive people that are wealthy. I sit down this couch. I'm a fucking nobody, you know. I sit down this couch and this old lady sits next to me and she starts talking to me and she tells me her story and she's like, I never did, you know, I'll shorten it, but we talked for like an hour and I was fascinated by her. I thought she was so interesting. And she, you know, she's probably 70 and she's like, you know, I never cared about politics. And then like 6 years ago, my husband died. And I think she lived out in Vegas, if I remember, somewhere near Vegas in like the suburbs of Vegas. And she ended up moving back towards Pennsylvania because of family or friends or something like that. And kind of was struggling financially and tried to get a part-time job in addition to like Social Security or whatever. And always felt like no one really gave a shit about her. And some friends of hers at work was like, hey, do you want to go to this Trump rally? And she was like, I don't know. I'm not really political. Long story short, she goes to the rally and she's like hanging on his every word. And she gets like backstage and he shook her hand. And she's like telling me this with tears in her eyes. And she's like, no one's ever gave a shit about me. No one gave a shit about the type of person me and my husband were. This lady would have crawled over fucking broken glass for Donald Trump. And you might think, what's all bullshit? Trump was just bullshitting her. It doesn't matter. That's not what I'm talking about. To her, it was real. It was very real to her. And I'm sitting in this room with this lady, and all of the people that are running the show, the dude from Trump's team then stands up to give a PowerPoint. This is literally how he talked. He had a 5-slide PowerPoint, and he was like, what we've realized here is we have increased registration in these counties. Like, it was like the dude didn't want to be there. The dude's getting paid 6 figures. I wanted to stand up and be like, give this fucking lady the mic. What are you doing? Like, she's got passion. She gives a shit. You know, imagine being Trump and people are looking at you like that. And it's not just because you're talented, though that's definitely part of it. It's because there are so many people in this country that feel left behind. And it's the same old bullshit. The same old bullshit from every politician, left or right. And they just didn't give a fuck. They could tell it's the same bullshit. And here was this guy that was different. And he was saying, the workers are the backbone of this country. Rural America, you guys are great people. You've been shit on. And we need to protect our borders. We're tired of America coming last. And these people wanted to hear that for 50 fucking years. And now they're finally hearing it. And again, you might be out there saying, yeah, but Trump didn't deliver on any of it, or he was a bullshitter. That's not what I'm talking about right now. To them,
it's just a message, yeah.
That's right. They had that intensity. So if you're Trump, I can only imagine. So you're giving these speeches and holy shit, your adrenaline has to be like, it would be euphoric. It would be a feeling that you can't imagine. So you're riffing, man. You know, it's like a stand-up comedian in the middle of a set that people are laughing their ass up, you know. Crooked Hillary and fucking bam, this guy, joke here, joke, and fuck that guy too. You know, that's basically what Trump, the energy's through the roof. But it's not the same now. It's not the same 7 years later. That wanes. Now that new feeling of it was a brand new car. It was, my God, it makes me feel so good to listen to Trump. Now the audience, even if they're really into Trump, it's not going to be that as much. Now it might be after this mugshot. Maybe then the intensity goes back up. So that I do agree with you about the energy in that sense. I don't know how much of it's like, shit, I'm worried I'm going to prison, or I realize I don't have a chance, versus just the natural decline in energy. I'm going to piss my audience off here. I had people reaching out to me like, you see the Trump interview? It was great. You want to know what my big takeaway from the Trump interview was? And I know this is going to piss people off. I'll tell it right now. I don't think he gets it. I don't think he understands what he's dealing with.
What sense? What do you mean? Like what he's in for?
He's saying things like this. Oh, there's good people at the CIA. And, a lot of these people at the FBI I worked with, they're good people. They're not. You need to disband these institutions. And if you don't, you're fucked. It's that simple. He doesn't get it. He still doesn't get it. And Gavin Newsom, I worked with him. Yeah, he's a decent guy. He doesn't get it.
It's as if like he still thinks these people like him.
Well, it's like, I think it's this, right? You've seen me debate enough people, right? So let's say Pisco comes on. A lot of people hate me for this, but I've been in debate. I argued my whole life before I did college debate, right? And then when I did college debate, you're kind of, at some point, you're probably going to make friends, even if it's a bunch of people that you disagree with politically. And that's what happened with me. I don't mind vehemently disagreeing with someone and arguing with them, even yelling and screaming at them, and then not hating them or being friends with them. I've done that. Now, I'm not saying I'm friends with Dylan Burns or Pisco or Destiny or any of them, but I'm just saying I don't have to walk away saying I hate them. I don't, right?
You don't have any ill will afterwards.
Right, and some of them I don't mind. Some of them I find interesting and I could maybe hang out with or something, but I'm not looking for that. It's not really what I'm doing. Anyways, I think Trump's like that. I think Trump looks at it all like it's like a game. He's like this businessman. He's the type of dude that could be like, I'm going into this fucking business meeting with these lawyers because this dickhead's trying to buy this property out from under me and cost me $100 million. And then the next day he's at dinner with that guy. Like, yeah, business is business. That's how I think Trump looks at the world, right? So it's like, Chuck Schumer comes out and he says all this crazy shit about me. Fuck him. He's terrible, blah, blah, blah. He's a shithead. He's this, he's this, he's this, he's this, he's this, he's this. And then as soon as the moment's passed, Chuck's not a bad guy. Like, even Hillary. You feel like he's like, I don't even call her Crooked Hillary anymore. Like, it's just like, it's over with. I don't give a shit. She said what she had to say. I said what I had to say. What she said was cooking up an opposition research that led to the FBI spying on you. But he just looks at it like, things will change tomorrow. Once I'm back in power, they'll be kissing my ass again. And, that's how I look at it. And I don't think he understands, like, dude, and Tucker asked him twice, which I couldn't believe Tucker had the balls to say it. But it's a real point. Tucker was like, for those that haven't seen the interview, twice Tucker brought this. And here's how he explains it. He's like, first they shit on you in the media, kind of, and then they spied on you and did all this stuff, and then they impeached you, and then they indicted you. And if none of that stopped, every time it's escalating, are they going to try to kill you?
He asked twice, right?
Yeah, he asked Tucker asked
I did
Trump
see
that twice.
That was a great question.
And Trump just brushed it off. And it's a difficult question to answer if you're Trump, right? Because it will be the biggest talking point in the news cycle if he's like, yeah, they're going to try to kill me, because then the Democrats and the Republican establishment people are all going to come out like, this guy's unhinged, blah, 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 right? But Tucker's trying, I think that's Tucker trying to subtly be like, dude, you're on. I mean, it was kind of surreal. It's not that everything Trump said. Thank you, everyone that said for my affiliate birthday. I really appreciate it. Or anniversary. It's not that what Trump was saying was terrible. It's like, you can't believe it. Imagine that you're on the eve of possibly being sent to prison the rest of your life. And even if you think you didn't commit the crime, you know that all these institutions are going to go to the belt to fucking screw your life over. And not just you, but all of your loved ones and family and friends and lawyers, right? And what's Trump talking about? Well, he starts riffing about, like, electric cars, the best time to drive them, the first 10 minutes. And then the worst time's the next hour where you're worrying if you can get there. Tucker, we got these sinks now where the water pressure's so low that water doesn't come out of the sinks. And you can tell Tucker's just kind of like, what? What the fuck are you talking about?
And also none of this matters.
Right. Tucker wants to have him on. Tucker wants to have him on here and be like, look at Joe Biden's criminality. Look at how the FBI attacked you. Look at how Bill Barr fucked you over. What do you say about that? Look at what Mike Pence is saying about you. What do you say? What's your plan to win when all of these groups are against you? What are you going to do about these groups if you get there? But half the interview is just like this random, again, and that's indicative of Trump. That's sort of how Trump's always been. He's off the cuff. But that doesn't come across to me as a guy that's like, holy fuck, like it's now or never. If we don't get rid of this corruption, this is it. That's how I'm looking at it. That's how Vivek's claiming to look at it, because he's saying disband the FBI, we need a revolution. But other than that, and I was talking to someone earlier today that told me, like, dude, this Trump interview was fire. So I watched it because I thought maybe it's something you would bring up. I watched it right before I came on, and I was sort of nonplussed about it. I was like, what? That's it? Again, he didn't say anything terrible. Most of what he said as a general politician that isn't facing, spending the rest of his life in prison, you'd be like, okay, yeah, not bad. But I just was like, this is it? He's not out there. He's like, I fired Comey. Tucker's like, what would you do about the FBI? And he's like, yeah, I fired Comey. If I wouldn't have fired Comey, who knows if I'd be here, is what he said. And it's like, wait, what? Like, so what? I guess your answer is you're going to fire Chris Wray? That's your solution? I just, like, for me, I'm just like, that. Why would I vote for you then? Because this election should have been, the primary should have been Trump versus DeSantis. DeSantis has dropped the ball so fucking terribly. If DeSantis would have hired me as campaign manager, he'd be winning this thing, running away. But he didn't. He hired a bunch of donors. I'm ranting. If you want me to shut up, it's your show.
No. Rob, I knew this was gonna happen. I'm just chilling. I'm mining coal right now. While
creepers? Are the creepers after you?
I actually, literally, like 30 seconds ago, almost fucking died because I couldn't hear it because you were talking. But see, that's part of the game.
Does it make sound when it comes at you, the creeper? I've never.
It does. Yeah, it does. It makes like a little hissing sound. But I was so captured.
My sister-in-law played it without the creepers. I'm like, what the fuck's the fun in that?
Yeah, she plays some peaceful. That's a woman. There
you go. Right.
We play on hard. We play on hard.
I'll tell her. I'll be like, I talked to a professional Minecraft player, and they said, no shit, a woman playing peaceful. So I'll tell her. But so where was I going with this? I like Trump. The election should have been Trump versus DeSantis. DeSantis had two routes to go. The route I would have suggested for DeSantis would have been as follows. You say, and this is who I think DeSantis really is. So to me, authenticity is always the answer. I think that he fits in line with this theory, which would be he would say, I think Trump was great. I think he was a great president. I think that he did something that maybe no other person could have done. He, through his own personality, was the right man at the right time, that he was able to beat the establishment candidate in an election where they pulled out all the stops. And that deserves praise, and that no one could ever take him away from that, and history should judge him as the person that got the ball rolling to bring this country back. However, I think he made mistakes. Many of those mistakes were because of the monumental task that he faced. But I think he made a mistake with Fauci. I think he made a mistake with Bill Barr. I think he made a mistake not pardoning people like Assange. I think he made a mistake not dealing with the corrupt FBI as much. And so I know that me and Trump might have disagreements, and he might talk about what he thinks is my record being poor and stuff like that. I have nothing but respect for the man. And I will talk about how I think this time, for this election, I will take the ball that Trump started rolling, and I will take it even further. And then he should have been telling his team, don't you go out there shitting on Trump and Trump supporters. Don't do it. Even if Trump slings mud at me. You could be like, look, and this is what I'd have done if I was him and Trump slinging mud at him. I'd be like, I get it. I get why Trump wants to sling mud at me, and I'll answer whatever the exact thing is. But if you were him and everyone stabbed you in the back like happened to him, why would you trust someone? So I totally get it. And I'm not personally offended no matter what he says. They played as dirty as possible against him. I can't even imagine what it must be like to be him right now. But I will answer what he says because I think he is incorrect. And I will continue to say why I think I would be better. And I think he could have won with that message. I really do, because I think there's a lot of former Trump supporters that are disillusioned, particularly when it came to the Fauci shit. I would have certainly been willing to hear that. I think that then DeSantis could also say, look, and I have a track record. I got rid of these prosecutors, and I did this, this, and this, and I was one of the anti-lockdown governors. I think that would have been a winning message. I think that he could have outpaced Trump with that message. And I think that...
Can I ask
please,
regarding regarding the what do you guys call in the U.S. the presidential candidate debates, like the debates that happened yesterday? What? How many? It was it 8 or 9? 8. Like Republicans on 8. How was it? Every single one, or maybe there was one guy that basically throughout the whole night didn't attack Trump.
Ramaswamy.
Basically every single one of them talked mad shit about Trump.
Well,
which
what
DeSantis
tried to do was he didn't go with my strategy. So he went with option 2. And option 2 is this. So here's what's going on. If you're an old school Republican, if you're Jeb Bush or you're Mitt Romney, or more importantly, you're one of the donors, you're one of the super PACs that's been endorsing that sort of Republican for a long time. You hate Trump more than you hate Democrats, because the establishment Republican and Democrat Party are the same club. They're more than they don't really give a shit which one of them's in power, as long as it's one of them. That's all they give a shit about, right? So Mitch McConnell's more than happy to have 8 years of Hillary or 8 years of Biden. He wouldn't give a shit. Fine by him. He'll be in the minority. He'll go in front of the cameras and talk about how bad they are. But that's how it is. And the same's true of Hillary if she would have lost to Jeb Bush. Whatever. No big deal. But they don't want an outsider. They don't. Right? So to them, your own party is a bigger threat than the other party. Right? Because you're the big dog in your house. But if someone comes in your house and they usurp you, that's terrible. If someone from a different house is stronger than you, doesn't matter. You're still the big dog in your house. That's how they look at it, right? And so those people see the writing on the wall. They ain't going to fucking win shit because MAGA's bigger than them. They can't. They cannot win a primary at this point.
They can't stop what's happening.
Right. They can't fix it. Even if you think they're corrupt, they can't fix it enough that the mass popularity of MAGA, and I mean that beyond Trump too. Like DeSantis would be part of that. These sort of politicians that are more populist are taking over the Republican Party. That doesn't mean they'll win the general election, but they're going to win most of the shit in the Republican Party. So they have to do something to get back in a seat back at the table. And so what they want is they want to find a candidate that they can capture enough of that vote, but is less disagreeable to them than Trump. And they came to Ron DeSantis. And so they're going to steer DeSantis is their goal. They're going to steer him in a direction. They know they can't just be like, forget about all that shit you're doing, Ron. You're going to just listen to our message. They can't do that because Ron's probably not going to go along with that. But they could be like, well, here's a little minor concession. Ukraine. Don't be so radical on Ukraine. Like, consider, right? So, okay. DeSantis like, okay, yeah. Like, and it's that sort of stuff. And then they could gradually, as it goes, further and further and further and further shift them. That's their hope. Now, let's assume...
Do you think it'll work?
Well, we don't know. So that could go one of two ways. If from their perspective, would it work? Well, let's assume that DeSantis is a typical politician. Yeah, it would work. You buy the politician, he'll eventually listen to you. And maybe he could convince enough MAGA people to vote for him that the old school Republican bloc plus partial MAGA means primary victory. That could be, right? Or it could be this, that DeSantis realizes, look, I need this support to win a general election, and I need this support to beat Trump in a primary, and I need the money, so I'll go along with it until I'm in power, and then I'll tell him to pound sand. Could be. I don't know. But that's the option. That's the option DeSantis took. I'm not saying that means DeSantis will be terrible. He might just say, sure, I took their money, I don't give a shit about him, and do what he wants when he gets in office. Could be. But that's going to hamper what he could say right now. Because he can't be out and be like, fuck these guys, I agree with Trump. He can't say that because they're going to be like, okay, then we'll back someone else. Fuck you. And then he doesn't have a shot anymore because he already eschewed option 1 where I think he could have won. So I said this last night going into the debate. I was like, it's going to be slightly interesting to see DeSantis because he has to thread the needle. He has to not piss off Trump voters, but at the same time sound more pleasing to the average establishment Republican voters. And it's a very, very difficult task. And I don't think he was able to do it.
Think he accomplished it?
Not last night. I thought he did not. I don't think he had any terrible errors, but I think that he needed to stand out without Trump there. And instead, he let Vivek Ramaswamy look like the guy that everyone's worried about. He needed to look like, I'm above all these 7 losers. It's me and Trump's not here. That's how he needed to look. He didn't look like that to me. That's not to say that he's dead in the water or anything, but I don't think he did himself any favors. To me, the image of the debate that'll stand, I don't know if you watched the debate, but the image of the debate...
I watched it with the panel thing with you and Andrew.
Yeah,
that shit was pretty funny.
It's not good. Anytime, and I'm not saying this because Andrew or Wick or so-and-so, anytime you have people talking over a debate, I think that's stupid because I want to watch the debate, but whatever, it was what it was. Anyways, to me, the image of the debate was when they asked the question, raise your hand if you would support basically Trump if he's the nominee. And Ramaswamy raises his hand high, and DeSantis is like he looks at Ramaswamy first. It's like, dude, who looks like the leader? Who looks like the big dog there? And it just perceptually wasn't good. But anyways, that's what I think is going on with DeSantis, versus Trump. I think that's, and I just think that, to me, my concern then, months ago, when it was a 2-horse race, when I'm talking to people about this, this is what I was saying. I was like, what are the selling points? What's my big issue? If you want my vote, what's my vote? My vote's corruption. That's what I'm dealing with. Corruption. These corrupt institutions. Who's going to do the most? And I even told Lecture Fan one day, I was like, whoever comes out the first and says disband the FBI's got my vote. Well, that's Vivek. He's the only one who said it. So I don't know.
Didn't he get a bad audience reaction when he said that?
No, not necessarily. The boos seemed to come with him when he was discussing. Thank you, Ranger and Rogue. Appreciate it. We're talking with my friend ItsmeOgre as he's playing Minecraft. But we're talking right now about the Trump interview with Tucker and the debates last night. I think when Vivek got booed, it was mostly over the Ukraine shit. And I have questions on what exactly the booing was. I don't really give a shit about that, though, because you have to understand that audience isn't an accurate depiction of the American populace. Those are people that wanted to go to a debate, which means they're probably more financially independent than someone like me. And many of those tickets are given out by the network itself, right? So probably people that are friends with Fox or friendly with Fox, they're going to be butts in the seat. Those people are probably less likely to be populist. So if Ramaswamy was in my local, college football stadium, which it's a very small college,
ape shit.
Yeah, they'd be fucking screaming at him and right, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know how accurate of a depiction of the cross slice of Republican voters that crowd was. But other than Vivek, if we take him out of the equation for a minute, months ago, what I said about Trump and DeSantis was they both have strong suits and weak suits when it comes to my issue of outing corruption. DeSantis' strong suit is, I'm doing it. I'm literally passing policies right now in Florida doing it. I'm going after critical race theory. I'm going after these shitty prosecutors. And so I could go after shitty people in the FBI. And that's persuasive. And he's basically like, look, I'm like Trump. I'm not as bombastic, but I'm better policy-wise. That's DeSantis' selling point to me, right? That would be his selling point. The downside to DeSantis is all of the people he's surrounding himself with. Do I trust that these donors are going to have no voice once he's president? No, I don't. So that's what I'm balancing with Ron DeSantis. Then you go over to Trump. The downside to Trump is, dude, you were there and you didn't get the job done. You didn't disband the FBI. Not only did you not disband the FBI, you didn't even release unredacted the evidence of the coup that they engaged in against you. You didn't pardon someone like Julian Assange. You appointed people like Bill Barr and John Bolton. You went out like a chump at the end of it. And I don't give a shit. I'll argue with Trump supporters to the hilt. That's the truth. He did all that. He endorsed lockdowns. He fucking did it.
Do you think it's this is not my original take. I don't remember where I got it from, but I have a feeling basically Trump in a lot of ways he really wants to be liked by everyone.
Yes.
He has the same I think Joe Rogan has the same thing where if I'm not sure if you've seen this, but have you ever seen the Joe Rogan episode with Alex Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably one of the most funniest shit I've ever seen.
But yeah, I think I've seen them.
Yeah, it is one of the funniest things. And he always complained about how after he had like Alex Jones on, a lot of people, and it was typically people on the left, that was friends with him would like contact him and get upset and say like, how are you platforming this person?
Right.
And there's a quote that I really like. Don't know where it originates from, but it's basically like, don't apologize to people who fucking hate you.
Right. It's absolutely true.
And Trump has this thing where it's not just Trump, there's a lot of people, but Trump has this idea that if, these people might not like me, but if I'm nice to them, they'll eventually come over to my side. It's like, no, they'll eat you alive if you let them.
Yeah, there's parts of him like that and parts of it not. But directionally, you're correct, right? And I said this, Trump wasn't an ideologue. Like, Trump's not someone you're electing like, this guy really understands the Constitution. Here's a dude that understands the First Amendment. Trump, I think the left fucked up from the get-go attacking Trump. I feel like if they would have been buddy-buddy with him, all of a sudden he'd be out there like, yeah, we're banning assault weapons. And, I think that's who Trump is because he's just like playing to the crowd. And if the crowd's like, this is what we want, he's like, fuck it. And I think
he's like a wrestler.
Right. And part of the shame of that's not necessarily a bad thing. Now, I obviously would prefer someone who ideologically agreed with me because I think that there's a better chance that then the shit I want gets done. But the one positive of something like that is, well, then you could steer him in the direction you want. And we saw this. Trump was real shit on the Second Amendment stuff. Yeah, let's ban bump stocks. And then all of a sudden, all of his supporters were like, whoa, what the fuck? And he's like, oh, my bad, never mind. That doesn't sound like a guy.
Like you said, he doesn't get it.
Right.
He doesn't understand his own fan base.
Yeah, so it's like, if the other side, with all the celebrities and shit, would have been kissing his ass, maybe he would have been like, yeah, more friendly to them. Maybe. But so that's the downside of Trump. What's the upside of Trump in this election? Maybe he'll be pissed. Maybe it'll be different this time because now he sees how serious they are. Like, dude, they're going to throw you in prison the rest of your life. Right? So now it's like, yeah, you're right. He didn't get the job done last time, but now he's pissed. Now, and here's the thing. Like, I'm so desperate for candidates that are reasonable or that are, anywhere in line with me. I don't give a shit what their intent is. I don't care, right? In other words, if I want the FBI dealt with and the corruption in the FBI dealt with, I don't care if the first person that would do it's like, I'm going to do this because I see that constitutionally that this institution has gotten out of hand. And I could point to legal scholars that talk about their abuses of power and blah, 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 blah. Or if the person too would achieve the exact same results and his reasoning is, fuck them, they came after me. To me, at the end of the day, I'm so in a perfect world where we had great candidates, I would say, well, I'd prefer that first candidate than someone who's just doing good things out of vengeance, but we don't have that. The best we got is someone who's like, fuck you, I'll come at you, and he's going after the right people. That's Donald Trump, right? That's his selling point. As far as I'm concerned. So before the Vivek was even on the picture, when I'm trying to decide who am I going to support, DeSantis versus Trump, and I'm looking at it through the lens of dealing with corruption, the plus side of DeSantis is he's sort of enacting policies in Florida that looks like that, et cetera, et cetera. Like I said, the downside is the donor class that's behind him going to steer him in a direction where he won't be able to do the things that need done. Right? The plus side of Trump is now maybe he's pissed and he'll go after him. The downside is, well, he tried before and failed. So when I see this interview of Trump and he's like, there's good people at the CIA and, Gavin Newsom, I worked with him. What's that?
He's a nice guy. I like him.
What's that do to Trump's upside to me? Because Trump's upside is the reason it'd be different this time is because he's pissed. But he still doesn't get it. He does not get it. He doesn't get it. He still thinks he's like, oh, this is just politics, right? I didn't do anything. Like, I mean, think of this. They're trying to make the argument that Trump knows that the election wasn't stolen. That's horseshit. I am 95% certain that if you could see inside Donald Trump's brain, that fucking guy thinks the election was stolen. You might say, that's ridiculous, the election wasn't stolen. Or you might say, yes, the election was stolen. That's irrelevant to this point. I'm telling you that Trump believes the election was stolen. And so when they're like, well, he was committing fraud because he knew the election was stolen. No, he's a dude that legitimately feels the election was stolen. He can't believe it. You could even, in the Tucker interview, he's like, I knew we were going to win in 2016 because of the crowds. I just knew it. And so going into 2020, it's the same shit. He talked about Butler, which is, I was in Butler today. It's a little town in Pennsylvania. And he's like, we had like tens of thousands of people. It is. It's fucking insane. When he gave that rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, it's a little dicky town. Like it doesn't even qualify as a city. It's just a little town. Happens to be a big town where I'm from. But on the grand scale of things, a little town. I've been to the fairgrounds where he gave that rally. It was insane. Seeing those pictures, I couldn't believe it. I was like, holy shit. And I was working. I couldn't go, but I had friends that were there that was like, we waited in line like 6, 7, 8 hours. It was an incredible sight. It was just, it's because I know the place, and I was just like, holy shit. Trump's like,
there's some real pictures.
He believes insane. Though. He literally is like, how could I lose? Because he's looking at that, and then he's looking at Biden, and it's like, dude, the dude's in his basement. No one's coming out to see him. There's no energy. And so
literally 5 people show up to like a Biden rally.
Right.
And
now your mileage may vary on, well, does that prove that Trump really won the election? Let's approach it from a Democrat point of view. Hey, dumbass, who shows up to your rally? That's not indicative of how many votes you'll necessarily get. Maybe the people that weren't showing up for Biden, it wasn't that they liked Biden, it's that they fucking hated you. And so the votes were legitimate. Okay. Fair enough, right? You could believe whatever you want on it. But I think Trump truly looked at that and was like, this means I'm winning. And so when he lost, and there was obviously all sorts of shady stuff that happened. Again, even if you think the election wasn't stolen, you have to admit, like, the coincidence that he's winning in Georgia and then a pipe bursts, which we now find out didn't happen. And then all of a sudden they come back and they're like, we're done counting ballots, but then they start counting them, and all of a sudden they start going like, ridiculously like 10 for 1. Like you could argue with their explanations for all that, but you can see, or we massively changed how we voted, and blah 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 blah, all of that shit, right? Like, so it all lines up in Trump's head. I think he legitimately feels that he won. So the crime of like he's intentionally creating some seditious scheme is bullshit. And so he's looking at this like, oh, it's just politics. They're trying to keep me off the ballot. It's like, no, dude, they're trying to wreck you for life. They're trying to make an example of you. That's what they're doing, dude. This isn't going to be like, well, if you lose, oh, well, they'll wash their hands of it. That's not what's happening. And it's not going to stop with him. They're going to keep going to people he likes, people in his family, people that are lawyers, people politically that have helped him, his allies. Because at this point, they're dug in. There's no escape from this, which is they're in so deep, they can't risk someone coming into power and showing how corrupt they've been. So at this point, all they could do is double down. That's all they could do. That's why the narrative can't be, yeah, let's take an honest look at what happened in the election. I'm sure there was a little amount of fraud, but obviously if we look at it, there won't be substantial fraud. That's why the narrative instead is, it was the most secure election ever, and we're going to censor anyone online that says otherwise. And if you're a lawyer or something that worked around Trump, we're going to throw your ass in prison for even asking the question. They have to, it's the same with January 6th. That's why they can't, the narrative of January 6th has been so crucial to their
Wait, Rob, I should remind you, I'm on YouTube, so.
Oh, can I not talk about, but me too.
I don't know about January 6th. I think Andrew Wilson said that they couldn't discuss that topic on his channel because YouTube doesn't allow it.
Well, they reversed their policy on elections. I'll make it clear to YouTube. I'm not saying the election was stolen or not. I'm just saying that they have to maintain that. But all right, I'll skip over it, right? But you see the point. You see the point of what I'm saying. Right? Clearly, we know the election wasn't stolen and it's all on the up and up. But that's the perspective that Trump's thinking of it through, right? So it's amazing to me that it doesn't seem like there's more of a fire with Trump. Like, let's say, based on that, if I could see into the future, based on the interview I just saw with Trump, let's say he wins the primary, he wins the general election. What do I think he'll do when he gets in office? He'll fire Chris Wray. Then he'll appoint some career FBI guy that kisses his ass and says, yes, Mr. Trump, you're right. The system was unjust. We'll get to the bottom of it. And it'll be Bill Barr Jr. They'll put some guy in like that. And then he'll have Mitch McConnell and he'll have Kevin McCarthy and all these Republicans, and they'll be talking to him like, look, we can't look in the past. It's over with. You won. Like, let's focus on our agenda going forward. That's going to be the important. So don't worry about punishing Biden. Don't worry about punishing. It's time to move forward. And he'll go, okay, yeah, let's move forward. And that'll be that. And then the same corrupt FBI will continue to investigate him and leak about him and go, and there'll be leaks to the press, and he'll be talking to the New York Times still, sitting down with Maggie Haberman, and they'll be leaking shit. It'll be the same shit. That's what it looks like to me.
So where do you think this is all going?
I think that Trump's a lock for the primary unless the worst happens. I would say there's more than an 80% chance that Trump wins the primary. But whether it be Trump or DeSantis, I still think's the number 2. I don't think Vivek has much of an opportunity, even if he surpasses Trump as the number 2, because I don't think Vivek's so close to Trump that I don't know how he overcomes Trump, unless Trump goes to prison or passes away. So if it would be DeSantis, the same would be true. I think that there's less than a 5% chance that the Democrat nominee doesn't win. I think that Republicans have not learned that it's not what your message is. It's, let me put it this way. It's not who votes, it's who counts the votes. And even
I think that's a quote from Stalin.
Yeah, yes, even in, and I don't even mean that illegally. I mean that legally. The systems of how we vote is now more important than messaging. It doesn't matter if Biden's unpopular or not. If someone could go into downtown Philly, right, to an apartment complex there and be like, yeah, you guys are all Democrats, right? Yeah, Biden kind of sucks, whatever. Yeah, but Trump's a racist, he's terrible. Anyways, here's what's going to happen. Here's ballots for y'all. You can give them back to me. And we're chucking them in 100 at a time. Just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that, well, actually, the majority of Pennsylvanians think that Trump would be better than Biden. Won't matter. It won't. And it's not just that. It's not just that ground game, right? It's also the shaping of a narrative. And I've talked about this. When Fetterman, who's a stroke victim, that doesn't know where he's at, when he beats Dr. Oz, everyone's like, well, it's because of candidate quality, because Dr. Oz is a bad candidate. Dr. Oz was a bad candidate. I said so publicly. I told him to his face, and I got the picture to prove it. I took a fucking picture. I didn't even bring it up. I don't know if I've ever showed this. Let me
it's all over now, exclusive.
I'll bring it up here in a bit. I'll look for this. I got a picture of me standing with Dr. Oz. It's funny because his campaign guy was like, want to take a picture? I'm like, sure. And then I shook his hand. I was like, yeah, I don't really like you. I think you're a bad choice. And then all of a sudden his candidate or his campaign guy didn't like me. But I did say to him, I was like, I hope you prove me wrong. I'm still going to vote for you. I hope you prove me wrong. And that was my honest reaction. And I was willing to give him a shot, but he certainly wasn't the candidate that I endorsed. Anyways, when everyone was like, well, Dr. Oz was a poor choice. But if you're just looking at candidate quality, like Dr. Oz could do things like speak and read and walk. His opponent couldn't. So if you're measuring candidate quality, even if you don't like Oz, he's better than John Fetterman. So why'd he lose? Because Republicans, particularly those that are, and I'm only talking about elections that would be contested. So if you're in a deep red area and your guys win by 80%, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like swing states, swing districts, things like that. Republicans, particularly like anti-establishment or populist Republicans, they have to run the gambit on every single metric. They have to have a good candidate. They have to have a good ground game. They have to have good fundraising. They have to have good messaging. They have to do it all. And if they lose one of those, they will lose, because every institution is in the bag for the Democrats. So you could literally, the ideal Democratic candidate at this point is a dead body. Literally. Leave the media shape the narrative. Leave social media shape the narrative. Leave the donors shape the narrative. There's no negatives to a dead body. Fetterman, ironically, I used to say Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was the perfect Democrat ticket because Joe Biden doesn't know where he's at, so they can make him say whatever they want. He's a puppet. And Kamala Harris is such a political prostitute that she'll say whatever they tell her to say. That's the perfect ticket. But they found someone better. They found someone in John Fetterman that literally can't speak, so they could run his campaign. That's the ideal candidate for them. That candidate quality is...
They did the same thing for Biden, right?
That's right. It's irrelevant.
That's a question I wanted to ask you as well, because Tucker asked Trump, who do you think is running his campaign? And I don't think Trump knows. And to be honest, I don't think anyone knows. From all the people do you have an idea?
Yeah, it's Obama people. It's like the Susan Rice people, the Victoria Nuland people. It is the people that are running his campaign are the forever Washington people that have been there since Washington or since Obama and before. It's the same faces. The truth is Bush wasn't running shit either, and neither was Trump, right? They might think they're running it. Trump probably thought he was running it, but the truth is so many of the decisions that matter are being made at the sort of on the ground bureaucratic level. Right? So, for example, Trump could say, I want to pull all troops out of Syria. And his generals are like, well, we don't like that. But they don't tell Trump that. They're like, okay. And Trump's like, oh, so what are you doing? They're like, well, we're going to pull the 1,000 troops we have in Syria out of there. And he's like, good. And then they just lie to him. They're like, oh, we told him there was 1,000, but there's 2,000. We'll just do what we want. Right? Well, and that's what they did. That's what's going on. Like, Trump technically was the boss of the FBI. How'd that go? Was the FBI listening to Trump? Of course not. Right? And with Biden, it's just he's not antagonistic towards it. There's not a clash. He's just like, whatever, I'm going along with it. But that's who's running shit. It's those type of people. It's not like one person, right? It's it's sort of the same old institutions. The FBI's running shit. Susan Rice, the State Department's running shit. Those are the people, that are doing shit. Can I pin up Trump's mugshot? Oh, is that really the Donald Trump on YouTube?
Can I? Yeah, I have to see that as well.
Yeah, that was great,
Is it breaking news or is it a few hours ago?
I saw one before I came on. You could look it up. There was one he had a black tie on, and then people were saying that was fake because he was wearing a red tie. And then right before I came on, I saw one of him wearing a red tie. Someone put the link to what they're claiming is his mugshot now.
Yeah. I think this is the one. He looks pretty upset.
He's got a scowl, but that's one of Trump's two faces. So I'm not surprised. I would have laughed my ass off. I would have been smiling. Dan Bongino was calling for him to not post bail, which I thought was interesting. Just like, fuck it, make him lock you up and lock up the whole wing. Leave Secret Service come in and just be like, yeah. I'm trying to find this picture. Yeah, someone put a link to.
I think that is the one with the red tie, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, I'm getting fact checked right here. It's saying that the other ones are fake. The one with the bald eagle tattoo on his chest.
That's not the real one?
Fake.
That's bullshit.
It's not the real one, apparently.
I don't believe it. Clearly. Let's see if I can find this. Where the hell is it? I thought I saved this picture. Maybe I didn't. I did go through my phone and delete a bunch of pictures. I would say that a solid 30% of the pictures in my phone are from my pocket because I put my phone in my pocket and then it snaps a photo unbeknownst to me. So it said that my I don't know, cloud or whatever was full. And I was like, how can that be? I don't take that many pictures. And then I realized oh.
You had a bunch of pocket pictures? Just black screen?
Yeah. And then other than that, it's all pictures of my son. Oh, shit. I don't know. I don't know if I have it. Well, anyways, I thought I showed it on stream before. But yeah, I don't know that anyone's really disputing. Zygmunt that's in the chat there, he'll believe me because he always goes to the same events I do. And I don't think he was there that year, though. Was that last year or the year before? Take one more quick look here. But, yeah, this isn't fun for anyone, so I'll just stop for now.
I got about a half an hour more because it's almost 6 a.m. my time.
Oh yeah, you're
I'm in Europe time. We're ahead. We're in the future, basically.
I got it. There's me with Dr. Oz hanging out. A little taller than me. Nice shorts I'm wearing there though. But so you can see Dr. Oz.
He looks like an average guy, I would say.
Yeah, he's Oh, there we go. Aftershock posted it. I trust Aftershock will put a link. Yeah, that's the one I thought I saw. Oh, well, that's definitely it. If it's from Donald Trump's. Is this his legitimate Twitter feed? Wow. That's kind of news. Is that Trump's first?
Did he post on Twitter?
That's what this looks like.
Yes, it is. That is
That's
first tweet in almost 3 years. Holy
Smart.
shit.
That's exactly what
one,
he should do.
1 hour ago, breaking news, Rob News Station.
Oh,
Mugshot.
that's nice. Yeah, I mean, that's smart. He should wear it as a badge of honor. You know,
You just witness history.
I mean, I hope that he's got people like me around him that are like, dude, you gotta go for broke. You have to. You absolutely have to. I mean, the one, you know, if you're black-pilled, that you heard me say that they got a 5% chance to win the general election, yeah, because they have to run the table. Let me give you reason to be red-pilled. I said the same thing in 2016 and was wrong. Trump won. I was telling people not a chance. I stayed up all night. I was like, they're going to fuck them. It's going to happen. And it didn't. So I was wrong there. And never underestimate the insane incompetency of the Democratic Party, of the establishment. They're corrupt, but they're also incredibly incompetent. Like, how many more Maui situations will happen? Like, you can't get a more reliable blue state than Hawaii. Like, how do you think they're feeling about Joe Biden right now?
It's pretty bad. They know it's a lost cause for him, but I think, yeah. What's their plan? Because they I still
think there's a 30 to 40%, somewhere between a 40 and 50% shot. I'll say that Biden's not the nominee. That it'll be Gavin Newsom or maybe Michelle Obama.
Yeah, because it can't be Kamala because literally no one likes her.
Yeah, that'd be bold. I don't know how you revamp Kamala's image. She's bad. She's just so bad. So I don't think it would be her. If it wouldn't be Gavin Newsom or Michelle, I mean, there are other possible people that they could pull off the bench. But it doesn't matter. They just need someone milquetoast. It doesn't matter. The election won't be, 80% of the election is going to be I fucking love Trump or I fucking hate Trump. That's it. So that other 20%, yeah, if you got someone as shitty as Joe Biden, it could cost you. But you could literally just take random guy on the street versus Donald Trump, and it's just going to be about Trump. That was the best part, by the way, of Trump's interview with Tucker, when they brought up Kamala Harris, and he's like, she speaks in rhyme.
Yeah.
Tucker's like, what are you talking about? He's like, she'll be like, the bus goes over here, the bus goes over there, because that's what buses do.
But it is true. She does do that.
She does.
I've seen clips of that. It's so strange. I don't know why she does that.
It's so funny, though, because he's so close to sounding like he's not trying to sound like her, but talking like she does. Like, I thought I was like, that's really funny. It really is. But, yeah, I mean, so that's how I see, we'll see what happens. I mean, anything. The other reason to be red-pilled, despite my black pill there, is, we're still really far out. Anything could happen. Like anything. I'm not going to sit here, though, and do like the Democrats did when Trump was in office and go, I hope the country goes to shit before the election so Trump gets elected. I'm not going to do that. At the end of the day, I want this country to do great. Fuck, I want the world to do great. So I'm not going to cheer for I hope we have more catastrophes and thousands of children die because of governmental incompetence. No, that's not what I'm going to do. But that might be what happens because they're terrible. And people, despite the fact that they control the narrative so successfully, it's getting so difficult. And they're not even trying. That's what people need to understand, right? Like, they are so used to having such total control over the control of the narrative, they don't even know how to fucking defend themselves remotely competently in any arena of ideas, right? So it's like most secure election ever. That's bullshit. or a woman's right to choose only between a woman and her doctor. And then today people were, yesterday at the debate, people were like, oh, well, that means that you're for, third trimester abortions. And they're like, no, we never said that. That's how bad they are. It's like, yes, you did. You don't even understand the implications, or you're lying about the implications of what you're saying, right? Or they'll be like, I've been saying this for a year, over a year. Like, it's not that Biden's team's out there saying, like, look, yeah, we understand the economy's rough right now. We do. We think it was because of COVID and because of our predecessor, and it's we're trying our best, but we understand people are upset, and we're gonna get through this. They're out there like best economy ever. What are you complaining about, serfs? The economy's great. It must be your fault. Why would you say they're so bad? They're so bad at this shit. But they get away with it because no one calls them out, because we don't have a free press. And I only have 50 people watching me. And most of the big right-wingers suck ass. So they get away with it.
They'll ask Trump, like, do you take responsibility for the children dying in Syria? And then Joe Biden comes, like, walking down the yard. And they'll be like, what kind of flavor ice cream did you get?
Right.
Like, that's the kind of, like, low balls they throw.
Arguably, Katrina ended Bush's presidency. Like, that was the death knell. The media was so on George Bush that he was too callous about Hurricane Katrina. How about literally this? I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. I'll fucking debate anyone on this. What was Biden's personal reaction to the Maui fires? The first 2 times he's asked about it, he says no comment. Then he goes to the beach like on vacation, right? Then he gives a speech where he's like, I know what you guys are going through. Because one time, a fire almost burnt my car. And then he may or may not have fell asleep at, like, one of the ceremonies. Like, that's objectively worse than Bush's reactions after Hurricane Katrina. What about Palestine, Ohio, where that train wreck? He still didn't set foot there. Now,
you can walk.
You could say, right? Now, there is an argument to be made. Well, does it help? Does it really fucking matter if the president goes? And I'm sympathetic to that argument. But what I'm saying is, it just shows the blatant dishonesty of our press, of our media, of our politicians. Because the blatant double standard they have. If this shit would have happened and Trump was president, they would be on his ass every day. But it's Biden, so we're just like, we're going to forbid. I mean, for fuck's sakes, we could be talking about thousands of children dead. Over 1,000 children dead in Maui. And it's like, I heard people, I didn't come up with this. I saw someone say this. It's a fair point, though. It's like, where are the flags? Everybody's quick to put a little Ukraine pin on their fucking lapel. But where's the concern for these thousands of kids dead on U.S. soil? Oh, wait. That implicates a Democratic state government and a Democratic president? No comment. Fuck you. Like,
it's all theater.
Yeah, it's just like, and so I think that you could be the big, and look, I'll tip my cap. I've already told you, I tip my cap to how great their propaganda is. They made the most anti-war people the most pro-war people. They are sophisticated propagandists. But you can only polish a turd so much. At some point, it's like, holy shit. How do you might not like Trump, but for God's sakes, can you take 4 more years? And I debate these fucking lunatic lefties that are like, I put Biden as one of the best presidents ever. What? What are you talking about? He's done so much. In what way? And when you say that, like, he's done so much, this is the shit they'll say. They're like, he passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And what has it done? Well, it's great. It'll do this, 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 and this. You think it will do that in the future. But how's the life of people right now? Shit. That's how. If you're on, and let me be clear. There's always outliers, right? There's always outliers. But for the majority of Americans, is your life better 3 years into Joe Biden's term than it was 3 years into Donald Trump's term? That's it.
That's pretty obvious, yeah.
It's obvious. But
they don't want to debate it.
Any metric you look at, immigration, not even fucking close. The economy, not even fucking close. Foreign policy. What was going on during... Remember, we were told he was going to get into World War III. They kept saying it. I don't know if you remember this. Speaking of Hawaii, you remember when these alarms went off? This is very interesting. I'm connecting the dots. There was a siren that went off in Hawaii.
I think I remember that because it became a subject on, like, the international scale of, like, what what would it be like if like
it was a nuclear
the
attack or something they were
Yes,
saying. Right, a
exactly,
missile
yeah.
attack. Yeah, you remember that shit? That's funny. They could get the alarms running there, but not when the fire was going on. Thank you so much, Crackle Fat. I appreciate it. But they couldn't get the shit rolling there, right? Like the alarms rolling for the fire, right? Like everyone was that was when I talked to people, they were like, Trump's weakest point. What scares us the most about him is foreign policy. Where are we now? We had historic peace deals breaking out in the Middle East when Trump was there. You could say, well, that wasn't Trump's fault. Okay, whatever. Now how's things look under Biden? Well, we're closer to World War III than any time we've been since previous to the Reagan administration. China's probably on the verge of invading Taiwan. Russia invades Ukraine. Israel and Palestine are back, and conflicts,
Doing what they always do.
Yeah, I mean, what... We're less respected on the international community, even amongst our allies and certainly amongst our enemies. The Afghanistan withdrawal was an absolute fucking debacle, even though I supported the idea of leaving, but the way it was done so was in the most amateur way possible. How can you say that Biden's foreign policy's been... What metric is Biden's... What has Biden done foreign policy-wise that you think's a fucking success?
What's funny when you say that is that's one of the things that I've noticed that they... Back when it was Trump times, all like left-leaning political political talking heads or streamers were very fixated on talking about Trump's presidency all the way through, about how terrible of a president he was, about how he's going to fuck up the country. And the second Joe Biden became president, for the first 4 or 5 or 6 months, they constantly defended any decision that he made.
Yep.
And now everything is just drama content or some other bullshit because they have
can't defend
nothing. They have nothing to talk about. That's why, for example, a lot of streamers are going over to do red pill content. Like, how many times do we have to listen to people giving dating advice? How complicated is this shit, and why has this become the new subject that everyone is fixated about? And it's because they can't talk about Biden or anything else in America because they know it's shit. They advocated for this shit for fucking 5 years, and now they got it, and now they're upset. So
yeah, and that's why it's happening. I couldn't agree more. Like, you look, the last one-on-one debate I had with Destiny was on Politically Provoked, and it was over a year ago, and it was on Biden's record, and he got fucking wrecked. And his fans could cope. They could cope. I get it. I get what they're going to do. He got wrecked. He got absolutely wrecked.
He got destroyed.
And that's why he doesn't want to debate me one-on-one anymore, and that's why he's doing the red pill shit, because he can't defend Biden's record. What he'll do is he'll be like, Trump sucks, Trump sucks, Trump sucks. That's what he'll do. That is not a defense of Joe Biden. That is not a defense of his record. And if we look at the situations of the Trump administration at this point versus the Biden, almost on every measure, I think objectively, the outcomes for people in this country were better under Trump. That's my position. They don't want to talk about it because they can't defend it. If Trump wins again, oh boy, politics will be back in vogue in Twitch politics. It'll be no red pill shit now. It'll be Trump corruption, Trump corruption, Trump corruption.
They should really advocate for Trump to become president, because it's like CNN. Their viewer base just drops. And one of the things I did notice was the question of has these political streamers that are now doing red pill content, have they fallen off? And their response is to say well, we're getting more engagement in our videos and our live streams in this subject, and it's true, but people follow you for political stuff. So, for example, you do politics, Rob. Let's say you get about an average 50 viewers per live stream. Let's say, hypothetically, that you started doing pregnant Elsa and Spider-Man content where you're dancing around like a retard for kids, and you got millions of views. And I go to you Rob, you really fell off. You're not gonna go, well, I got a lot of views. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, you get a lot of views acting like an idiot in front of children. It's I don't know why these streamers think that we won't notice that they spent the last 5 or 6 or 7 years talking politics, and now they just do dating advice all of a sudden. after Biden becomes president.
Once the ball swings the other way, inevitably, if it does, right, which it may never again, but if it does, right, they'll be right back like nothing happened.
Yes,
they'll be right back. And like it's like that's what I said. You couldn't get people to talk about corruption when we're going through like I'll give Pisco credit. Other than that, I couldn't get someone to talk about corruption with like the Biden shit that we're coming out, right? And what did I say all the time? I was like, don't worry, there'll be a new indictment next week, and then it'll be cool to talk about corruption again. All of a sudden. And by the way, when Trump was in office, and they would say like, well, Trump's, he's anti-free press. This is such a scandal. He kicked Jim Acosta out of the press pool. I'd be like, well, wait a minute. He's better with the free press than Obama was. Obama went up, they go, that's whataboutism. Who gives a shit about Obama? He's not president. Okay, well, Biden's president now, and what's the only thing they want to talk about? Well, not politics, and if they do, Trump. How bad Trump is. Trump's getting indicted. That's all they do. And when you're like, wait a minute, I thought you were only concerned about the current president. No, it's different now. Hashtag it's different, right? Democrats. I'll give you an example of what you're talking about, right? So here's a Destiny clone, Erudite, right? I did this kick or keep
I
panel,
love Erudite.
So I did this panel a couple weeks ago, kick or keep, and it's stupid. Like, who wins is irrelevant. That's not what I'm talking about. Or who made it further. It's all popularity contest and people memeing and blah, 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 whatever. But the last two people were me and Erudite, and the topic is basically, it was worded weirdly, but it was Trump or Biden, basically, who you got. And Erudite probably is getting talking. It sounded to me like Destiny was probably typing to her, trying to tell her what to say, And at the end of the day, I asked a real fucking simple question. I said, Erudite, can you name me one metric or policy that you think Biden's done that's better than Trump? She couldn't do it. She couldn't name one. She could not name one. Not one. That is shocking. That is absolutely fucking... I wasn't even, looking for her to be like, well, Bill 67183473, line 17. She could have just been like, I like what he's done with the border, or I like what he's done. Yeah. She could have even said the Inflation Reduction Act, and I'd have been like, yeah, okay. But she couldn't even come up with that. They don't know. They don't fucking know. They don't know because they don't care, because they're lemmings that just fucking repeat what talking heads tell them to. I'll give Destiny this credit at least. At least he'll make an opinion. He's dog shit. He'll run for me when it comes to politics. But he'll say something, right? Almost all these other people just listen to a handful of people like Destiny, who themselves are waiting for the narrative to be created by the DNC and by the mainstream media. And that's it. They don't have an original thought in their fucking head. So every time I debate them, they're just like, it literally could be, I could make their points fucking 50 times better than them. They're that bad.
It's funny you say that, because I was thinking about this when I watched this is a couple weeks ago, but I watched the Andrew Wilson, Grace, Erudite, and Destiny panel about I think it was it's degeneracy,
morality and shit. I saw
something like that. Yeah. Something like that. And it was basically you had Erudite she basically ended up admitting she had two conflicting worldviews. She had one that was based on Christian ethics that she applied for herself, and she had a utilitarian worldview for people who weren't religious, which just it was pretty obvious, pretty obvious contradiction.
Yeah, because if I could
funny,
go ahead.
Yeah,
please.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
I was just to explain it. What she's doing is she's saying, "Well, I have what's moral to me, and other people might disagree," and that's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
There's no contradiction there, right? But Andrew's point was, but to you is what they are doing moral. Right? So I could say, look, I just focus on myself, and I'm being a good Christian, and I don't care what other people do. They'll do them. Right? And Andrew's like, that's fine, but do you think what they're doing is moral? And she says yes. And that's the contradiction. You can't be like, here is morality. Just make it real simple. You could say, my religion says stealing is wrong, right? But they don't adhere to my religion, and they think stealing is right. And so, but for me, stealing's wrong. But it's also morally right for them to steal. No, your morals are stealing is wrong or it's not wrong. That's it.
Yes,
you can't
exactly.
be like, it shifts with which person. You can't do that.
Yeah, but my overall point regarding that little clip of Erudite just saying the most retarded shit ever was I had this realization that a lot of these political streamers and political talking heads a lot of these people have no fucking idea what it is they're talking about. And it's actually quite fascinating to watch because their whole job is to talk politics. And when you put them in a room with someone either like you or Andrew or somebody else who's a good debater, watching them like have no idea. I think didn't Pisco? No hate towards Pisco, but I thought it was hilarious that Pisco said what determines someone's race was what they defined themselves as at some point.
Yeah, he
And I
did.
thought that was one of the funniest fucking things I think I've ever fucking heard in my life.
Yeah.
Because I'm
they
just gonna
don't-
announce right now I'm black, by the way.
Okay. Yeah, it's like they don't get it. Like it's I don't know. It's like I don't know if they know they're dumb or if they're just trying to fake it until they make it, or if it's just we're bad faith and don't give a shit because we're morally better than you, so it's okay to do this shit. But it's like Erudite, I think, let's say the positives Erudite has going for her. Like, I think Erudite is an attractive lady, which is going to bring eyeballs to her. I think Erudite could sound persuasive in the right environment, right? So the little detail of, but do you know what you're talking about? Well, that doesn't really matter. Right? That part doesn't really matter. You know, if I could sound okay, and it's like, I don't know. That's how I look at it. You know, Destiny was a little.
I call it the bimbo effect. It's basically where it happens to men as well. I think Hasan Piker is probably the best
it
example of
certainly
that.
is,
It's basically where people think you're attractive, and because people like people who are attractive, they want to be close to you, they want to engage with you, and so whenever you say something that is just so fucking stupid, they won't they won't attack it or they won't confront it because they want to be on your good side. So that's why you can have someone like Hasan Piker who's a political commentator and be literally dumb as shit. Like he's probably one of the most unintelligent
Yeah.
maybe aside from like the Surfs TV or whatever, he's probably one of the dumbest people I've ever heard talk about politics
That's
ever.
why you listen to an Uggo. Because if I have people listening to me, you know, they ain't here because my looks, right?
That's
I'll give
true.
you another example.
true.
And not necessarily the attractive thing, but there are things I could say positive about this guy too. But I'm really important. He's terrible. He is I didn't realize it until like this month, my last interaction with him. He is so bad. He can't defend the most basic positions. Like, he can't. And there are things that are positive about IRI. I think would come off as likable if you agreed with his political stylings. And I think that he has cornered a market where he's doing this sort of C-SPAN type thing. And he certainly is unapologetically partisan. So if you want to tune in to just get a dopamine rush to see someone just saying shit that you know you'll agree with, and he does well for himself. And I don't begrudge that. I do not begrudge it. I'm not saying that, right? But what's shocking to me is he knows he can't do a debate with me. He abso-fucking-lutely knows it. And it's not because I'm a crazy conspiracy theory. We could do, like, just on policy. He absolutely knows he'll get fucking crushed. He knows it. Just like he did on that panel the other week. I'm sure he wasn't too happy to see that I was there. And just like he did today on Twitter. He posted out today on Twitter, right? We talked about this a little, but on abortion, right? He's like, you know, he reposts someone that's like, because the Democrats are in full spin mode, because as we've already talked, if they say abortion's only between a doctor and a woman, that means there are no laws regulating it, which means they support the legality of third trimester abortions for any reason. Because if they don't and they say, no, there should be some laws, well, then that means they're regulating women's bodies. And if they say, well, it's okay to regulate their bodies if it's extreme circumstance because that would be the killing of a life, yes, that's exactly the Republican position. We just disagree on when it's a life. That's it. So they can't say that. So this woman posts out like, oh, blah, blah, blah. They're acting like we're celebrating 9-month abortions, and that's not true. And then IRI posts, right? He posts, well, and even when there are those, there are literally 0 elective third trimester abortions. It's because there's a tragedy and the baby's going to die. So I posted, was like, that's not true. I could have posted a litany of sorts. I could have went to one of the most quote, prestigious abortion institutions, the Guttmacher Institute, and I could have showed you that they say that the majority of late-term abortions, which include late second-term and third-term abortions, the majority are for basically what we would consider elective reasons. But instead, I just put this article from The Atlantic with one of the biggest third trimester abortion providers in the country admitting that more than 50% of the women that come to him are elective. So instead of IRI going, oh shit, I guess I was wrong, you know what he does? He says, I support aborting children if they're going to be Republicans. And it's like,
damn, what a hot take.
Wow. Like, one, it's like, I get what you're doing. You're telling a joke because you just talked out your ass. And anytime you're saying like literally zero, you're probably losing the argument because there probably someone could find one. But it wasn't like I found one and he's like, okay, one. It's like I found that the majority that this particular abortionist were doing were elective, right? Which would be thousands. I found that. And your answer is just to tell a joke, which, by the way, is not a good joke. And that's his, and like I have a small following. So I'll get like one person to retweet me, and he gets like 40 likes.
So what you're saying is you got ratioed?
I did. I got ratioed. That is true. I did get ratioed. He got me, man, with his hot joke. And it's like, he knows. You think he's not sitting there knowing like, well, yes, Rob just proved I was full of shit. He knows I proved he was full of shit. He absolutely, just like on that panel, he knew it. All he could do was try to joke his way through. That's it. The whole time. Like, at one point, he was resorted when I was talking about this professor, Robert Epstein, who says that Google's algorithm can swing 16 million votes, right? He just kept going, Epstein, you like Epstein, Rob? It's like, great. What am I arguing with like a fucking 10-year-old here? And I don't mind jokes. Like, I think Andrew's funny. Me and Andrew rib each other and talk shit. Even Sonsel has funny jokes sometimes. You know, I've heard Dylan be funny piece because, yeah, right. You try, you know, but it's like, dude, that's your hot joke. Like what the fuck? This is like 10-year-old shit. What are you talking about? But that's all he could do. He just tried to meme his way through it. It was the same way when I was on the panel with Vaush. Right? Same shit. All he could do is meme his way through. Because in that panel one of the topics was abortion. And all I wanted was to get Vaush's fucking admission, dude, you support 9-month abortions. Just fucking say it. That's it. I'm not going to change your mind, Vaush, or any of your supporters, but get it on record. Get it out there. And all it was meme his way through it because he knew he couldn't keep up on the fucking issues.
I also think there's another thing. We talked about this earlier about how people on the right tend to be a lot more informed on subjects that matter to them than people on the left, which I think is a pretty well-known phenomenon, especially if you talk, like, for example, gun control. Anyone who's like pro-gun can tell you like almost word for word what it says in like the Second Amendment.
Yep.
I can't though, but I'm not American.
Well, right, you're right.
But the thing is that's interesting is that that mentality of like not being informed, I've noticed that perfectly correlates with like political streamers and political talking heads, where you'll have someone like Vaush who has a pretty large following. And he'll go into a debate with a guy who has like a master's in philosophy and do literally zero research and just go in. And it's like, I suck at philosophy and he's worse at philosophy than I am. And he goes into it with a guy who has a PhD or whatever in philosophy. And he says the most retarded shit. Like, didn't he say something like, we don't agree on words because in Spanish, water isn't water, it's aqua.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking about? That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard in my life. And you're your whole job is to do politics, and you're saying shit that like a 16-year-old would say.
He's he's like a sophist. He's like a rhetorician, right? He knows, like, an actor. Like, let's say that you're The Rock, you're Dwayne The Rock Johnson, and he takes a movie where he's a firefighter, which I think actually has happened, probably. Sounds like a movie that exists, right? The Rock can't fight a fire to save his life, probably, but he could act like a firefighter. He could read the script like a firefighter, right? That's sort of what Vaush is, right? Vaush knows how to sound like he knows what he's talking about to a certain audience, to his audience. And he employs effective rhetoric strategies, right? You know, one of the most dishonest strategies that I've seen, and Vaush employs this quite regularly, it was exemplified in his debate with Jackson Hinkle on the Doma gas attack. And that was that Vaush will say something that he is completely made up, that he's completely talking out of his ass.
That's where he lied, right?
Yes, and he will say it with the utmost confidence. And he'll say it in a way that sounds like it is indisputable. And it is completely fabricated. This isn't, oops, I read it wrong. It is a complete fabrication. And 90% of the time it works. 90% of the time. And in that debate, what happened was, if you didn't watch the debate, I'll summarize it for you this. The IPCW, which is sort of this international UN body that's tasked with investigating chemical weapons attacks, they send these investigators over, and one of the head investigators basically blows the whistle that's like, we found that Syria didn't commit this gas attack. And so basically the UN's like, okay, go fuck off then. We're going to bring in other people that will say they did. And so this whistleblower speaking up saying, look, here's all the evidence, and we were hushed, right? And so that's where the majority of Jackson's argument's coming from. And Vaush's argument is just, you could tell he Googled for like an hour or two. Actually, he had someone help him. I remember him talking. He had someone come on and help him and give him some evidence. And so he's just going to read this evidence off. He doesn't really understand the evidence. He hasn't thought about it. He's just going to read it and be like, there. And then he'll just act smug and persuasive and whatever, right? That's what he's going to try to do. And he's losing badly, and so he's trying to do things like, focus on one issue that even if it's not important to the overall scheme of things, he's trying to focus on it, and he's trying to just move away when he's getting his ass handed to him and shit like that. And one of the things he does is he says, well, are you aware that whistleblower that you're citing actually wrote and concluded with me? Concludes that they did commit the attack. And you can see
it's just made up.
Yeah, it's just
bullshit.
Whole cloth made up. It's not like he read something wrong. He's literally, because Jackson's reading over and over. Like, I forget what the guy's name is, but let's say his name's Bill Smith. He's like, here, this is from page 3 of Bill Smith's testimony. Here's page 4. Here's page 5. Here's page 6. And Vaush is like, that's basically Jackson's entire position. And Vaush is like, actually, the dude ends up agreeing with me. Now, that's devastating if true for Jackson's side of the argument. Because it's like, you could be that way, right? You could read a police report, page 1 through 10, that says it looks like Rob committed this crime, but if page 11 says, but then we found this and it proved Rob couldn't, well, it doesn't matter what page 1 or 10 through 10 said. And that's basically what Vaush is saying happened. Actually, the dude concludes with me. And you can see Jackson's taken aback. He's like, what? Like, uh-oh. And then Jackson...
Yeah, because he thinks he's being honest. He thinks like, oh, did I miss something?
Right. And so then Jackson's like, well, wait, show me where. And Vaush is like, huh? He's like, show me where. And Vaush is like, well, I saw that he, or something. Tries to like, some bullshit. And Jackson's like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. And Vaush is like, anyways, and just moves on to something irrelevant. So what happened would be 80 to 90% of people probably wouldn't catch that Vaush just did that and would probably accept it. And then even if you do call it out, what's the consequence, like, argumentatively? Nothing. He'll just slide on like nothing happened. And you're expected to believe him when he's making the next bullshit point that he doesn't have evidence for. And that's the type of person. He'll lie to you 50 fucking times in a row. It doesn't matter. If you miss one of the lies, rhetorically, it looks like he's doing really well. Because he just fucking lied to you. He'll say whatever. He'll say, when I called it, he fucking pretended to not know me, then said that he knew me. I called in when he was on the Crucible, when he was a guest there. Right? I said, what about this when you said that, you wanted people to shoot at Patriot Prayer? I don't think I said that. I guess I'll have to go back and check. Bullshit. You know you said it. You fucking know.
That's
you
a pretty
absolutely
well-known
know.
clip.
Right. He fucking knows. And he'll just lie. He doesn't give a shit. Now, you could say what you want about me. You could say I'm a psychopath. I'm a conspiracy theorist. But there ain't examples of that shit like that with me. Where I'm just like...
At least not yet. At least not yet.
Give me time, right? Like, and
yeah.
I'm not saying I've never been mistaken. I might say Trump said that. I did it the other day with Pisco. I said, Pisco, in our last debate, you said that you thought that Ambassador Pyatt's letter was saying to fire Shokin. And Pisco's like, bullshit, no, I didn't. So I went back through the debate, and what Pisco said was, it's clearly saying this, and then he says, but wait, let me clarify. I'm not saying it says to fire Shokin, but it's sort of laying the groundwork. He's critically, so I tweeted out, was like, okay, my bad. You're right. You said quite literally, it sounded like that's what you were saying, but then you literally say, that's not what I'm saying. I was like, so I take that back. But that's different than just wholesale making something up, right? To just being like,
yeah.
Pisco said that he punched a kid in the face last week. What? Yeah, minute 43. And then he goes back. He's like, no, here's minute 43. That didn't happen. I'm like, oh, okay. Anyways, on to the next argument.
Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, that's like what Vaush does. It's, but I know you got to get going. I'll
I got to go. We're at the 3-hour mark. But we actually went an hour extra. But you're good content, Rob. You can talk forever.
I can. It's a curse and a blessing. So thanks for having me on your show, though, man. And I would be happy to come back at some time. And who knows?
Yeah, next time you got to play Minecraft, though.
Well, you see me struggle like, what button do I hit? That'll be a lot of fun, so.
But it was nice. It was nice. I appreciate it. Not sure if there's that much to shout out.
Shout out your Minecraft channel to my audience, and I'll shout out real quick to your audience.
Yeah, I'll do 2 things. I'll shout myself out, and then I'll give a small proposal for you, Rob. Okay. My name's Nick Lord on YouTube, Ogre in chat. I keep gaslighting people in chat. Most people in Rob's chat probably know who I am because I'm fucking annoying. On purpose. And my channel, I do live streams where I interview people, play Minecraft with them, and I do some pretty funny meme videos, but YouTube keeps taking them down. So enjoy them while they're up. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, and you had a proposal?
Yeah, because sometimes because I'm subscribed to you on YouTube, I get your shorts in my feed, and your shorts are dog shit. Not the things you say, but you have to remember you're competing against people who have like ADHD, and their videos have like a car in Grand Theft Auto that's like exploding at the bottom of the screen, and then at the top there's like some libtard getting completely owned. So if you want me to, because I can edit, if you want me to, you can send me a clip and I'll add like some stupid bullshit.
I'll do that, because you have to understand, first off, the short that I put up recently, I was actually doing legitimate shorts, and I am going to start doing TikTok shit, so that would be the same thing basically. The one I put up recently was just a clip someone put from me from a debate. I have zero interest in editing, and I have even less skill in it.
Yes,
and so
make sure
I know
the only thing is important, get clean audio. It's not so much that it has to be good audio, but it just has to be clear. Okay. Like no echoes or anything like that, because I can't edit that out. And that's basically it.
I'll send it to you on Discord then.
Yeah, send it to me on Discord and give me like a couple minutes.
I don't have anything right now, but just in the future, if I do something, I'll send it to you. One thing I did hear, and you probably know this, people tell me that captions are important. That you want the words up on the screen, because if you put it somewhere like Twitter, most people don't even click. They just watch, and so they might not hear the audio.
Yeah, captions are really important. It's very hypnotic. You probably know this if you're watching a movie that has subtitles on, but you understand what they're saying. You might just sit the whole movie just reading the subtitles, even though they're speaking English.
Right, that's true.
Because it's a completely like normal human behavior. When you see something flash on screen, especially when it's captions, in your mind, it automatically goes to I have to read along what it says.
Right.
Because it feels unnatural to have text on a screen and not read it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, and change the color of the caption too as well. Like have it like it change in yellow every single time you say the word. So
if I send you a video without captions, is it difficult for you to caption it?
No, it just takes time because I have to match it up with your words. There's some people who use some software, and you've probably seen shorts like this before, where they'll just put the software on top of the video and it'll automatically generate the captions, but it's not perfect. So you'll see.
That's what TikTok does. So TikTok's got
exactly.
Thing. And so do you want me to send you like a TikTok video with the caption there?
Yeah, you can do that. Okay. And
it doesn't matter if it's perfect.
Can you move the captions? I
think so. Yes. Do you want them high or
low? Medium, because if I split.
Here?
1 second, I don't have your stream up.
So like mustache level, nose level. If I'm doing just a video of my head, basically, or
basically you should see. It should be like this. I should be able to cut the screen in half, and then the bottom I should be able to put something. It could just be like a clip of like Donald Trump walking around on a field, or it could be a car from GTA exploding. Who cares? But the reason why I say that is because you want half the screen to be like you talking, and the other half to be whatever like brainwashing shit you put in like the small kid's brain.
Yeah, fuck it. We'll give it a shot. I don't care. I think that's where it's at. I think that the shorts, like on TikTok, I fucking hate TikTok, but I also hate YouTube. So what's the difference? But the reason Aftershock told me this, he's like, dude, there's such a huge audience to get on TikTok. There's such dog shit political content there. And if you could live stream there, I think I would crush it if I could live stream on TikTok. The problem is you need 1,000 followers. I think I have 20. So it's I got to start putting shit out there to chum people in so that I could do the content I want, where I could start doing the live stream shit, And I know it's owned by China. So what? Fucking, I'm on Twitch right now. It's owned by Bezos, a horse apiece. So, but no, I appreciate the help. So I'll get you some shit here next week. I'll try to get you 1 or 2 of those. And if it's something that you don't feel like doing, or if it doesn't come out good for whatever, no fucking pressure. But I think I really appreciate the offer. I really do.
Yeah, I take 5%. You should know.
That's fine.
So, I'm not sure how much that is.
I'll tell you what it's...
How much do you make on YouTube?
How much do I make on YouTube?
$5 a month?
I would say that's probably what it averaged here this last year, since I was basically
after taxes, probably.
Yeah. But if you
want, it's more than I do.
Right. If you want, like, we could come to some financial.
No, I don't need. Don't worry, Rob. There's a reason why I keep begging people to give me a sub. It's not because I don't have any money. It's because I don't like spending money.
Right.
So I have plenty of money. I don't need money for TikTok.
Well,
shorts.
I appreciate it. If it gets big or something, that would be something different. But yeah, I'm telling you, Aftershock knows this.
You can buy me a pizza. Me
and Aftershock put hours and hours into shit, and then it's like when the money came rolling in, it's like, oh boy, $20. we killed it this month. So, but all right, man, I'll let you go. But no, I had a lot of fun. We'll do it again, and like I said, I'll get you some shit. So, thank you so much. It's me, Ogre, Nick Lord on YouTube. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Appreciate it, Rob. Talk to you soon.
Yep, let's see you. Goodbye. Good stuff. I had a lot of fun. I think it'll go good. We did. We made it. I didn't know. I thought it was going to be a lot of Minecraft talk, and I was like, I don't know what I have to add. I prepared by learning the term creeper. That's apparently a thing in Minecraft, like skeletons that attack you or something. No, Aftershock. My understanding is there is... Watch, I'll show you. Well, wait. I got to be careful. I don't want to dox myself or anything stupid.
I don't give a fuck what you think.
Whoa. So I hit the little button here and that to add, right? I'll show you what I do. So there's a button. I hit add to go to create. Then it says photo, text, 3 minutes, 60 seconds, 15 seconds. There is no live button. There's no live button there. And so I looked it up, and everything said you need 1,000 followers to have the option to go live. So, Greg Allman, $5 plus $30 a month to write me music, Greg? I already have your CDs. I'll be all right. Looks like Rob the Robot. My camera, it's aggravating me today because somehow it must have got raised. My head should be here. Like, I should be a solid... But yeah, so that's why, by the way, if you're watching, if you could follow me on TikTok, I don't give a shit if you ever watch me, but I just need 1,000 follows. And you should stick around and watch. That would be cool too. Yeah. Also, if you want to help me out, you could clip stuff that I'm doing on Twitch, because I routinely am going to start going through those clips and seeing what I could use. So like a 1-minute clip, but keep in mind, like a 1 minute or a 3 minute clip, whatever you could clip like that. Keep in mind that the intent is to put it out as a standalone thing. So if it's just a minute like of random shit, it won't play that well. TikTok gives you fake followers. They haven't given me shit. I need 1,000 of them to go live. So I haven't got shit for fake or otherwise. But I'm not interested in buying fake followers and all that bullshit. You routinely get those people. I got to fix this. I'll be right back. I know I'm about to end, but I literally can't handle this. What the fuck? Let's try that. Is that going to be better? Like my shirt, my Doc Alice pitched a no-hitter on acid. Is that no better? What the fuck? Okay. I guess I gotta angle it down. What the hell's going on here? Did my chair fall? Oh, yeah. That's what happened. My chair wasn't up the whole way. Anyways. Yeah, TikTok sucks, I know. What I think about the left versus right's opinion of the debate last night, you know, we talked about it a little here tonight. I think the left's, I mean, what is there to say? I don't know. Everyone's person won. Thank you, Sid. Look at that. Reluctantly making a TikTok account to follow me. I also put a hilarious baby shark video up on TikTok. I don't know if it was hilarious. But yeah, am I trying to show? No, not. I don't do that type of content. Volunteers girl not using CCT spyware, just using American government spyware. Got it, volunteers girl. I don't. By the way, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I am feeling good. I feel real good. By the way, I might have to bring this YouTube video off because of some. So I'll probably delete this video. It'll still be up on Twitch and Rumble and Twitter, but because of some of the topics, I forgot that you can't talk about COVID. Jesus Christ, so dumb. Oops, apologies for saying that too. Well, more freedom. You think YouTube's working on making it better? Not for me. YouTube censors me any chance they get. That's why I have to delete this video tonight. I got a notification here. Oh, thanks, Aftershock. I appreciate it. But I got to start putting stuff up there. No one's going to follow me if I'm not putting stuff up there. So, anything else? Anyone have a specific question? I could probably hang out for another 15 minutes. You know, I was disappointed in that Trump. Me and my friend Carlos are going to have to go at it because Carlos thought that that Trump's Tucker interview was on fire. Now, I think Tucker was fine. I do. Yeah, absolutely. I try to branch out to as many platforms as possible, Ninja. So if I do debates and stuff on TikTok, I want to start doing spaces too. I have a problem with my phone. It makes it sound like I have a lisp when I do stuff on my phone. I wanted to do spaces on my phone, but oh man. Is this a pretty easy prediction? Will Trump's mugshot be the most liked and viewed tweet ever? Yeah, Tainted, that's probably true. It is hard. It's hard to find people on, I agree. But yeah, Greg, if you missed it, I talked about my feelings on Trump's. I wasn't that impressed with Trump's interview. No, conservative. I'm not asking anyone to scam the system, really. Yeah, Rumble definitely needs to work on their UI. I don't disagree with that. You know, I think Twitch is superior to YouTube for live streaming, but I think when it comes to just uploading a video, YouTube's technology is bar none the best. It just is. It's not even close, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, Rumble search bar. Odyssey is the same thing. I had trouble. Fuck, what was the one that everyone told me to do? I had an account there, and then it said my password screwed up. 40 times I sent emails. Can you help reset my password? Nothing. I saw a thread today that the DA in Georgia was an election denier herself, which was pretty funny. Drink a Red Bull and go for another 2 hours. It's not that. It's that I'd like to spend some time with my wife. So, I know she texted me. I think Hank took a late nap today. So I think he finally got to bed here about a half hour ago. And so my wife will probably be up until 1. So it'd be nice to go down and watch a show with her or something. Yeah, Lavin, that's partially true. Okay, I'll talk about the Trump thing again, and I'll talk about RFK. We'll start with RFK. I did not see all of the RFK Rogan thing. What I saw was like little snippets, like 10-minute clips and things like that, right? RFK to me seems like a guy with dog shit politics that means well, if that makes sense. I think that I could vote for RFK. Like, let's say that by some miracle, Chris Christie's the nominee and he ends up running against RFK. I'd vote for RFK. But he's bad on specific things. Like, he's bad on guns. And so there are policy things that I'm not going to like that he does. But I think he's right in having a correct skepticism of these institutions and realizing how corrupt they've gotten. That I agree with. Yeah, I know. Shame on me for not being sad and alone. By the way, tomorrow, this is what my game plan is tomorrow. I will not be streaming. My wife and her family is making jam and jelly tomorrow. And so we got to wake up and go buy, I think we got most of the stuff to make it, except we need canning jars. So I got to go buy canning jars. And then I'm going to a friend's house on Saturday to watch a boxing pay-per-view. And so I have to find something like an appetizer to take. So that's my agenda tomorrow. And then I have to fix the hoses on the back of my washing machine. So, right. RFK is an option if everything else fails. So that's my take on RFK. Trump's... Okay. I've already talked about this, so this will be a repeat. You're worried about the new variant found of it. Lindsay, I swear to God that you're a real right-winger that's here pretending to be a left-winger just for the laughs. Like, I think... what's his name? Her? I can't remember. I don't even know. I asked him. I thought he said her. Is that the name of one of the dudes? Let me see. Let's see if I can find. Is it Herd? I don't know. I am going to be jamming tomorrow. So, anyways, so that's what I'm doing Saturday. Trump's performance. I'll try to be brief with this. For me, the selling point of Trump at this point is, the detriment to Trump is he was there before and he didn't drain the swamp. But now he'll be pissed off because they're coming at him, so he'll be pissed off. I felt like, yeah, he seemed low energy, but it was also a more managed interview. I think he knew that it was going to be someone who liked him, so it wasn't going to be an antagonistic thing. So that'll seem like your energy's lower for that. But for me, the big takeaway was I felt that he still doesn't get the severity of how corrupt these institutions are. To me, if you watch it, he's sort of talking like nonchalantly about things, about sinks and electric cars. And he's sort of like, when they talk, he's like, yeah, believe it or not, I work well with Gavin Newsom. And, they're great people at the CIA and like stuff like that. And it's like, I don't think that that's evidence that he's going to go in there like carrying a stick and dismantle these corrupt institutions. If I compare that to Vivek, who's like, we need a revolution, disband the IRS, disband the FBI. Now, the downside of Vivek is he just full of shit? The guy just comes out of nowhere. Is he just literally like, I know what I'm supposed to say and I'm going to say it, but if I get elected, I ain't going to do any of it? Maybe. I don't know. But I was not impressed by Trump's performance in that sense. Ooh, a little thunder out there. Amber Heard boxing Johnny Depp. I did say Heard. I don't know who the guy's name is. I'm an idiot. I was hoping it was Tyson Fury, but I don't follow boxing much anymore. Yeah, I don't see a 38-year-old getting elected either, but Vivek's not going to win anyways. Again, the Vivek's problem is, who is going to vote for Vivek over Trump? Like, if you're a Vivek fan, you're probably a Trump fan. I don't know that there's a big enough swath of people that are like, well, I like Trump a lot, and I like what Vivek's saying, but I prefer Vivek over Trump. Most of the people that are like, yeah, I think Vivek won the debate yesterday, probably are like, but I'm going to vote for Trump. Yeah, Vivek probably says too many extreme positions for the average voter. Not for me, though. Not for me at all. But Vivek's there is to steal the spotlight from DeSantis, sort of. Vivek's self-interest is setting himself up as one of the heir apparents going into the future. He's 38 years old. I think he understands the MAGA movement will be there for years to come, or at least populism will be there for years to come, and he'll be there that's paying his bona fides now. So 8 years from now, he's going to say, I've been talking about this for 8 years. I don't disagree, Ranger and Rope. So who you like, Ranger? Who are you supporting in the primary? I haven't made up my mind. You know, DeSantis? I like DeSantis. I think he's ran a terrible campaign. Yeah, the black pill, right. The worry with DeSantis is trying to run this fine line where he's like, look, I'm courting MAGA principles, populist principles, but I'm also showing the old guard Republicans I could work with you, right? And so the old guard Republicans, they'd probably prefer a Chris Christie, but they know he doesn't have a chance. So they're willing to work. All these super PACs and all these donors are willing to work with DeSantis. And so the question with DeSantis becomes, if you think he's really a good guy and really a populist, will he hold the fort if he's elected? Will he say, nope, I'm going to stick to my guns? Or will he listen to the old guard Republicans say, now, come on, that's a little extreme. Well, you know, I talked about this. I think that there's a solid chance that they'll pull Newsom out because Biden's so bad. You know, I talked about this last night and a little today too when it came to the debate last night. And it's interesting. I love giving reviews of the debate in real time before you get a chance to read anyone else. Because if you read other people, then you get influenced sort of by what they're saying. You know, so I thought the debate last night, I think Vivek's hands down the winner. If you look at it, first off, in general, right, you clip this. I'll record this, maybe. Here, wait. I know what I'll do. How about that? Now it'll look like a... I'll do a YouTube video here. How about that? I'm going to shut this door off. This is how I do all my videos, basically. One take. We'll see if I can do it in one take here. Make sure I'm centered a little. There we go. Okay. Well, it's putting down the rain pretty hard. So looking at the first Republican debate, here was my takeaways. Anytime you're on the stage with that many people, and there's like 8 people on the stage, the key is that you have to do the following 2 things. 1, you want to make sure that you have a central message, no matter what question you're asked, that people that are watching know that's what you stand for. So maybe it's fighting corruption, maybe it's lowering taxes. Whatever it is, you should be including that central, easy to understand point in every answer you give. And the second thing is you want to do something to stand out from the crowd. So using those metrics and analyzing the debate, I think that the clear winner was Vivek. The reason for that is he was able to put that clear message in every one of his answers, where he was talking about corruption and revolution and needing to really upset the apple cart and change the direction of the country, and he clearly stood out. Now, specifically, Vivek's big downside going into this debate is going to be name recognition, because people that follow him on Twitter or follow the sort of talk shows might recognize him, but the average American probably has no idea who this young guy is. And certainly it benefits him that he seemed to be the one that was attacked the most by the other people on the stage. So perceptually, it gives off the impression, even if I don't know this guy, Mike Pence knows him, Chris Christie knows him, and they're treating him like a significant threat. So I think Vivek wins because he not only accomplishes the two generic things he needed to accomplish, but the specific thing of getting more name recognition. I don't think Ron DeSantis had any big unforced errors, but he needed, in a debate where Trump wasn't there, to stand out as the big dog that was on the stage. And sadly, I feel that he comes off as sort of middle of the pack. And so, even though there weren't any great unforced errors, I don't think he did himself any favors. The worst image of the debate for him was when they were asked to raise their hand if they would support Trump if he was the nominee, and he literally looked at Vivek and then half raised his hand once he saw Vivek's hand was raised high. It gives off the perception of someone who's not strong, independent, and coming up with his own voice. And I think that's a shame, because I think that that's DeSantis' brand when it comes to the actions that he's taken in Florida. As far as the rest of the participants, I don't think any of them really have a chance. I think they're going after the donor buck. They're going after the establishment rhino donor class and trying to be the alternative to the inevitability of challenging MAGA within the Republican Party. I think that Chris Christie was billed as the guy that would be a firebrand and go after, anyone that was MAGA. But I think ironically it was Mike Pence who was the person who came out and spoke the heaviest and even was interrupting and talking over the bell quite frequently, which, to be honest, was a little out of character from what I've known of Mike Pence. So at the end of the day, I think Vivek had the best performance. I think that, DeSantis really dropped the ball and could have hurt his chances here because he doesn't come across as a big dog. And ultimately, I question, though, whether this debate will even matter in the grand scheme of things. Probably won't. It's probably more of an intrigue for people that really follow this stuff. And seeing as how Trump wasn't there, there's a question of how important it was in the first place. I don't know. There we go. Video. I don't think Vivek flopped that bad on the Ukraine issue. He could have been better, but it's very difficult when people are shouting over you like that. No, I totally disagree with that take, Lavin. Totally disagree. I agree that he came out swinging at everyone. I do. That's what he should have done. Them attacking him at the end of the day is a net benefit because it makes him look like he's the front runner. You attack the front runner. You don't attack the guy that doesn't have a chance. And so it was very strategically smart of him to attack everyone. But the way in which they attacked him, which they just basically kept talking over him, just because a bunch of people agreed and talked over him doesn't mean that their attacks were successful. Let me put my... I would not upload to Pornhub for me. Thank you for asking them. Why do I not like Mike Pence? Because he's a neocon establishment rhino. That's pretty much everything I stand against. No, I don't think that's true at all about Vivek. I really don't. He answered specifically, for example, the education question. He answered it. He answered specifically pretty much most of the questions. The climate. He was the only one who's took a firm stance, I would say. Now you have to understand, a lot of it is, like I said, that you give your central message. Like, for example, the one answer Chris Christie gave was actually not bad, was on the UFO question. If you watch, you might be like, he didn't answer the UFO question very well. That's true, he didn't. But he tangentially mentioned what it was and then took it to an issue that he thought was important. How do I respond to critics of Vivek that says he's a farmer bro? I don't know. How do I? A great question. Vivek certainly has shit in his past that makes you raise an eyebrow. He does. I don't think that he did deny anthropogenic climate agenda. I think that he chose his words very carefully, and it was very wisely. He said the climate change agenda is a hoax, right? He's denying the premise of the question is what he's doing, right? So let me give you an example. I say, is climate change real? And you're like, yeah, I guess climate change is real. And you're like, aha, therefore ban fossil fuels. Now, you have a minute to answer this question and stand out. Is climate change real? Yes, I think climate change is real, and it does. Humans do have some effect with it, and it can cause things that would be bad and be challenging for us. Or you just be like, no, it's a fucking hoax in the sense that, yes, climate change exists and human has something to do with it, but they're using this to literally take away our economic viability and our freedom. That's the answer. You reject the premise of the question. It's the same shit they did with Trump. Are you allowed to take classified documents? Well, no, you're not supposed to. Okay, therefore. It's like, I reject the premise. You gonna eat your hat? All right. Let's see what we got. Maybe I'm wrong. If I could type.
Let's be honest as Republicans.
Right. Are we going to see me apologize? Or are we going to see Jurataker eat his shoe? Ready? Let's see. I don't know.
No, I didn't raise a hand. Let us be honest as Republicans. No, I didn't raise a hand.
He says the climate change agenda is a hoax. Jurataker, are you going to record a video of you eating your shoe? Just curious. How are we gonna get proof? What type of shoe are you wearing? I'll accept a crock or something that would be easier to digest. But it's up to you. Let's see. By rejecting the premise, you're ignoring the large swath of voters in the middle who do care about it. Those voters aren't going to vote Republican. No. Completely disagree with you, Tainted. You don't wear shoes. I bet you own a pair. No, I get it. Like, I obviously just joking around, but yeah, I wasn't sure. I thought that's what he said. No, it's absurd. He did talk about it. In fact, he specifically talks about there are environmental things that we need to work within. Didn't he say that? What do you want people to do? Like, Tainted, let me ask you. Like, I'm interested in this now. Do you consider yourself a Republican? Because you say there are people in the middle that are considered voting Republican. So would you consider yourself a Republican or someone who would be willing to vote Republican? It's, you know. Obviously, I know there's probably a delay and it takes a while to type. But, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, Alley Cat, I'll be called a stochastic terrorist now. Rob's encouraging people to eat shoes. Yeah, leather sandal might be where I would go. Would maybe be the most digestible. I'm sure there's some sort of, like, edible shoes somewhere. Tainted's not answering, so I guess I'll just riff on what he may have said. So I think that no, Tainted, you're 100%. I think you're 100%. So here's Tainted perspective, right? You have to accept that climate change is killing us all, and you need to start with that framework to be able to get into this debate. I 100% completely disagree. I think that Tainted's position here is indicative of why Republicans lose. Tainted actually has the exact inverse on how to deal with this shit, right? Tainted's the type of guy that would be like, when they say, do you denounce white supremacy? You have to keep saying, yes, I denounce white supremacy. Aren't white supremacists bad? Yes, white supremacists are very bad. But aren't they really bad? Aren't bigots bad? Yes, bigots are bad. They're very bad. That's the problem. Tainted accepts the narrative that is pushed out, that is obviously authoritarian bullshit, and he says, well, to win purple states, you have to accept the framing of the narrative and allow them to then put you on the defense. So if you say, yes, climate change is real, I accept that. Because remember, he's criticizing that, it's not that he's criticizing that Vivek, like, didn't talk about, a bug just went in my mouth. It's not that he's criticizing Vivek didn't say anything about the issue, because he specifically talks about we need economic energy independence and there's things that we could do environmentally. He says all of that stuff. So that's not what Tainted's criticism is. It's not at all. His criticism is, I demand that Vivek bow to the altar of the religion of climate change. I demand that he starts from that position. That's what Tainted suggesting, or else he'll lose popular votes. The reason that Tainted thinks that way is because everyone's been bowing at that altar, and so now people are conditioned to believe that. Instead, what we need someone to stand up and say, no, it's bullshit. It is true that the climate is changing. It is true that humans possibly have something to do with that. But there is no evidence whatsoever that it'll be the catastrophe that these people are talking about. And by intentionally sabotaging our economic viability, it not only makes the environment worse in the future, but will lead to the deaths of millions of people in our country and countries around the world. By the way, the policies and the positions that these people advocate for to fight climate change will disproportionately hurt working class people and poor people. All of their policies are about control. It's about fear mongering. This is just exactly what the Patriot Act was about. It's the same thing. Be scared of the big bad boogeyman and give us all the power and money. Why don't you go to work and tell your wife she has to work too? Oh, you can't get by on 40 hours a week? Why don't you try 60 hours or 80 hours? I refuse to reject it, or to accept the premise. Tainted says, nice straw man. My point is give voters an out to address something. Nuclear is one option. Vivek talked about nuclear energy. He specifically said nuclear. You don't need to cut fossil fuels. That's what Vivek said. He said everything you're saying. The reason that I'm not straw manning you is because you're giving a specific criticism of something that someone said. And Vivek said all of the things that you're saying he should say. We can play it. You want to hear what he said? Now remember, he's criticizing Vivek's claims here. So let's hear what he says. If I can find a larger portion of his full answer. Everybody's just got the same clip, probably because Fox News. Here's the, I think this is a longer clip. Let's see. This is what Tainted's criticizing. This is what he's saying. He can't say climate change is a hoax because that's avoiding the question. Instead, he should have talked about nuclear and stuff like that. Right? Now, let's look at what Vivek said.
I'm the only person on the stage who isn't bought and paid for, so I can say this. The climate change agenda is a hoax. The climate change agenda is a hoax. And we have to declare independence for it. And the reality is, the anti-carbon agenda is the wet blanket on our economy. And so the reality is, more people are dying of bad climate change policies than they are of actual climate change.
Governor Haley, are you bought and paid for?
Is down by 98% in the last century.
Listen. Hold on.
I've had enough already tonight. It's Brett who's with an up here.
He has a I thought he talked about nuclear later. I could be wrong. Let's see.
Stage tonight.
Come over and give me a hug. Give me a hug just like you did to Obama.
The same time amateur.
And you'll help elect me just like you did to Obama too. Give me that
the
bear
same
hug,
type of.
Let's see if I can find more of what he said. Everything Vivek said there is 100% true. That it's the agenda that's going to kill more people. Man, it's really pouring out there. Oof. Looking up nuclear is not working because he talked about the nuclear family.
Crisis facing
hallway. I've been in the West Wing. A president of the United States has to confront every crisis facing America. I will put our nation back on the path to growth and prosperity and restore fiscal responsibility, just as I did in Congress and as governor,
Mr. Vice President,
and when I was vice president.
But
Yeah, hold on.
You were named earlier. I'm going to give Vivek first.
We'll get to both of them.
This isn't that complicated, guys. Unlock American energy, drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Put people back to work by no longer paying them more to stay at home. Reform the U.S. Fed, stabilize the U.S. dollar, and go to war. The only war that I will declare as U.S. president will be the war on the federal administrative state that is the source of those toxic regulations acting like a wet blanket on the economy. So I'm not sure I exactly understood Mike Pence's comment, but I'll let you all parse that out. For me, it's pretty simple. That's something a U.S. president can do with focus, and I'll deliver on it.
The local record, yeah. So, Tainted, he did talk about nuclear energy, unlocking nuclear energy. And he's right about the climate agenda. He's right. And if you've bought into the climate... Okay, that's true. You could say that, Tainted. That's okay. He explained to the climate people how the agenda is a hoax and it's hurting people. And I get it, Tainted. I absolutely get it. We'll say that you're good faith, that you're... Right. He said a crap ton of things in climate change. And Tainted said that he wouldn't consider himself a Republican. So let me tell you about people like Tainted. You have the good lefties, like the Brett Weinsteins of the world and the Eric Weinsteins, the good lefties that will call out critical things in life. And they legitimately mean it. I do mean they're good people. They do. And they'll say, if only Republicans would switch to closer to me on these particular issues, then I would vote for them. But here's the truth. They won't. They won't. Tainted Holy wants to vote for someone that agrees with the Democrat position on climate change. And I say, with all due respect, and I do appreciate you being here, and I don't say this to you as a personal attack, but my answer to you, Tainted Holy, is fuck you. That's my answer to you. No, I will not embrace the death cult of climate change that seeks to disproportionately control and kill working class and poor people so you could have good feels. I don't care about your feelings like that. I don't care at all. So that's my answer to you. If you choose to not vote for Vivek because of that, you weren't going to vote for him anyways. He's probably not going to win anyways. I'd say the chance really. So I really don't give a shit. But if I was running, my answer would have been remarkably close to Vivek's. You have 1 minute. The most important thing on climate change is to let people know that the agenda is a hoax that is to deprive you of your economic viability and your freedom. They're going to try lockdowns just like they did with COVID. I do not. You could say I'm an asshole. That's fine. You could say you voted for Trump. That's fine. You could say you'll vote red again, that's fine. I don't give a shit. I am not going to suggest that Republicans bow to your fucking insane, ridiculous fear-mongering so you could have good feels. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all about you when it comes to that topic. I don't. Similarly, if you were on here and they would have asked Vivek, do you denounce white supremacy? And he's like, I'm fucking tired of this white supremacy book, man. It's so stupid. People do this, blah, 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 and gave a good answer like that. And you sitting here saying, but he didn't denounce white supremacy. What about the people in purple states that are concerned about white supremacy? He's not going to get their vote. He won't get their vote. I would say, fuck those people then. If they've chosen to be so brainwashed that they're saying, I was considering voting for this guy, but because he didn't play this bullshit game, no, sorry, not interested. I'm just not interested. No, it's not that I have no argument against what you said. I literally answered what you said. I specifically said, now, you could say that I don't want, do you understand now? Does everyone see? If you want to win the presidency, you have to give in to everything they want to do on climate change. Green New Deal. Hey, you don't want the Green New Deal? Well, then you're going to lose the presidency. You have to listen to the climate change stuff. If you say, yes, actually the climate's not as bad as they say, and it's the agenda that's causing problems, you'll lose. You have to say, no, you're right, the climate's terrible. It's going to kill us all. And then your opponents are going to say, oh, well, given that, we need this radical plan. And you'll say, no, it's terrible and it's bad and it might kill us all, but we need a less radical plan to deal with it. Yep, that sounds like a winning issue in the election or in the general election. That sounds real good. I'm sure that debate, that policy debate will look real good. Oh, everyone agrees climate change is terrible and it's killing us all. Everyone agrees. And one side says, I basically want to do nothing about it, though. And the other side says, we want to take radical action to stop it. I'm sure Vivek will win that debate. I'm sure it'll work quite well. You could say plenty of Republicans feel climate change is an issue. Then I suggest they go vote for Mike Pence. I don't give a shit. It is a non sequitur. It is the same as listening to you same spineless, fake right-wingers that were going off about COVID. But grandma's gonna die. Rob, you're alienating all the people that are worried, all the people that want a lockdown. You have to support lockdowns or you'll alienate the people that didn't want to lock down. Like, we would vote for you and your ideas if only you agreed with everything we said. I don't understand. You must not want to win. Right. You are absolutely correct. I do not want to compromise. That's absolutely true. I don't want to compromise with people that want to do. Here's Tainted Oli's position. On one side, you want people to want to end you to be able to have a gas stove, that want to end your ability to have gas vehicles, that want to basically devastate the entire world economy, lead to mass famine where literally millions of people will die. And on the other side are people that are like, no, we don't want to do that shit. And Tainted's like, you have to compromise. Compromise, Rob. How about this? Just in red states, we could crash the economy with this shit. We'll crash the economy with the red states, but the blue states will leave. There's a good compromise. There we go. No, I choose not to compromise. Right. There you have it. So that's... And I haven't, I know Tainted, I know I've seen you on the channel. Unfortunately, I have difficulty remember just from names, people's chats. I'll bet, though, my guess is that quite frequently you're pushing left-wing talking points on here. Just a guess. Tainted, I might run for office at some point in the future. Please go out and tell everyone, don't vote for Rob. Because he won't compromise with people that want to lock them down. Go ahead. That's fine. You could be the compromise guy. Cool. You run for office. You be that guy. I'm no different than the left. You just call the Nazis. Good job, buddy. There you have it. I don't know what to say. Like, it's amazing when you look, these people reveal who they truly are. Now, I don't know Tainted's position. Tainted might be a lefty that sometimes votes Republican, or maybe Tainted's a lifelong Republican. I don't care. Doesn't matter to me. What I could say is you could see with friends like these, you've given me money. I don't care. What's that mean? You've given me money, so I have to agree with you? I'm telling you, if I take you at your word here, you are a Republican. You voted for Trump. Or maybe you're not. Maybe you're just saying that. I don't know. It's irrelevant to this point. What I'm saying is, whether you're someone who's independent that votes Republican or someone who's a lifelong Republican, with people like this on your side, it is literally impossible to win. Literally. It literally is. This is a person that is upset because they think that one of the biggest globalist agendas, one of the biggest agenda for the Democratic Party is to fearmonger about climate change, to radically change the economy and the autonomy of the people in his country. And he's like, it's a non-starter to not allow them to do that, to not compromise with that position. It's a non-starter. That's this guy's argument. And you're a Nazi if you're unwilling to compromise on that. Then you're a Nazi. You're the same as them. Tainted, I don't give a shit. what is this whining? But I've literally subscribed to you before. I don't give it. I guess I'll warn everyone here. Hi, everyone. I really appreciate your subscriptions and donations. I really do. If you say something that I massively disagree with, I'm not going to go, oh, what's that? You gave me money in the past? Never mind. Yeah, I guess you're right. Thanks. Can you send me another subscription? I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. I don't understand why you keep bringing that up. What's the point? Sure, I will totally believe. I think I've seen your name pop up that you've. Thank you very much for the subscription. No, I'm focused in rambling against what you said because I think it's nonsensical, and it's important to put out how this illustrates a significant problem that occurs with having real change in this country. Compromising with people that are pushing bullshit premises in order to justify authoritarianism and mass economic devastation is a non-starter. It should not happen. It shouldn't happen. He didn't even say climate change is fake. He said the agenda is a hoax. He is absolutely correct. The agenda is a hoax. If you're upset, if you're the type of person that was sitting there and you're like, I like everything Vivek said up until this point. He's talking about disbanding the FBI. He's talking about needing a revolution because all of these institutions being corrupt. And then totally in character with that, because the institutions that he's mentioning also push this climate change stuff, saying, I think their agenda is a hoax. It's causing economic devastation. It is a wet blanket around our economy, where he literally had 40 seconds to answer, and saying that he didn't get into a nuanced discussion in this 40 seconds saying, actually, it's absolutely true that climate change exists. And it's absolutely true that men are doing it, or that man-made climate change happens. And I understand that many of you out there are very afraid. And you absolutely should be afraid. It is something that is real. But, although all of that's true, I think we need to make a small incremental change. And so when I get into the general election and the left says, no, you're right, it is scary. We heard you say that in the debate. Climate change is devastating. It's going to wipe us all out. And he'll be like, well, I didn't say it was going to wipe us all out. But I did say that climate change is man-made and it's bad. I did say that. Right. And so then you don't want to do anything about it? Well, no, I want to do these little nuanced things about it. That's right. He didn't clarify what he meant. He had 30 seconds and then other people jumped in. Right. I guess that's true. He didn't. Do I think what's true, Jurataker? Go ahead. Do I think what's true? Do I think climate change is true? Is that what you're asking me? I am going to end this stream here soon. I should have ended it a while. Yes, I think humans have something to do with climate change. I've had this debate dozens of times. There is a consensus. There is a consensus. There is a consensus. There is a consensus. Hey, Rob, do you know there's a consensus? Scientists agree there's a consensus. There's a consensus. Rob, do you know there's a consensus? There's a consensus. Hey, Rob, did you know there's a consensus? There's a consensus. Rob, there's a consensus. Yes. I'm aware that there's a consensus. There is a consensus that the climate is changing. There is a consensus that humans have something to do with it. That ends the consensus. There's not a consensus on how damaging that'll be. There's not a consensus on how long it'll take. There's not a consensus on how much humans are having to do with it. The issues that matter, there's not a consensus. It's the equivalent of saying, do you think white supremacy exists? Yes, white supremacy exists. Therefore, the side that says it's responsible for all the evils in the world, you must agree. No, I don't. But there's a consensus that white supremacy exists. Yes, I guess there is. It is a childish but effective way to argue. You get people, you program and gaslight into people that something that obviously exists, and then you take it to an extreme, therefore it will kill us all. And then you say, don't you agree with the premise that climate change exists? Yes. Then it gives legitimacy to where they go with that argument, that it will kill us all, therefore we're justified in our Green New Deal type policies. No, there is multiple levels of this. How bad is climate change? Is it significant? Was it inevitable without humans? Is the human contribution of it significant? Is that significant contribution going to lead to significant impacts? There's so many levels of this. Just like with COVID, right? It's the same, climate change is the same thing. Except with climate change, we have a record of the scientists fear-mongering about this for 60, 70 years. There was going to be a big ice age, remember? And then, oh wait, no, it was global warming. It was acid rain. Then we changed it to climate change, and then Al Gore was telling us like the ice caps would be melted by 2011 and all this shit. We're told a new fucking spiel. And then we only had what Greta Thunberg had to delete her tweet saying we only had like 3 years to deal with it or we were all fucked. Yeah, I know. Right? It's the same type of shit that there was with COVID, right? Where it's like, well, there's this big thing out there that could kill a bunch of us. Therefore, we have to take a known evil, something devastating. We have to do it because of this unknown fear. Because I think that it might kill us. That's what people said over COVID. So they're like, we need to lock down. We need to do that. We need to do all this shit. And I was like, that's going to devastate the economy. We'll be suffering the ramifications for this for a decade to come. People will literally die because of this. Because when economic viability decreases and people get poorer, then all metrics of their life get worse. They're not nutritioned as well. They don't have access to healthcare as well. They're more depressed. All sorts of things. They have less shelter, etc., etc., etc. Right? So poverty kills. You're causing intentional poverty. And they said, well, we have to do it. We have to do it because we don't know how bad COVID could be. That's exactly... Now, climate change is just thus to the 10th degree. That's all it is. That's all it is. COVID could have killed millions of us. Climate change could end the world. I've had this debate. I've had this debate with people that are very intelligent. A good friend of mine came in person that I'm friends with in real life. Smart dude. We had this discussion. We went through it. It took about an hour to take him down to show himself what he really believed. He starts talking about climate change. He says, I believe his claim was we had about 10 years to totally eliminate fossil fuels. By the way, this was like 4 years ago. We had 10 years to totally eliminate fossil fuels or we're all dead. That inevitably within a century or less than a century if we don't completely eliminate fossil fuel. So we have 10 years, right? So basically till 2029, I think. And if we haven't eliminated fossil fuels by then, the clock starts and we only have 100 years max left to live. Even if we would eliminate in 2020 fossil fuels, it's too late. We're all dead. That was basically this guy's position. Smart dude, too. I said, okay. I said, so what do we do about it? I was like, let's say tomorrow the United States eliminates their fossil fuels, right? Our economy collapses immediately. We're no longer a world power. People literally are starving to death, like within months in this country. No more fossil fuels. There's no infrastructure. He's like, oh, we would take some time. I'm like, oh, okay. So we transition. How long do you think it'll transition to completely eliminate fossil fuels? He's like 3 years. I'm like, bullshit. Can't happen. But let's say it could. Okay. How you changing China's mind? How you changing India's mind? You willing to go to war? Well, blah, blah, blah. We could give them the free tech. But what if they say no? In fact, what if they say, oh boy, the United States stopped using fossil fuels. Now the market's so much cheaper. We're going to buy even more dirty fossil fuels and burn it at twice the rate because it's so cheap now. How do you stop them from doing that? When you look at like energy and cheap fossil fuels and things like that, you can see that life expectancy in places like India has gone through the roof in the past 30, 40 years, thanks to the availability of cheap fossil fuels. What do? You tell those billion people, sorry, you guys got to go back to like living in squalor. Sorry, dude. Sorry, don't know what to tell you. Guess you guys should have got solar panels. Is that what you're going to tell them? You're making that choice that some of the poorest people in the world now have to fucking die? Have to... Uh-oh. I might end here. Looks like the power's going out. That's what you're telling them? And what about China? When they decide, no, we're not going to do it, are you willing to go to war? And ultimately he agreed, yes. If we couldn't convince them to end fossil fuels, we would go to war. And I was like, you're aware that that could go nuclear? Yeah, I am. And how many people do you estimate would end up dying? And I got him to admit billions would die. And I said, okay, so your climate change, your policy to deal with climate change, literally you're admitting will kill billions. One final question, sir. How confident are you in your predictions of climate change? And he said around 60%. And I had to put, this is someone I know in real life who's smart. And I was like, do you realize that you just said that you're basically half and half whether something will happen, so you're willing to kill billions of people? Well, it wasn't real life. It was a good friend of mine. He believed this shit. And How do you deal with that? That's the insane religion that is the climate change. That's why you have to say this agenda is a fucking hoax. Just like the war on terror agenda was a hoax. But Rob, isn't it true that there are terrorists out there? Yes. And the more important thing is the agenda on it is a hoax. Jurataker says, the people that think climate change means we're all dead are remedial, but that's not the point. Well, it is sort of the point, right? Because we know that the policy prescriptions to deal with climate change are devastating. We know they are absolutely devastating and disproportionately to the poor and working class. So the impact of climate change, the fear that they send out to us, has to be equally, if not more, devastating. It's not enough to be like, well, 100 years from now, there could be 3 inches of sea rise, which means that coastal cities will have problems that they deal with, and they'll end up spending like 3% of their GDP at that point to deal with it. That's not enough to justify collapsing the world economy today. Not enough. And when you start to look at the prescriptions, again, so we look at things like when I debated this back in the day, when it was one of the debate topics that I did in policy debate, one of the topics was, should the United States ratify the Kyoto Protocol? Now, I believe this was like 2004, 2005. The Kyoto Protocol, if I'm remembering correctly, and I may be incorrect, called for a 20% reduction in 2000 level emissions by 2020. So carbon emissions at the 2000 levels in every country had to be reduced by 20% by the year 2020. Now, we never signed the Kyoto Protocol, but we met that goal. Wait, what's that? Yeah, same's true of the Paris Climate Agenda Accords. I'm pretty sure the United States that didn't sign to it, Trump pulled out, I'm pretty sure that we met the goal. Or at least we were doing better in achieving the goal than places like France and all of these other left-wing places that signed on and then failed to meet their agenda. Name me a perfectly moderate policy that will help climate change. What we could see is there's already, without the government massively intervening, we already see a decrease in carbon emissions and other things. So name me the moderate goal that you want to address it. Go ahead. I will guarantee that whatever goal Jurataker prescribes here will disproportionately affect the poor and working class. Guarantee it. Even if he says, no, just tax it. Subsidies to electric vehicles. Electric vehicles are terrible. Electric vehicles are only net beneficial to carbon if you run them for more than 20 years. The average life expectancy for an electric vehicle at this point is, I believe, 7 years. Electric vehicle subsidies will encourage exploitation of child labor in countries that we despise and are actually a net worse for carbon emissions and the environment. Next. Now, do you see how confident people are? Well, you have to accept climate change because we have reasonable proposals. They're a net worse because in order to get the materials to create electric vehicles, it is more resource intensive. So the carbon that is required to dig up things like, I think cobalt's one of them and things like that, and in the area of the worlds where it occurs, that requires an initial input of more of a carbon imprint and more environmental degradation than a traditional automobile. So the net decrease you get of using electric, which is still coming from carbon, mostly coal, the net decrease you get, you would have to run that car for X amount of years before it would have a net decrease in carbon emission. And I believe the number of years you need to run it is 20 years. Nuclear power. Yeah, Vivek talked about it. Nuclear is good. Most of the climate change agenda people are against nuclear. The same agenda that you said we shouldn't call a hoax, that it's bad. The argument is to develop an infrastructure and electric grid to support electric vehicles, which would decrease that cost via economies of scale. Well, no, because the rare earth mining that's necessary would still be something that predominantly occurs in other countries. So us subsidizing it here wouldn't be able to do anything. Changing the grid. Explain to me what changing the infrastructure and electric grid is. So now we're not just subsidizing electric vehicles, but we have to subsidize the entire electric grid. So tell me what that looks like. The production of electricity comes from fossil fuels now, but once consumers use EVs, they don't need all to switch cars. Instead, you just switch to one plant. That's not true at all. You would have to switch not just the cars, but you would have to switch the plants and things like that that create the electricity. Maybe that's what you're saying. But again, that is a massive cost. How much money do you think it would cost, for example, to eliminate coal plants right now and switch them to nuclear or switch them to sort of, cheap energy? And we can see when this sort of stuff tries to happen in places like California, we have rolling brownouts. So you can see that the quality of life is diminished. What do you mean that's what you're saying? That's what you're saying. Yeah, it's a terrible idea. How's California look? See, and all of this is, now listen, all of these are problems. So here's a person who says there are moderate proposals. And with just the slightest 2 minutes of discussion about it, the moderate proposal went from subsidies to electric cars to subsidies for electric cars and to change our entire electric grid. Right there. It took 2 minutes for this moderate proposal to lead to that. That's where we're at, right? So when we have runaway inflation and massive money printing, now we're talking, what are we thinking to change the grid? $5-6 trillion? What does California have to do with it? California tried to subsidize green energy. Now they have rolling brownouts. One of the wealthiest GDPs in the world. What would California be if it was its own country, top 20 in the world? Can't keep the fucking lights on. They can't keep them on. And who gets affected the most? You made no argument. They didn't enforce it immediately. They gave subsidies for green energy, and this is the point where it's led. What you're doing is what big government people always do. You're like, I assume if I was in charge, it would be done correctly and competently. That's not what happens. Here's one instance. In August 2020, hundreds of thousands of Californians briefly lost power in rolling blackouts amid a heat wave, making the first time outages were ordered in the state due to insufficient energy supplies in nearly 20 years. The state has been working to avoid similar scenarios. California is in the midst of an unprecedented heat wave. For more than a week, California Independent Operating System, which oversees the electrical grid serving 80% of the state, has been calling on residents to conserve their energy use in later afternoon and evening amid extreme temperatures. Wealthiest state in the country has to tell people no, I don't agree with electric vehicle subsidies. The Acorn, they none of this shit. They say this stuff. Remember, they like not only are they not, is the problem not consensus, right? So all of this is assuming. So Jurataker and those that are talking about this and Tainted, they're like, it's really bad. Humans are causing it. It's really bad. It might not kill us all, but it's really bad. They haven't proven that. They haven't proven that it's really bad. They haven't, right? They haven't proven what the cost will be, right? But they're prescribing significant cost to deal with it now, right? But the problem is we can see over and over again, one, the status quo is solving the problem. They'll continually talk about metrics, and yet we can see that carbon emissions are declining rapidly. The problem is places like So despite the fact that our population's increasing, this is just one chart I could find, you can see that since 1990, emission levels have been decreasing. We're now below 1990 levels, despite the population increasing. So if you look at emissions per capita, we're actually doing very well. And remember, when I started debating this, it was right in here. It's like the 2005, 2004, 2005. And they were like, reduce emissions to 2020 levels. Look where emissions were at 2000 levels by 20%. We've done that. So the status quo is gradually solving the problem. Is that what it sounds like? Some climate... And there's... By the way, this is... I love this as well. Right? This is the Schrodinger's paradox, right? The Schrodinger's climate change now. Just like... Right? It'd be the same thing. If I put a chart up and say, since the passage of the Patriot Act, look at how terrorist attacks have decreased in the United States. Jurataker will go, sounds like the Patriot Act did a good job. Really? Is that what did it? Is that it? Name me the climate change policy that you think did well, Jurataker. Go ahead. What was the climate change policy since 1990 that you think did well, that significantly reduced those emissions? Let's hear it. If the ones already in the books have done well, I guess we don't need new ones then, right? They're already doing well, correct? Increase the scale of what? I don't understand what you mean. Increase the scale of the graph? Why didn't... There we go. So how much do we need to reduce, Tainted? Go ahead. How much do we need to reduce? Time. What would that matter? I don't understand what your question is. You want climate change emissions going back further to pre-1990? What would that prove? They're going to be lower because we had less population. We use more energy than other countries. Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, let's say hypothetically, there's three possible scenarios. Prior to 1990, emissions were higher than 1990, lower than 1990, or equal to 1990. I don't have a chart that goes back then because I'm literally just looking in real time. You tell me those three scenarios, how that changes things. Let's say that it was higher. Okay, more GHGs. So there, we'll go with higher. So Jurataker's like, aha, Rob, although you have presented a chart that shows that emissions are decreasing without the radical sort of changes that you're suggesting, I deduce that prior to that, emissions were even higher. And I say, okay, where does that leave us? What does that argument do? And you would say, what? Because they were higher in the past, they need to be lower today? That seems nonsensical. The problem is emissions that are occurring today. You did suggest radical changes. Did you not suggest, and I'm quoting, subsidies to change the energy grid of this country to run off electric? Because you first suggested electric cars, and when talked about how that wouldn't solve the problem, you said the problem is because they would have to plug into a grid that is ran by fossil fuels, so we need to have subsidies to change that. That is, by any metric, a radical change. Electric vehicle subsidies do nothing. What's up, Prime Case? Thanks so much for this. I'm going to be closing here soon, but electric vehicle subsidies wouldn't work because in order for electric vehicle subsidies to be something worthwhile, you would have to prove that electric vehicles were actually a net positive for climate change, which you're conceding they're not. So subsidizing a vehicle that would be worse for the climate, even though it might not be a radical change, would not solve climate change. Thank you for the affiliate anniversary thing. I really appreciate it. Also, Trump sucks. Lock him up. Get to it, big boy. I think he's... Where do you think he's at today? Mar-a-Lago? Head over. I think there is a possibility that they'll try to bring back the lockdowns. You didn't concede that. Okay, prove your point. How much... You tell me. If we had a total electric vehicle fleet in the next 5 years, how much emissions would be reduced? Let's just go through the list. How much do we need to reduce? What is the impact if we don't reduce emissions? If we keep emissions to go at the status quo without a radical government change? That's question one. Number two, what would be the impact? What would those emissions be? Number two, what would be the impact of those emissions? How much damage would it cause? How much loss of life and things like that? Number three, what's your evidence of how much would be saved if we do switch to electric vehicle? Number four, what is the cost for being able to have a significant shift to that? 5, if you're not suggesting something radical and you're just suggesting subsidies, how effective would those subsidies be in diminishing the fleet of fossil fuel vehicles that are on the car? You can't answer any of this. None of it. At all. No, I don't know the answer to any of those questions. I've read that electric vehicles are actually net worse. I know that the status quo is reducing emissions. And because I don't buy into this fear-mongering that we're all going to die unless we adopt some sort of climate policy, I'm not just going to accept someone going, based on my feels, you're the one suggesting a policy. So you're the one who should have some sort of an attempted answers of these things, right? You're asking me, who's defending the status quo, to answer what the effects of your policy would be. That's horseshit. You're the one who wants a change in policy, so defend it. So there's a guy that's come on my channel. It's just just using Brave, the first thing that comes up. Electric vehicles are generally considered to have a smaller carbon footprint than gasoline cars when accounting for electricity. However, they come with their own set of polluting problems, such as the need for mining activities to extract rare earth. Battery manufacturing, likely most environmental damaging stage in manufacturing of electric vehicles. EV contribute less to climate change and smog than traditional cars because they lower direct emissions. A recent EPRI report concluded that widespread adoption of electric vehicles combined continue to move towards cleaner generation will lead to modest decreases in particulars and OCO precursors, as well as to deep reduction in greenhouse gas. past. The Union of Concerned Scientists found that EVs produce less than half the global warming emissions comparable to the gasoline-powered vehicles, even when the higher emissions associated with BEV manufacturers are taken into consideration. So this says that if we would switch to electric, according to this, what they're saying here, that it would reduce half, is what it's saying. That's just the first thing I brought up. That's for the E. Anyways, this guy, peer review, who actually is working on some sort of energy, like he explained it to me, I didn't understand it. Not pretty reasonable policy, no net benefit. It's absolute horseshit, dog shit policy. Absolute. It's absolute hard. He's saying we have to change the grid along with changing to electric vehicles. Absolute horseshit, dog shit policy. People that can't defend anything, that know no statistics about it, that are just talking out their ass. They can't tell you how bad climate change is, how much humans cause it, how much the impacts of that will be, how much it would cost to do the subsidies, how much electric vehicles would save, and what would be the net decrease of other environmental catastrophes that come up from that. They can't. It's just, I think that this is what should happen. Anyways, peer review was telling me, he's the person who first told me, he's like, electric vehicles are dog shit. It's a red herring. It's just an excuse for people to feel good and to enrich certain people. And he's someone who's working, who believes in climate change and is working on it. One second, I'm looking at something. So this article says, and this still basically helps conclude with your side. More emissions are created with manufacturing vehicles. 2021 study found that electric model generates 70% more emissions than its gas vehicle counterpart. In particular, the massive batteries that power electric vehicles are carbon intensive to make. That's because the critical minerals, lithium, cobalt, nickel, must be mined, smelted, and refined. A process that requires the burning of fossil fuels such as coal and natural gas to separate the materials that could release harmful particulate matter into the atmosphere. They generate fewer emissions on the road. Once on the road, they generate less. That's because they still do not have a tailpipe emissions and are more efficient. Still, running an electric vehicle does entail emissions, though the electricity used to charge the car. I think consumers should be aware of the fact that even though they aren't any tailpipe emissions, there's still emissions considered operating. Natural gas, coal, and other carbon-emitting power sources help make the United States energy mix. If a driver changes the battery on a power grid that's more reliant on coal, for example, that would mean that his electric vehicle saves relatively fewer emissions over time versus a traditional vehicle. On the other hand, if he charges up a grid that draws from nuclear, the vehicle would save emissions faster. In other words, the quality of the electricity used to power the electric vehicle is important. Researchers from Yale appeared to pour cold water on the idea, though. In a report published by the Journal of Nature Communications, they sought to measure total indirect emissions from EV, including from the fuels used to power fuel from power grid, but they found that EV emissions here still pale in comparison to emissions from fossil fuel. The surprising element was how much lower the vehicle's emissions were. The supply chain for combustion vehicles is just so dirty that the electric vehicles can't surpass them, even when you factor in direct emissions. Oh my God. Someone's making the consumption argument. Fuck them. Oh, Jurataker, I'm misunderstanding you. I don't see how changing to electric vehicles would make a grid change easier. Unless your argument is it would put a stress on the grid that we currently have, which would then force us to change, which doesn't seem smart. But I thought that you said, when I said you're suggesting that we would change the grid in order to reduce emissions, you said yes. Just trying to catch up on the chat here. By the way, how'd that subsidy go for that electric bus company that Biden just put? Or how about Solyndra? Oh, they went belly up and people got rich. The truth is, the market will correct for these things anyways. There are people right now without government subsidies that are doing research and development into alternative forms of vehicles, electricity, etc. And that's because they see that there's a market coming. When the government subsidizes, that money's always going to be spent less strategically than the people that are doing that in the private sector. The problem is we see a pattern of the government using these subsidies, and then it ends up enriching people that use the money fraudulently and don't get tangible results because of it. So no, I don't agree that we need to massively be increasing subsidies to electric vehicles. Perhaps a better situation would be to lower subsidies that we would have on things like fossil fuels. Jurataker, I don't understand your position at all. I see what you're saying now, and it's literally, unless I'm missing something, it's nonsensical. Eventually, electric grids need to be updated. Granted, true. And if we had subsidized more electric vehicles, okay, got it. So now there's more electric vehicles. Transitioning from previous grids to nuclear would be easier in the long run. How? That I don't understand that portion of it. So there's more electric vehicles out there. So now, right now, say in my hometown, it's like 20 years from now we'll have nuclear power here. And you're like, if there were more electric vehicles on the road, it would be easier? I don't understand the point. That makes no sense. Unless your argument is it would be easier because it would force a change quicker because it would put a strain on the current grid, which is not a good thing. It's a centralized versus decentralized power grid. So your argument is that the power that's required to run our vehicles is decentralized, whereas it would be more centralized if we all have electric vehicles and now rely on our power plant, not just for the electricity in our house, but the electricity in our vehicles. That doesn't make the transition easier, it makes it harder. Gas stations are decentralized, right, but they don't have anything to do with our electric grid. You're saying eventually we want nuclear. What you're never mind. I don't have to explain this, do I? If we're going to create a nuclear power plant now to have cheap electricity in the home, there's no reason that taking away gas stations, which have nothing to do with the power that's coming through these lights right now and things like that. The gas station is powering my car, right? It might use a limited amount of electricity to power the car, but we're focused on the power plant itself and how to revamp the power plant. And you're saying if there were more electric vehicles, if we were all driving electric vehicles, that would make a transition to nuclear. Right. So then we go back to what I said. So then what happens was, no, I don't understand. Yes, the car gets power from gas stations, but your argument is one of the benefits is this will make a transition to a different type of grid, like more nuclear, easier. It wouldn't. What would happen would be if we, like, think of it this way. Let's say we need 100 units of power right now to power all the homes. And then gas, that power is 50 units of power. So we need 150 total. 100 coming from the electric plants and 50 coming from gas. But if we switch to all electric, instead of the 150 total, now with the electric vehicles, we don't need this 50 and it's only 25 over here. That means that it's now putting pressure here. That doesn't make it easier to transition here. That's not what it does. Anyways, I gotta go. I gotta get to bed, so. Now, I gotta go. You could call in some other time and talk. It doesn't make it easier. Your claim could be, if you're considering the grid is... It doesn't make sense. It wouldn't make a transition to nuclear or anything like that more feasible. It wouldn't. In fact, what would happen would be there would probably be a demand in the short term for more electricity, which would probably result in plants being built because the left doesn't like nuclear. That was... Yeah, the real answer is it's all bullshit. That's the real answer. So, Vivek was right. Tainted is wrong. All right, let's see if there's anyone to raid. Don't give in to the bullshit. Climate change is going to kill us all. It's not a big deal, and I only want moderate changes. Fuck you. That's not what the left talks about. Maybe you would do it. I'm not going to give in to the left on that premise because their plans are all to... Their plans are all authoritarian horseshit to scare us all and do this. The status quo is doing a decent job of dealing with it anyways. I'll see if anyone's on to raid. You won't see me until Monday night. Things to look forward for me. We'll raid Moist.
We might have to email this twice though.
Hurry up. Where you gotta be real fast. I should be doing. I think next week I'm supposed to be doing a vegan debate. I don't know shit about veganism. I'll be honest, but we'll roll. And it should be fun. I know the people I'm debating, so.
Pig chain.
I know the people I'm debating. Let's see. Do I believe in God? Yes. Vegan debate. Fake news. Moist Critical doesn't need my raid, I assure. He's one of the bigger... Oh, come on. What are you doing? One of the bigger streamers out there, but I think he's funny. So. It's follower, subscriber only chat, just so you know. So thank you all, even Tainted in those. Don't give in to these agendas. Like Vivek's answer on climate change, I thought was fantastic. Yeah, it's Vegan Gains, Bunk, and Synth. I've debated all three of them, so I'm not worried about it. So, all right. Thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate all of you. I really do. I got to get some sleep. Like I said, I should see you Monday. Enjoy this raid of Moist Critical. Thank you so much. And as always, have a good one.
I don't think I've ever run out of ammo in this game.
So where can you actually hit it?
On the red rings around it, you'll see.